Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 8 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto universe as the Uchiha's Genjutsu Demon. Let the tale begin. Chapter 281, Yami's Intensity. It's time for war, hee. What can I say? I am popular that everyone sends me letters, Kakashi joked, to which Asuma coughed and said, ahem, Kakashi, I don't think this is the right time to joke. As he glanced at the clan leaders staring at Kakashi. Kakashi stood from his chair and walked near the window. He first took the letter from the bat that Yami had sent. He then took the letter that came from the village. He could recognize that this bird was the village's fastest messenger, which means whatever is written in that letter is urgent. The bat then flew away, but the bird stood on the window. Can you read Yami's letter first? We would like to know if he found anything. Although it hasn't been more than 2 hours since we separated, he must have gotten some important information which made him send the letter. Asami said. Choji gives the bird something to eat and drink. He won't stay here for long. Asuma said, to which Choji nodded and took out some meat from his bag to feed the bird. The bird also understood what Asuma was saying, and it made some noise and flew beside Choji. As for Kakashi, he set Tsunade's letter aside and opened Yami's letter. Everyone could see that the letter was very long, which surprised them. What did he find to write so much? Yami normally keeps his letters brief. Kakashi thought. Seeing the curious look on everyone's faces, including the 2 Jinin squads, Kakashi decided to read the letter aloud. After every few seconds, the expressions of shock became more and more intense on the faces of everyone gathered there. Even the Leaf and Mist shinobis guarding the doors and other entrances of the tavern from the inside were shocked and looking at each other. Kakashi, it is hard to believe what Yami has written in the letter. Riko said, to which Yoshiro nodded and said he is right. Demon heart and blood crystal? What are these things? We have never heard about them, not even in our old scriptures. Actually, Yami had already informed Lady Tsunade about this and even sent a few hearts to her for testing. That's the reason Lady Tsunade sent all 3 of us here. I am sure the letter she has sent now will give us some kind of solution to counter the demon hearts. As for the blood crystal, even we are hearing this for the first time. Asuma said. He then looked at Kakashi and asked, do you have any intelligence about this? Yami hasn't explained anything in the letter. Kakashi nodded and said, which means even he is in the dark about this. I am sure he is curious enough to find out what it is, but time is of the essence. What do you think our next step should be? Kakashi asked as he looked at the clan leaders sitting in front of him. Seeing that they didn't give any answer immediately, Kakashi decided to open Tsunade's letter. It was the letter from the Hokage, and it was addressed to Kakashi and not the Bloodline clan leaders, so they wouldn't dare tell him to read it loudly, but they focused on Kakashi's eye, trying to guess if the contents of the letter were good news or bad. As Kakashi read the letter, he nodded a few times, which was a positive thing, but when he came to the bottom of it, his expression suddenly dropped. Everyone could see the slight paleness in his expression and the sadness in his eyes. Kurenai looked at Asuma, signaling him to ask Kakashi, or at least ask for the letter. But before Asuma could say anything, Kakashi held the bottom part of the letter and burnt it. He didn't burn the entire letter, but only a few lines written at the bottom. These were the lines that had changed Kakashi's face. Asuma felt it was very odd and said, Kakashi, what happened? Kakashi took a deep breath and looked at Asuma as he said, here, read the letter to everyone. Lady Tsunade has written about her tests on the demon hearts. Asuma took the letter from him, and his eyes landed on the burnt part. He could see that something was written there, but he couldn't even make out a single word as Kakashi had completely burnt that part. Asuma then began to read the letter. Although the hearts were destroyed, Yami had given me enough samples that I could understand what had happened to them and what they actually do to a certain extent. At first, I thought that it was using some kind of drug, but this is a totally different energy that the heart has been nourished with. As per Yami, the user of the heart gets tattoos on his body and shows increased strength, but my understanding is that these hearts are just in the development stage. They are increasing the person's strength using their own life force and sanity as the price. Although a shinobi's life is longer than others, on average if used for many years it could reduce a person's life by 30 to 35 years, but the worst part is sanity. Anyone who has been nourished with this ominous, mysterious energy will succumb to her inner demons and behave maniacally. As this energy is not produced in the heart or the body, nor does the host absorb it from the surroundings like chakra, I have found a solution to neutralize it. Everyone, including the clan leaders, had a happy moment when they heard that unfortunately none of you over there are capable of doing it, including Yami. Asuma read the next line, to which Mei quickly asked, what does the fifth Hokage mean? What does it require? We will try to get it as fast as possible. Mei spoke in a little desperate tone, but it was understandable. They already had their hands full with the mist shinobis and hidden stone shinobis, and out of nowhere these cultists appeared with demon hearts as power-ups. The dream of a liberated hidden mist seemed to be getting farther and farther for everyone. Asuma nodded and read further, I am saying this because I tried everything I could think of, and the only thing that had successfully neutralized the energy was natural chakra. I do not know if anyone from the hidden mist has attained sage mode, so I don't think it will be possible to do it. I am not even able to handle sage chakra. Luckily Katsuyu sent a wisp of it toward the heart and made the ominous energy go away. The only ones I know who are able to use sage chakra are Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as they both are sages. I have sent a letter to Jiraiya's last location, but I am not too hopeful that he will reach in time, as he is always changing places. For now, I can only tell you to handle the ones with the demon heart with strength more than them. That is the only way, or else use some strategy to worsen their sanity. I am sure Yami will think of something to do with that weakness of theirs. Saying this, Asuma stopped reading and placed the letter back on the table. The clan leaders started discussing what to do next when the old man looked at Kakashi and asked, if you don't mind me asking, what was written at the bottom of the letter? I just want to know if it was connected to our conflict? Kakashi shook his head and said no, it had nothing to do with the conflict or the hidden mist. Kakashi then looked at Zabuza and asked, you have a way to contact Yami, right? As Zabuza nodded, Kakashi said, tell him to come here personally and not send any clones. I want to talk to him face to face. Now that the strategy to deal with those cultists is face to face, we will need to create a plan together and even act together. Zabuza didn't like taking orders from Kakashi, but he knew that he was the only one capable of contacting Yami, and this wasn't a time to throw a tantrum, so Zabuza nodded and started writing a message on a piece of paper. Asuma then looked at the clan leaders, who seemed to have almost finished their discussion, and asked, what have you guys decided? As it was written in the letter, avoiding conflict today would be the most beneficial in the short run. What have you guys chosen? Yoshiro nodded and said yes, it would save the lives of our shinobis, but their ritual would succeed, which could cause God knows what. If they are already this strong and still helping the Mizukage faction and Hidden Stone, it means that the reward for completing the ritual will boost their strength further, creating a problem for everyone. The old man nodded and said yes, we will attack, and the attack will start in 1 hour. We don't want to give them time to plan things. The old man and the other clan leaders stood up as he said that. Everyone else in the tavern understood that the war they have been waiting for the past half a decade has finally arrived. Chapter 282, Sad News. Everyone in the tavern immediately got to work when the clan leaders gave the order. Kakashi also understood that they didn't want Moji and the others to come up with a plan, so it was better to attack them first and push them on the back foot. Yoshiro then looked at Asuma and Kurenai and asked, are you planning to bring your squads with the main force as well? Asuma and Kurenai looked at their students and then at each other. They knew that this could be too much for the kids, but it was a necessary thing as it would harden them for the future. Seeing their sensei hesitate, Kiba stepped forward and said, Kurenai-sensei, if Yami can do it, then so can we. Let us go and fight them. Kiba, a war is no joke. And stop comparing yourself with Yami. The difference in strength is too much to even compare. Isn't that right, Shikamaru? Ino asked as she first berated Kiba and then looked at Shikamaru, who was reading a map of the surrounding area. He looked up and said, he is definitely stronger, but Yami likes to work solo and I haven't seen him get defeated ever, so it is hard to say where his limits lie. Seeing that the kids were just discussing among themselves, Asuma said, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba are sensor ninjas, so they will only help in locating or tracking an enemy. I don't want them to go right into combat just yet. As for my squad, Ino and Choji will protect the tents of the injured and the others. Shikamaru will come with me. Even though he won't take direct part in any assault, he could predict everyone's movements and come up with a good plan. Shikamaru nodded as he heard that, and even the others agreed after some convincing. Asuma was about to say more when Kakashi turned toward the window. Everyone thought that some reply must have come from Yami, but it was unlikely as Zabuza had sent the letter only a few minutes ago. Seems like Yami replied fast. Santo said, but Kakashi didn't reply, and the next second, numerous bats rushed inside from the window. Everyone was shocked to hear this, as at first they thought it was some kind of attack, but the bats didn't even make a sound. And these bats didn't look like normal bats, but had red eyes. What is this? Mei asked as she looked at the bats circling near the ceiling. It's good that you came. I wanted to tell you something. Let's go outside, Kakashi said and started walking toward the door of the tavern. The mist shinobis and leaders were confused as to why Kakashi said this, but then they saw the bats dive toward Kakashi. They formed somewhat of a funnel beside Kakashi, and the figure of Yami wearing a black hoodie, a purple sword on his waist, and a leaf headband appeared. Why, you really are a K-Kid, Riko muttered, to which Yami looked back and asked what. Riko realized that he just said that out loud. He looked at Yami and said, I thought that you had transformed yourself into a 13-year-old and the real you was a fully grown man, or else how could anyone describe the things that you have done? I am 10 years old, Yami said and walked away with Kakashi. Riko was left speechless as he heard that. He looked at Asami and asked, did he say 10 years old, to which Asami nodded and said, even I am trying to believe it. Outside the tavern, the entire village was filled with bloodline clan shinobis, and because the war was going to start, they were all in a hurry. What was so urgent that you wanted me to come personally? Yami asked. Why? Were you doing something important? Kakashi chuckled, to which Yami said, you are deflecting, which means the news is serious, and you are laughing at such a stupid joke, which means it's bad news. What happened? Kakashi gave Yami the side eye and said, you didn't have to be so brutal. Fine, I got a letter from Lady Tsunade where she talked about the demon heart that you gave her. She also told me to inform you of something. What is it? Yami asked, to which Kakashi said, your brother Itachi Uchiha is dead. Yami frowned as he heard that. He never expected to hear this line, and definitely not so early. What are you saying, Kakashi? Yami asked. Kakashi could sense the subtle anger in Yami's voice. He shrugged and said, I don't know much of it, but Lady Tsunade wrote that Itachi and Kisame attacked the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, and while fighting him, the Reikage interfered, and Itachi was killed by his hands. Yami was confused about what to say. He didn't know why Itachi died so early and why they would try to nab the Eight-Tails so early in the timeline. Yami calmed himself down and said, he is a traitor anyways, so I don't feel bad. I am sure Sasuke would be angry as he wanted to be the one to kill Itachi. Kakashi himself knew Itachi for a short time when he was in the Anbu. Yami was too small when all that happened, and Itachi spent less time with him as compared to Sasuke. Yami seems calm, but I am not sure how Sasuke must have reacted, or did Lady Tsunade even tell him the news? Kakashi thought. Kakashi knew how deep Sasuke's hatred for Itachi was, so he felt a bit stressed as to how Sasuke would react, and on the other side, he was a bit relieved that now Sasuke won't have the motivation to kill his brother. Kakashi looked at Yami and asked, are you alright? You have already done a lot in this mission, so I understand if you decide to leave this mission and go back to the village. No, there's no need to do anything like that. You were saying that Lady Tsunade has some information about those demon hearts. Did she find any way to counter them? Yami asked, to which Kakashi nodded and said yes. She said that the hearts have been nourished with some kind of ominous energy, which is what gives them extra strength, but it is at the cost of the person's life force. She said that except by killing them as you did, the only way to effectively defeat them is by using Sage Chakra. Kakashi said as he looked at Yami. He didn't know how much knowledge Yami had about Sage Chakra and Sage Mode. None of us are able to do that. I heard that the Sannin Jiraiya is called a sage and can use Sage Chakra. Is Lady Hokage sending him? Yami asked. It appeared to be the best and most efficient way to defeat the cultists. No, His current location is unknown and it will take a lot of time to come here and help us. The war is starting. Kakashi was saying this when he heard a voice behind him. The war has started. Kakashi and Yami both turned toward the voice and saw Chojuro standing with Zabuza. What are you two doing here? If the war has already started, shouldn't you guys be on the front line? Kakashi asked, to which Zabuza said we were supposed to, but then the clan leaders told us to take care of the cultists with Yami. No matter how strong he is, we can't leave the fate of the hidden mist in the hands of a 10-year-old kid. Chojuro said. Kakashi looked at Yami, to which Yami said, don't worry about me. I will be fine. You go with the others. Kakashi trusted Yami, so he left the area, leading Yami to deal with the two swordsmen. Yami then looked at Chojuro and said, I know how strong Zabuza is, but don't know anything about you. So don't expect me to trust you. By the way, what was the first move that started the war? Chojuro smirked as he adjusted his glasses and said, we have sent 4 squadrons to break down their outermost defenses, and to give them cover we are bombarding all distant cannons as well as some jutsus. Lord Yoshiro has also ordered to destroy of every ship on our shore that belongs to the Mizukage faction. So Lord Yoshiro intends to trap them inside the hidden mist, which will protect the information as well and won't let someone escape. But what about the stone shinobis? To which Zabuza interrupted and said, come on Yami, stop with the questions and let's go and fight those cultists. Yami nodded and all 3 of them started running toward the base when G and the others were hiding. As they reached there, they were surprised to see that the outer wall was already destroyed in several places. Haha, now we don't have to waste time on some small fry. Zabuza laughed and ran inside the base with a sword on his back. Chapter 283, Thoughtful Chojuro. The bloodline shinobis were already informed that Yami along with 2 mist swordsmen will be taking care of the cultists and those who have tattoos on their bodies. Their job was to open the way and also gather information. They were surprised to hear and then see that the one who had terrorized the entire hidden mist was just a kid. Many even refused to believe it, but orders were orders, so they let Yami pass with the 2 swordsmen. Yami looked around and saw that the bloodline shinobis had broken through the walls of the base, but the stone shinobis were creating many obstacles using earth-style jutsus. There wasn't a big water source nearby, so the mist shinobis couldn't shoot water cannons and blow away the barriers. Yami then saw a few shinobis coming back toward them. Chojuro stepped forward and asked, why are you all running back out? To which the shinobis at the front said they have used some kind of jutsu and created a quicksand, and if someone gets trapped in it, then the shinobis hiding at the bottom of the quicksand launch attacks. We have already lost a few of our men. It took most of our strength to just get out of the mess. Chojuro looked back at Yami and Zabuza and said we should help them and deal with the ones attacking them, or they won't be able to push further. Zabuza clicked his tongue as he heard this and looked at Yami. He wanted to fight those cultists, but leading his own people to die didn't sound like a good option to him. Yami leaned towards Zabuza and whispered, being with Haku has really made you a softie. Zabuza really got embarrassed when he heard this. Before he could comment on that and give Yami the side eye, Yami stepped forward and said, show us where that place is and then guard the place so that no one interferes. Receiving an order from Yami came as a surprise to the shinobis. They weren't going to take orders from a kid, but their orders said that the kid is the Genjutsu Demon, so the shinobis agreed. They also wanted to see if the kid is really as strong as the clan leaders told them. Alright, follow us. The shinobi said. He and his squadmates led Yami and the 2 swordsmen to the location of the quicksand. As they reached closer, Yami and the others heard the laughter of several people. Haha, did you see how they ran away? Haha, how could I miss? Those bloodline bastards couldn't even cross a few feet of our quicksand. These mist shinobis are really weaklings. Of course they are. That's why they asked us and Lord Jiro to help them fight for the position of Mizukage. These bastards, the shinobi who was leading Yami and the others muttered. Anger was welling up in his heart as he heard the stone shinobis humiliate them and the entire hidden mist. Don't let your emotions control your anger. You all did what was necessary to save your lives and prevent unnecessary deaths. Now leave it to us to wipe that smug smile off the faces of those stone shinobis. Zabuza said as he picked up speed and headed toward the source of the sound. Yami and Chojuro also did the same. The group of stone shinobis near the quicksand were talking among themselves when suddenly one of them shouted, "I sense enemies come toward us. I can sense close to 7 to 8 of them. Nice, more prey for our quicksand. Everyone gets to work." Another stone shinobi said, and he and 2 other stone shinobis dived into the quicksand head first. Surprisingly, even the quicksand became soft like water and swallowed them whole. By this time Yami and the others almost reached the location when Chojuro asked, "So Yami, how do you want to do this?" Chojuro wanted Yami to also participate in this fight as it would assure the bloodline shinobis that Yami really is the Genjutsu Demon, but contrary to his expectations, Yami said, "These stone shinobis are too weak for me to waste my Genjutsu on them, and neither are their numbers too much. Just kill everyone in sight and get this over with." With this, Yami pulled out his sword and increased his speed, reaching beside Zabuza. He looked at him and said, "Zabuza, you take care of those who are above ground while I take care of those below it." Zabuza didn't have any doubt about Yami's prowess, so he nodded and accepted the straightforward strategy. Just kill every stone shinobi he sees above ground. Wait, will that really be enough? Chojuro asked as he was trying to stop Zabuza and Yami, but it was already too late as they had reached the location and both of them had made their moves. Zabuza jumped toward the stone shinobis standing in front of him. He had taken a big leap so as to fly over most of the quicksand area, while Yami also jumped, but instead of jumping farther, he jumped higher. Just as he reached the maximum height, he could jump at the applied wind chakra to his blade and slashed it toward the ground under him, which looked normal at first glance but was quicksand. The stone shinobis who saw these two making their moves didn't understand what they were trying to do. They hadn't even realized who Yami was. They saw a blade made of wind chakra slam on the ground, creating an opening. "What the hell?" one of the stone shinobis shouted as he saw Yami dive straight into the crevice created because of the wind blade. He didn't have time to go and stop him as he saw a man covering his entire face and tape leap towards him and his comrades. "Isn't that the executioner's blade?" one of the stone shinobis asked, but before the one with him could reply, Zabuza had already slashed his chest. Chojuro and the other bloodline shinobis looked at Zabuza attacking the shinobis, and Yami jumped inside the quicksand. The kid went in. "What kind of a strategy is that?" the shinobi asked. Even Chojuro got worried as he saw the quicksand behave like a viscous muddy pool. "Damn it, if the kid died, then the Hidden Leaf will blame our clans and may even withdraw from the alliance. I can't stay on the sidelines with the assumption that he will defeat them on their own turf. Everyone, we will try to create an opening in the quicksand." The shinobis sweated as they heard this, but they weren't cowards or traitors to defy direct orders. Just as Chojuro was about to suggest an idea, he saw that the ground had stopped moving. It didn't just become normal, but started to become dry. "What the hell?" Chojuro said as he saw cracks appear on the ground where the quicksand existed. He and the other shinobis were about to go ahead and try to break the dry ground, but they saw the cracks glow red. The glow became brighter, which made everyone curious. Just as Chojuro was about to crouch to see what the red light was, Zabuza shouted, "Back off, everyone." Instinctively, everyone, including Chojuro, jumped back, and suddenly a huge explosion occurred. The explosion was loud and strong enough to make the entire vicinity vibrate as if it was an earthquake. Chojuro waved his sword a few times to save the bloodline shinobis from getting hit by the super hot debris falling down. Yami jumped up from below and stood beside Zabuza. He looked back, and Chojuro and the bloodline shinobis barely dodged the debris. "I told you all to go and keep an eye on the surroundings. What are you all doing here?" Yami asked, to which the shinobis turned to Chojuro. I didn't think you would be able to deal with them, so we all were about to come to save you," Chojuro said while scratching his cheek. The kid who he thought was about to die was standing in front of him without a scratch. Yami was about to reply, but one of the last remaining stone shinobi shouted, "Where are my people? How dare you bastards kill TH?" Before he could complete the sentence, Yami threw a kunai at his head. The man's entire head blew up, and the wall behind him was painted in red with his brains. Chojuro and the others felt a chill run down their spine when they saw that. They could see that the person was definitely of high Chunin rank but was killed instantly, and the kunai that killed him had pierced halfway into the wall behind him. I didn't even see him take out a kunai, much less throw it. The bloodline shinobis thought. The shinobis along with Chojuro then looked at the pit in front of him where the quicksand was. They saw 4 burnt corpses and the entire surface of the pit was scorched black. How did you deal with the quicksand? Chojuro asked, to which Yami replied, how will they use quicksand when the fire burns away all the moisture? Yami smirked. Chapter 284, What's your secret? You created an explosion in such a confined space? Chojuro asked with a shocked expression, to which Yami shook his head and said, stop asking questions and just follow the plan next time. It's hard to take a 10-year-old kid this seriously. Chojuro muttered as he clicked his tongue. The shinobis behind him also wanted to say the same thing. Yami looked at Zabuza with a questioning look, to which Zabuza said no. He won't be a hindrance to us. Chojuro was confused when he heard that. He was about to ask Zabuza about it when a bloodline shinobi called out for him. He wasn't among the group that Chojuro was standing with. Chojuro and Zabuza-sama, Mei-sama have spotted a few cultists and have sent me here to give you the information and location. Zabuza quickly jumped toward the bloodline shinobi, scaring him and the others in the process. At last, some good opponents to fight. Quickly take us there and tell us about them on the way. The bloodline shinobi nodded and pointed in a different direction. The shinobis who had run from the quicksand said, now that the quicksand is cleared, we will move ahead and explore the base more. Backup would be arriving for us soon, so I don't want to keep you guys waiting. Alright then, we'll leave. Chojuro said that within a few seconds, Yami and the 2 swordsmen were now following the bloodline shinobi who brought Mei's message. So you are saying that these cultists have tattoos on their bodies and are able to use animal-like claws? Zabuza asked in a confused way. The shinobi nodded and said yes, they look a little like wolves, but right when they change, for 10 to 15 minutes they are too strong and agile, and hiding from them becomes almost impossible. After that, they do get a little weak and even attack each other if they collide while chasing shinobis, and so the stone shinobis kill them when they think they are becoming problematic. I am hearing new things every day about these cultists. Zabuza chuckled as he looked back at Yami. How many of them are there? Yami asked, to which the shinobi said, when I left, we had already faced close to 8 to 9 of them, but seeing how the stone shinobis showed no sign of retreating, I am sure there are plenty more than that. Just as the shinobi was going to take one more step, he heard the sound of howling. He looked at Chojuro and the others and said, they must be closer than I thought. They must have pushed Lady Mei and the others back with their continuous assaults. As they reached the location, they quickly saw Mei spitting hot molten lava from her mouth. Things would be getting worse if Lady Mei had to use her Kekkei Genkai so early in the war. Chojuro said as he rushed toward Mei. Seeing Chojuro, Mei immediately said, Chojuro, be careful. These wolves are very persistent. They won't stop attacking you unless they die or you become their food. Chojuro's face paled as he heard this, and he instinctively rushed to take out his sword from the sheath on his back, but he then felt a hand holding his hand. He looked back and saw Yami holding his hand, stopping him from taking out the sword. Chojuro and Mei both looked at Yami and thought, when did he get here? I couldn't even sense him. If he was an enemy, then he could have killed me easily. Pulling out your sword will attract them towards the chakra of the sword. After all, you have one of the 7 swords. Right now they aren't focused on us, then let's keep it that way. Yami said. What are you saying, Yami? We can't let our people die like this. We should give it our all and finish them all. Chojuro said. Yami tilted his head a little and looked at Chojuro as he said, yes, let's use all our strength and kill them. Then we will get tired, so get back to the Terumi estate and take a nap to get back our strength. Huh? The sarcasm didn't go through the thick skull of Chojuro, but Mei understood it well. She patted his shoulder and said, Yami is right, Chojuro. We can't use all our strengths on them. These all are just discardable pawns for the cult and the hidden stone. They are just trying to tire us so that they can launch an attack at the opportune time. But we can't just watch our people get hunted like that. Lady Mei Chojuro was still persistent about saving the shinobis that the wolf cultists were hunting. Yami didn't say anything and picked up a few stones. The others were confused as to what he was planning, but the next second he threw the stones at the wolf cultists, grabbing their attention. Making them all focus on you? What are you planning for Yami? Chojuro shouted. He could see that the bloodline shinobis were having a tough time dealing with one per squad, and now Yami had the focus of 7 to 8 of them together. The wolf cultists shook their heads as they got hit and looked in the direction from where the stone came. As they saw Yami, they started growling. The bloodline shinobis got time to take a breather now that they weren't constantly being hunted. Take the injured away now, Yami said. Mei and Chojuro were about to stop him, but then they saw his Sharingan activate. They were about to ask Yami something when they heard growling sounds from the wolves. Apparently, one of the wolf cultists had attacked the other. He then shook his head out of confusion, but before he could do something, the wolf cultist that he had attacked bit him. Skirmishes like this happened all over the place where the wolf cultists attacked each other and were confused for a few seconds. This gave time for their opponent to attack. What is happening? Is that a Genjutsu? Mei asked. Yami nodded and said they see me when they look at their nearest wolf cultist, so they attack, but after attacking, their instincts tell them that they are wrong, which leads to them being in confusion. By this time, the one he has attacked also sees this as an attack by me, so he replies back with a stronger attack. When this happens more than twice, they have already lost their sanity and are now complete animals, which means... Yami then pointed toward the wolf cultists, which made Chojuro and everyone else turn their heads when they saw that the wolf cultists had lost their sanity and were even attacking the stone shinobis, due to which the stone shinobis had to start killing them. But how is this possible? Isn't the Genjutsu supposed to wear off when one experiences pain? Mei asked. This was the first time she had seen Yami use Genjutsu, and it was terrifying for her. Yes, you are right, and the Genjutsu is supposed to wear off, but mine doesn't, Yami said as he smirked. He had the right to be proud of it. No jutsu is foolproof, so what is the trick behind breaking your Genjutsu? Mei asked in a teasing tone, and she didn't expect an answer regarding this, as no shinobi will disclose the weakness of their jutsus, but surprisingly Yami's next line surprised everyone, including Zabuza. My jutsu has a puzzle. You need to find the imperfection in my Genjutsu, which could be anything, the smell of a flower or the texture of the grass. Once you are able to find out that imperfection, you can easily break through my Genjutsu. How can you tell us such a big secret so casually? Did the village and clan permit this? What will you do if the information gets leaked? Mei bombarded him with questions. She normally keeps her composure in check, but knowing the weakness of the Genjutsu Demon's Genjutsu was no small feat. It's my own technique, so I don't need anyone's permission, and I told you because I wanted to. I am tired of people not being able to break through my Genjutsu. Do you know how boring it is to kill those who can't even resist? Yami said. His last sentence sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Mei had felt this very few times in her entire life, and it was never this intense. She then saw Yami stretch his hand toward the wolf cultists and the stone shinobis. She saw something fly through the air, but before she could confirm it with Yami, she saw the wolf cultists and stone shinobis getting attacked by invisible blades made of wind. The blades weren't strong enough to kill the shinobis and cultists, but multiple of them led to fatal injuries, which made them easy to finish off. I didn't see him make a single hand sign or even call out a jutsu name. He did just tremendous damage to them by just stretching his hand out for a few seconds? Mei's mind was not in the right state when she saw the Genjutsu Demon in action. She now understood how all those people and those bases met their end at the hands of a kid. Chapter 285, Huddle Up. Which jutsu was that? They didn't even know that they were being attacked until it was too late. Chojuro said as he looked at Yami and the fallen stone shinobis back and forth. Yami didn't have any intention of disclosing his ability to control the wind, so he didn't say anything. Just before the silence could get awkward, Mei interrupted and said, Chojuro, Yami has already told us so much about his Genjutsu. Let's not overextend it now. A shinobi must always have his secrets. Yami understood that Mei also wanted to know the answer, which is why she waited for a few seconds. "Is that your dog?" Zabuza asked as he pointed behind the group. Yami and the others looked behind and saw Pakken running toward him. "He also has the leaf headband," Chojuro said. "He is Kakashi's summoning animal," Yami said as he stepped forward toward the dog. Yami already had his Sharingan activated, so seeing Yami look at him like this scared Pakken a little. "I hope this brat doesn't know that I was the one that told Kakashi about him and Zabuza. I wonder what this kid will do to me if he ever finds out," Pakken thought. Unknowingly, he became a little nervous, which didn't escape Yami's sharp eyes. "What happened to Pakken? You seemed worried and scared." Yami asked Pakken, to which Pakken widened his eyes and said, "Scared? Me? And no, why would I be scared?" Pakken said with a little hesitation, which now was seen by not just Yami but everyone. "He does look scared. Maybe the war is too much for a small dog like him," Chojuro said while pitying Pakken, which made Pakken more embarrassed. Pakken decided to do the job he was summoned for and said, "Yami, Kakashi wants you and the others to come join the main force." Yami and the others were confused when they heard that. "What? How can we join the main force when we were tasked with fighting the cultists? Has Kakashi's decision been approved by the clan leaders?" Mei asked. She knew that even though Kakashi held some power, it wasn't nearly enough to change the strategies that are already in place. Actually, it was the clan leaders that made the decision. "I don't know much, but Kakashi said that the cultists are within the main force. Enough chit-chatting now. Let's leave," Pakken said as he indicated Yami and the others to follow him immediately. "Wow, how did they find out that there are cultists mixed in with the main fighting force?" Zabuza asked, which Chojuro said our shinobis must have suffered a loss when they were suddenly faced with those cultists. Mei looked at the shinobis who were with her and said, "You all take care of the injured and prepare a temporary base here. I will go with them to the front lines." Yami and the others left the place shortly after. They didn't know if the main force of the bloodline clans had suffered any kind of damage due to the sudden appearance of the cultists, so they were going as fast as they could. "I expected them to make some underhanded moves, but I should have known that there would be cultists blended in their main force now that everything is happening under the supervision of the priest G. I still don't think we know everything that we need to know about this ritual of his," Yami thought as they reached the main headquarters. It was set a few kilometers away from the back side of the hidden stone base and was adjacent to the sea. This gave the mist shinobis on both sides a big advantage, as they could use water-style jutsus to their full potential. The Bloodline clan's main headquarters was just a series of tents surrounding a massive tent. As they reached one of the tents, which acted as a gateway to enter the HQ, the guards immediately saluted as they saw Mei and the two swordsmen. Mei nodded without saying anything and continued to follow Pakken, who was heading toward the main tent. As they reached the main tent, the guard was about to stop Pakken, but then he saw Mei and the others running behind the dog, so he just opened the curtain and stood aside. This was the first time Yami had seen such a big tent. Even though it looked like it was made of cloth, it seemed pretty sturdy and it had seals slapped on different places. Yami had learned the basics of Fuinjutsu seals in the academy, so he knew that these seals gave the tent protection and also made them soundproof. The inside of the tent was no joke either. It was extremely spacious and had a big table in the middle. All the clan leaders and the Leaf Jonins were standing around it. Pakken dispersed into smoke as he stood beside Kakashi. "It's good that you all came here. We were waiting for you." "Mei, what are you doing here?" "I thought you were leading the charge to break the outer walls of the base from the front," Yoshiro asked as he glanced at Yami and the others, and his gaze stopped at his daughter Mei. Mei nodded and said, "Actually I was, and we were successful in that. While doing it though, my men and I came across a few cultists who had the ability to increase their strength and even take a semi-wolf form. My men suffered a few casualties, so I sent Chojuro and the others a request for help." "So have the cultists been dealt with, and how did you all do it so fast?" Asami asked. She herself had faced a few cultists a few minutes ago, so she knew how hard it was to deal with them. Mei just glanced at Yami once and said, "I found out why Yami is called what he is called." He was able to deal with the cultists and the stone shinobis in under a minute without even taking a step. Under a minute? Single-handedly? Rico asked in a surprised tone. Everyone else was surprised as well, but they knew that this wasn't the right place to discuss all this. Rico kept looking at Yami as if expecting an answer. Yami ignored the gaze and looked at Kakashi and asked, "So Pakken told me that the cultists had blended in the main force." Asami chuckled as Yami blatantly ignored Rico, to which Rico didn't react much, just folded his hands and stood there. Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes, the main force on our side faced them on multiple occasions. Thankfully, clan leaders Asami and Rico were able to deal with them and save the main forces from suffering many casualties. We were now thinking about what approach to take to deal with them, since we have to focus on all fronts equally. So huddle up and we can start planning." Yami nodded and walked close to Kakashi. He stood between Kakashi and Kurenai. He looked at Asuma and asked, "Where is Ms. Kurenai?" To which Asuma replied, "She is with Santo and Kana supervising the medical tents. She will be here soon." Zabuza and Shojuro also stood beside Mei and looked at the table in front of them. The table was a small representation of the entire battlefield and all its fronts, with different wooden blocks depicting the bases of both sides and their squads stationed. This is the current situation in front of us that I have gathered so far. We thought that they were holed up in the base, but turns out they only kept a few of their men to run the base and built a temporary base at the foot of the mountain beside the sea. This gives them natural protection from two directions. One side is the mountain, as it is full of traps, and the seaside, which has plenty of hidden stone ships docked. Asami explained the whole layout. Rico pointed at the ships and asked, "Why don't we use our strongest water jutsu users and sink their ships?" He then proceeded to place a wooden block shaped like a shinobi near the ships. The old man shook his head and said, "Sinking their ships doesn't give us any kind of advantage unless we are sure that the ships are storing something valuable to them. Even if we destroy their ships, they too are adept in using water-style users, so we will suffer casualties on our end." The old man touched the shinobi-shaped block and knocked it, signifying its death. Rico picked up the block from the layout and placed it outside where it was. He then looked at the others around the table and asked, "Then the only option I can think of is a frontal assault, or else we might have to wait for whatever they are planning. Maybe an attack that originates from the inside can do the trick." Kakashi said as he placed two shinobi-shaped blocks on the blocks that represented the temporary base made by the Hidden Mist and the Mizukage faction. "What?" multiple people asked at the same time, looking at Kakashi. Chapter 286, Inside the Lion's Den. Kakashi looked at others and said, "The only reason we are afraid to launch a frontal assault is that we don't know what we will be welcomed with. We have already pushed their people back enough with our surprise assault, but were stopped by the cultists. What I am saying is, what if a few people sneak inside their tents and get information as well as create chaos inside? They would be on high alert because of the assault we did just now. It is nearly impossible to sneak in, and we don't even have any contact inside. We can't just go in through any side, as it is fortified by the stone shinobis, and don't forget, and they can sense the earth's vibrations," Rico said. Asami nodded and said, "Yes, Rico is right, and what identity are we going to use inside? How much time do you think they will take to notice a guy that no one there knows? They have risked their lives to take back the corpses of those who died in today's assault. Yes, they must be keeping tabs on who is dead so as to let anyone know their plans. They are very secretive, and we don't have a spare identity that can be used to blend in," Yoshiro said, and everyone was buried in thought. "I do," Yami said as he looked at the table once and then back at the others. "How could you have one?" Rico asked, to which Yami said, "The one who came to kidnap me was killed by me, and I used to impersonate him to roam around the Mizukage faction. But still, you have been missing for the past few days, so they will think that you either died or abandoned the village in fright of the war. They will grill you at the entrance, and I am sure that Jiro has someone who can distinguish lies and truth," Asami said. "Then it's a good thing that I can materialize myself in the middle of the base using my summons," Yami said, to which Asami asked, "Like how you came to the tavern this afternoon?" "Yes, just more discreetly. Although it is evening now and the bats would be a little visible to them, I don't think they know about the bats being my summon," Yami said. That does sound like a doable plan, but you have already done so much for the bloodline clans. We can't ask you to go inside a lion's den like this. Yoshiro said as he shook his head. His pride as the clan leader was hurt seeing that a 10-year-old was the biggest contributor to their war. The old man patted Yoshiro's shoulder, indicating him to stop, and said, "In this world, there are no freebies. We have already received a lot of help from the Hidden Leaf for us to be in their debt. And by how much I know you, you aren't someone who does things out of the goodness of his heart. Even the release of our people from their prison was a big help. I will ask you directly then, Yami Uchiha. What price do we have to pay for all this?" "Old man, that sounds very rude. And how can you ask a kid like this directly? We could have talked with Asuma or Kakashi about this later." Riko whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. "I am sure they know if the kid wants anything and what he wants," Riko said as the others looked at Kakashi and Asuma, who were both shaking their heads. "We have no idea what he wants. He is a jonin, so he speaks for himself, or the only one who is allowed to would be his sensei Mado Guy," Kakashi said. The old man and Yoshiro raised their eyebrows as they heard the name Mado Guy. "Is he the son of Mado Due?" Yoshiro nodded, to which Kakashi and the other two Leaf Jonins nodded. "Who is Mado Due, and why is this the first time I am hearing this name?" Asami asked. She was always proud of her treasure trove of knowledge, but seeing that the two clan leaders named a guy that she had never heard of, she felt odd. The old man looked around and sighed. "It's in the past, but years ago when the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Mist were fighting each other, the 7 Mist swordsmen were headed to attack the Hidden Leaf from a very remote route. They came across a Leaf shinobi who had 3 Genin kids with him. For the 7 swordsmen, it was a simple thing to do. Get rid of them all and move ahead, but the Leaf shinobi blocked their way and told the kids to run back to the village. That Leaf shinobi was my Due. So, I understand that it was brave for him to do that. But he must have died eventually, as he was facing all 7 Mist swordsmen directly," Asami said. She didn't understand what made the man so memorable to the two clan leaders. The old man chuckled and said yes, he did die by their hands, but not before killing 5 of the swordsmen and injuring the other 2. In the end, the 2 survivors had to come back, and we lost the entire battle against the Hidden Leaf because of that one man. It was very hard to believe the testimonies of the 2 that came back and told us the reason for their failure. Now it's told that his son is even stronger than his father, but chooses to hide his power and stay in the Hidden Leaf. But seems like he taught a monster like this kid who chose not to hide. Except for Kakashi, no one knew about this. Asuma also had some knowledge of it since his father mentioned it to him, but Kurenai was in the dark about this, and so were all the other shinobis in the tent who were hearing about this. He killed 5 swordsmen alone? How is that even possible? Riko asked. I think we are straying from the topic now. Yami, what do you want? Yoshiro asked. He didn't want to waste more time on this. He was ready to give Yami whatever he wanted. He didn't think a kid would demand much from them. I need the first half of the Black Mist technique, Yami said. A frown appeared on everyone's face, as this was the first time they were hearing it except for the old man. I don't think there is any technique by that name, and if you want the basic hidden mist jutsus, then we can give you a few basic of them in return for your help, Yoshiro said. The others also nodded and looked at Yami for his response, but Yami was only looking at the old man. The old man shook his head and said, I don't know how you know about its existence, but meddling with a technique as cruel as that is not a good thing, Yami. Many strong shinobis have laid their lives trying to complete that technique. Old man, what are you saying? What is this technique? Yoshiro asked as he looked at the old man beside him. Wow, bullseye, the scroll I got from the middle-sized base had the second half of this technique. I expected some information about the location of the first half, but didn't expect the old man to actually have it. I wasn't able to read much about it except a few steps, so I hope the old man can tell me what that technique even does and why he calls it a cruel technique. Yami thought while the others were asking the old man about the technique. Now that you know what I want and you possess that thing, shall we move on with the planning? Yami asked, making everyone's whispers stop. The people around the table then came up with a step-by-step plan to launch a surprise attack on the enemy and also continue the attack without losing momentum. Yami decided not to intervene in their planning except for when he had to do something. Almost an hour later, Yami left the temporary HQ discreetly since the clan leaders didn't want to take any chances with news leaking out from the HQ. As Yami got a few kilometers away from the HQ, he dispersed into multiple bats. He knew this wasn't going to be as simple as a handful of bats flying together. He had to find a place where he could have the bats gather one by one and then safely materialize again. I wish I could also have a summon that could house my Sharingan and cast a Genjutsu like Itachi's Raven. Yami thought as he split into multiple bats and flew toward the coast where the Mizukage faction, the Stone Shinobis, and the Cultists had created their base. Chapter 287, Just a Suggestion. Yami could now see through the eyes of plenty of bats, which was nothing new to him, but trying to find a suitable place like that was going to be complicated. Unlike humans, bats can't see colors, so Yami had to take the assistance of the sonar. He couldn't use it for long as someone at the base could detect the vibrations. After searching for a while, he found a couple of tents that had small heaps of soil. Yami didn't know what it was for nor why it was even there. He had one of the small bats round the tunnel a few times and saw two shinobis come out of the tent with dirty clothes and buckets full of wet mud in both hands. Are they digging inside the tent? Is there something underground? Yami had the bat sneak inside the tent and saw a hole in the center of it with a ladder attached on the side. Before the bat could sneak outside, the two men came back inside the tent after emptying the bucket. One of the shinobis immediately saw the bat and said, "Where did this little one come from?" To which the other one just ignored and said, "We are digging into an old cave. What's surprising about a bat popping out from it? You seem cranky. Is it because of guard duty? I also wish we could kill bloodline shinobis rather than doing this," the first shinobi said as he started descending the ladder into the hole. "Man, those stone bastards can do it faster than us, then why are we stuck with his job? Lord Moji seems to have lost his touch, and now those bastards from other lands treat us like their servants," the other shinobi said as he also started descending into the hole. A smile appeared on Yami's face as he heard the entire conversation. He instructed the small bat to sneak inside the hole and slowly find a remote corner. Yami also had a few other bats sneak inside the tent one by one. He had the bigger ones keep an eye out if anyone was coming toward the tent. Around 10 to 15 minutes later, all the bats that Yami had disintegrated in had flown down into the hole. He saw that they were digging in a single direction, which made it hard to find an isolated place, but only two shinobis being down here meant that the chances of Yami being spotted were low. Yami had the bats hang up from the damp ceiling till the shinobis filled their buckets with mud and started climbing up to dump it out. As soon as they were out of his line of sight, the bats all flew into each other, forming Yami again. As soon as Yami materialized back, he used a transformation jutsu to turn himself into Ron. He then climbed up the hole to the tent. He could hear the two shinobis talking outside while dumping the sand from the buckets. Yami, disguised as Ron, opened the tent and stepped outside. He could clearly smell the blood in the air, which told him that Priest G was up to nothing good. "Are you two the ones tasked with digging the hole?" Yami asked in a low bossy voice. The two shinobis didn't expect someone to come here at this time and definitely not stand behind them without even making a sound. They immediately stepped back and then looked at Ron's face and the mist headband he had on him. "Who the hell are you?" the first shinobi asked as he looked at Yami and then at the tent behind him. "Yes, and where did you come from?" the second one asked. Yami glanced at the two of them and said, "I was sent to see how much of the digging work has been done." "How is it going?" "Who sent you?" the second shinobi asked in a suspicious voice, to which Yami made an ugly face and said, "Humph. Those stone shinobis, who else? They have started bossing us all around. I don't care enough to remember those assholes' names." Hearing that the man in front of them had the same amount of hatred they had for the stone shinobis, the two shinobis let down their guard. The first shinobi looked at the other one and said, "He is right, you know. Who's going to remember their names anyways?" he shrugged as he spread his hands. The second shinobi nodded and said, "All right, I was just a little spooked seeing you standing right behind us without us noticing. As for the digging, can't they send more people to work with us? I don't even know what we are even finding. Captain just pointed in a direction and told us to keep digging. This statement from the second shinobi got Yami thinking. Is this the tunnel for the higher-ups to escape? Maybe G plans to sacrifice everyone here and escape from here. Why give only 2 people to do such an important task? There were a lot of questions that Yami had, but he knew that the 2 in front of him were in the dark. Alright, keep doing what you are doing, but I wouldn't trust those stone bastards if I were you. Yami said. What do you mean by that? What can small fries like us even do? The second shinobi asked, which Yami walked over to the 2 of them and kept both his hands on their shoulders and said that I don't know, but what's stopping them from dealing with us after they get what they want? We aren't even told anything, but they expect us to follow each and every command of theirs blindly. The first shinobi, who was quiet up until now, looked at Yami with determination and said, you are right. I am not going to let those shinobis from other villages tell me what to do. If we are in fact being used to make an escape route for them, I'd rather prepare some provisions that they can't leave us back, he said with an evil smirk on his face. What are you planning to do? I don't like that smile of yours, the second shinobi said with hesitation. Stop behaving like a scaredy cat and come with me, the first shinobi said as he held the second one's hand and guided him toward the tent. He looked back at Yami and said, you can tell them that we have dug 20 meters in the direction that they told us. And as for you, feel free to come visit us. Yami smiled at him as he said that and nodded at the man. He then turned toward the other tents and looked at his hands. What he had done just now wasn't just normal talk. When he put his hands on the shoulders of the 2 shinobis, he sent wisps of his chakra to their body. Like before, he didn't have to touch the person's chest directly to change the rhythm of their heartbeat. This time he did that just by his touch. He was able to make them agreeable and do something that they had never thought of. Yami did this as an experiment, so he didn't suggest anything too radical like setting up the tunnel supports in such a way that they collapse with a trigger, or even more radical like paper bombs hidden in the walls of the tunnel. The scroll did say that the person must have some tiny amount of doubt in his mind for you to turn him completely. That's why Yami convinced the 2 of them to act against the stone shinobis, but the same couldn't be said if the ones escaping are most shinobis. Yami looked at the main tent where the security was even tighter. He started walking in that direction, but before he could even get into the vicinity, he was stopped by 2 stone shinobis. Where do you think you are going? The stone shinobi said, to which Yami stepped toward him and said, you think you can block me from roaming in my own land? Seeing Yami provoke him, the stone shinobi was really surprised, but before he could give an appropriate answer to it, he heard a shout from behind him. Ron, Yami and the 2 shinobi looked in that direction and saw a bearded man with a scar on his chin come toward them. Where the hell have you been? Sho has been searching for you since morning. I am your captain and you dare not even tell me? I was given a different task when I was coming to report to you. Yami said as he glanced at the 2 stone shinobis and clicked his tongue. The captain understood that the task given to Ron was by a stone shinobi. Alright, come on in, go and help Sho with the bodies, the captain said, pointing in the direction of a tent that wasn't blue like the others, but black with drawings made on them in red color. That tent seems to be the source of the bloody smell. What did he mean by taking care of the bodies? Yami thought as he headed toward the black tent. Chapter 288, Dirty Hands. Yami noticed that the tent didn't have any guards at the entrance, which came as a surprise to him. If this tent was important enough to be kept in the middle area, then why isn't it protected? Yami entered the tent and the thick smell of blood and the sight of corpses and blood assaulted his senses. He who had killed so many people had never seen such a sight. He heard a few slashing noises coming from a corner, so he looked in that direction and saw a man with a cloth covering his nose and mouth holding a big meat chopper in his hand. What the hell is going on here? Yami asked as he looked at the entire scene. The man also heard this and looked at him. Ron, it's you, where the fuck have you been? The man placed his chopper to the side and removed the cloth on his face. Sho? What the hell are you even doing? Captain told me to come and help you to take the bodies. I thought he was talking about burying the ones that died in the conflict or mass burning them. Yami said. Sho clicked his tongue and said I thought the same thing when I took this task. Turns out this was the worst of all. And where have you been? Captain was going to declare you as a traitor, but things happened so fast that he didn't bother going through the entire paperwork. Yami rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said I was a little too drunk. I was woken up by a stone shinobi in a hurry and I was given menial jobs to do. That's why it took me so much time to come here and find you. Such lousy behavior was not something new for Ron, so Sho didn't think much about it. He started putting on the cloth to cover his face and said all right, come and help me now. We have a lot of work to do at the chopping block. What chopping block? What is happening here? It's so creepy here. Yami said, acting a little scared. Sho sighed as he heard this and said we have to take a corpse and slash where his main nerves are. After that hang them up on those hooks below that big vessel. Sho said as he walked with Yami near a corner of the tent. There were 3 corpses on a stand with big hooks through their chest. Their blood was dripping down from their body into big vessels. Why are we draining this blood and whose corpses are those? Yami asked, to which Sho pointed in the corner and said look there, they are shinobis from every side. Us, the stone shinobis, the bloodline shinobis, everyone who has died today are to be drained of blood and then chopped into pieces. The corner was filled with shinobi headbands and other utilities. With a look of disgust on his face, Sho continued, I know we are treating humans like wild animals and even cutting them like that, but there is nothing we can do about it. A cultist came and gave the orders. Even the captain could object to a single word that man said. So as long as I don't have to take a bite from that meat, I am doing this. Is this where the sacrifice will be held? This doesn't look much like a sacrifice and more like a feast. Yami thought when he suddenly frowned after hearing his own thoughts. He quickly shook his head and said no. That can't be. I am just overthinking things, he murmured. What happened now? I told you to start doing it and you will get used to it in an hour. Sho said as he took down a corpse from the hook and threw it on the chopping block. I have a very bad feeling about this. I have never felt like this before. I must do something and that too fast or else things might take a turn for the worse. Yami thought. So, are these the only corpses we have, or are more coming? Yami asked. There are 30 to 40 more behind the tent. You can go and see for yourself. Sho said as he pointed toward a small exit that had traces of blood around it, which meant that Sho dragged the bodies from inside here. Yami went closer to the hole and opened the flap to see 3 rows of bodies laid in front of it. Each row had more than 10 corpses and they all had their shinobi attire on. Yami closed the flap and stood beside Sho cleaning his chopper and said, so Sho, what about the families of these people? Do they know what happened to them? Sho chuckled and said who cares, and kept the chopper aside to take off the clothes from the body. Yami also smiled upon hearing that and said right, who cares. He instantly picked up the chopper and slashed it at Sho's head. With a clean swipe, Sho's head was cleanly cut from his body and fell to the ground while his body was still standing with a fountain of blood coming out from his neck. Yami pushed the body in front of him so that the blood wouldn't spill on him. He crouched and looked at the fallen head. He saw that Sho's eyes were widened and had an expression of horror, which means he didn't die the moment he was decapitated. Wow, I didn't know a person could have a conscious mind for a few seconds after being beheaded. Yami thought. Such small things had always fascinated him in his previous life, but he couldn't just kill someone to get his answers. This world was different. Yami looked at the horrified expression and said he must have died in suspense, thinking why his friend killed him like that without any warning or reason. I don't know why, but I find it a little funny. Yami then looked at his tattoo and understood that his coldness towards life might be because of the use of the devouring law. He activated the tattoo and one by one devoured all the bodies inside and outside the tent, including Sho's. He then looked at the big vessels which had chopped up humans and the other one which had human blood in it. I don't want to devour something so gross. I don't even want to go near it, but I doubt it will be enough for the ritual. Yami thought. He then put some paper bombs in different parts throughout the tent and came outside. He came out from the flap which had the bodies. He knew that the other side had other tents with guards outside each of them. He was looking around to put more of them on the nearby tents, but then he heard footsteps coming toward the tent, and not just one but multiple. Priest G, what is the problem? You left the meeting in a hurry, can you tell us what has happened? A hooded figure walking beside G asked as G looked at the black tent a few meters away from him and walked fast. The smell of blood decreased suddenly. I want to know what happened. It was such a simple job, and I was clear enough when I told that idiot captain not to use storage scrolls or anything like that to store the bodies. G said as he continued to walk. Then the ones that the captain told to do the task must have completed it. Although it hasn't been long, he must have drained and cut multiple bodies. And the tent has been covered with many different seals, so it must have stopped the smell of blood from leaking out. G shook his head and said no. That's not possible. The smell won't just go away like that. Just as they were talking, they reached the back side of the tent where there wasn't even a single body. Huh? Did he and his men manage to drain and cut all those bodies within 2 hours? The hooded figure asked, but G didn't stop there and opened the flap to go inside the tent. The hooded figure wanted to stop G, but G had already gone, and so he also went inside through the flap. As he went inside, he saw that there was no one in the entire tent. Where did these idiots go? If they had finished their work, then they should have notified us. The hooded figure said, but G stopped him and pointed toward the direction of the vessels and said, look at them, they aren't even half full, which means they didn't finish even half the work, and where have they taken all the bodies? I am sure they must have put them in a scroll. Let's go find that captain. G said and left the tent through the main entrance from the tent. As they came out, they saw the captain sitting with a few other squad captains laughing about something. What the hell are you doing? G asked in an angry voice. Nor was the work completed, but the bodies were also missing. Chapter 289, Here's the Reward. The captain and the one sitting with him instantly stood up. They looked at the angry G in a little bit of fear. I have my 2 best men working on it, Priest G. The captain replied. G stepped forward a little closer to the captain and said, there is no one in the tent and the bodies are missing. I told you not to store them inside a scroll, didn't I? The captain looked confused when he heard that and looked behind G and realized that G had just come from the same tent where Ron and Sho were supposed to be. Priest G, I am telling the truth. I had 2 of my people working on draining and dismembering the bodies while the bodies were kept out in the open as you instructed. Then where are? Boo! A big blast occurred suddenly as G was talking to the captain. Everyone standing near the tent, including G and the hooded figure, were pushed away from the tent. It took a few seconds for G to get back to his senses. He looked around and saw that 4 guards were already burning due to the explosion. The tents they were guarding were directly beside the black tent, so it was obvious, for they got caught up so badly in the blast. The captain and a few other shinobis lay on the ground unconscious. Priest G, are you alright? G heard and felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked back and saw the hooded figure asking him whether he was alright. G nodded and stood up with the hooded figure's help. He looked at him and asked, how are you not hurt in the least? To which a small smirk was seen from the hoodie as he said, a protection rune is one of the perks of being under the direct command of the bishop. Working in him may give you protection, but all that comes at a cost. G said as he dusted his own clothes and looked at the fire where the black tent stood a few minutes ago. We were already behind schedule with the sacrifice, and now this. I think we are going to face a really big problem if we don't find out another way, and also we need to know how this happened. The hooded figure said. G nodded and said, yes, I am sure this is no accident, as we were in the tent just a minute ago. Have some mist shinobis put out the fire with their jutsu, and go and check up on the progress of the tunnel we had them dig. I tried doing this the easy way, but now I am not going to stay and wait till I am torn to pieces. Have the stone and mist shinobis go on an all-out frontal assault with those bloodline clans. But an all-out war without proper planning could lead to Moji's and Jiro's defeat. I know that both of them are also escaping with us through the tunnel, but they won't have anything to come back to, and they will be no use to us. the hooded figure said. Priest G looked at the hooded figure as if looking at a small kid and asked, "You don't know how the sacrifice happens, do you?" The hooded figure looked at him with a confused face and asked, "As we do every time, right?" G shook his head and said, "Go and gather our people, we will be leaving soon. There won't be life on this island by tomorrow morning. I will have the Mist and Stone Shinobis find out who did this. We don't need to waste our time on this." "What are you even saying?" The hooded figure didn't understand what G was even talking about. In his cult, there were penalties if the rituals weren't done a specific way, but never this serious as to wipe out the population of an entire island as big as the Hidden Mist. While all this was happening, Yami had slipped through the cluster of tents to circumvent the main entrance where the captain and the guards were posted. He didn't know that the footsteps that he heard were of G or anyone else. This was an enemy territory and he didn't have the luxury of time to use his enhanced senses and listen to their talks. Right now Yami was headed straight toward the tent where the digging was happening. He wasn't sure what that was, but if it was kept away from everybody's eyes then it definitely had some meaning. As he reached the tent, he saw that there were two more hills than before, which means that the two shinobis were still digging after he left. Yami went inside the tent and shouted into the hole, "Are you two there?" It took a few seconds, but he got a reply, "I remember that voice. They must have sent you to check up on us again. Come on in, there is something that you should see." Yami recognized that this is the second shinobi's voice and he sounded excited. Yami climbed down the hole and the first thing he noticed was the light. The cave wasn't as dark as before. He realized that this light wasn't because of any fire they had created to light up the tunnel. It was natural light. "You must have noticed it, haven't you?" The first shinobi appeared and signaled Yami to follow him, and so Yami did. After walking for a few seconds, Yami saw the second shinobi digging what looked like an entrance to another cave. The second shinobi put down his shovel and said, "Looks like they knew what they were searching for. We found a cave on the other side. You can tell them now that the tunnel has been dug." With a fake smile on his face, Yami nodded and said, "Good work to both of you. I am sure the higher UPS will be happy seeing that you finished the job so fast. Just open the entrance a little more so that we can go to the other side. Let's see if that side needs any work to do." The two shinobis nodded and started digging to make the entrance bigger. Knowing that time was short, Yami also joined them and started kicking the rocks that were blocking the entrance. Within a few seconds, a human-sized hole was formed connecting the old cave and the newly dug tunnel. Yami went to the other side and saw that it opened straight to the open sea. The two shinobis also decided to follow Yami and came to the other side. This cave must be under a big cliff and must have filled up during high tide, due to which no one was able to discover it. The first shinobi said as he touched the wet stones around him. Yami walked a little further with the two of them and they saw a big ship in front of them. The ship didn't seem old or anything, which meant that it was recently docked here and was waiting for the tunnel to finish. Yami was about to step forward when he saw a few people on the deck of the ship. They were standing on the edge and talking about something. The next second they looked at Yami and the other two and pointed at them. Yami was ready in case they decide to attack him, but he heard a shout, "Looks like you guys managed to find the cave. Go and tell your higher-ups that and tell them to start sending the luggage immediately. Looks like these guys were waiting for us to finish digging and join the two places." The first shinobi said, "Should we go and tell them that we completed the task? Maybe we can get a few bloodline women for doing such an important task." The second shinobi said while rubbing his hands in excitement. Yami, who was standing a few steps ahead of them, turned around and said, "Here's your reward." Swish! Swish! Two shurikens left from Yami's hand and straightway got lodged in the two shinobis' necks. The two who had their guard down didn't stand a chance of dodging or countering this attack. It came so suddenly that they could only hold their necks and try to block the hole from where the blood was leaking. They knew that they couldn't remove the shuriken or else more blood would come out and maybe even choke them by going into their lungs. They fell to the ground and their bodies started twitching. Within a few seconds, both of them died holding their necks. This was clearly seen by the three people who were on the deck. One of them was about to shout at Yami asking him what he was doing, but the one beside him stopped and said he must have been ordered to kill them to keep the information about this escape route a secret. Chapter 290, A Bad Feeling. And they call us ruthless, what a waste of 2 good sacrifices. One of the men said, and the other 2 laughed as well. Just as they were about to say something to Yami, he disappeared. Huh? Where did he go? He was in front of us just a moment ago, the men said as they looked around. The third one was also searching for Yami, but none of them jumped from the ship onto the land. Who are you guys looking for? A voice came which made the 3 of them turn back immediately. What are you doing here? How did you come here so fast? One of the men asked. The other one wasn't as afraid as the first one and said, you seem to be a pretty strong shinobi. You are tasked with the escape plan, which means you are trusted by the higher-ups and the priest. Why did you kill them like that? What do you mean? Yami asked. He was already surprised that they didn't attack him. The third one tapped Yami's shoulder and said he meant that each human life is a valuable sacrifice, so if you wanted to kill them then just tell us first so that his life essence can be put to good use. Yami nodded as he heard that and said, oh, I didn't know that. But it's good that you told me already. Then why don't you guys get ready for the next sacrifices? The 3 men looked at each other happily and asked, just as I thought. These 2 may not be the only people who had this task assigned. There may be more of them on the other side still digging. You can kill them, but not before we mark them as our sacrifice. So how many are they? Yami gave a big smile and showed 3 fingers to the men standing before him. The number 3 didn't alarm the 3 cultists, but the smile on Yami's face did, because that is the smile he gave the 2 most shinobis before killing them. The 3 cultists were already at the edge of the ship, so they had to jump sideways. Unfortunately, only 2 of them were able to jump, while the third one wasn't that lucky. Yami had already caught up to him and lodged his hidden blade through the man's chest, which killed him instantly. Yami used his enhanced senses to see if there was anyone other than these 3 on the ship. Seeing that there was no one else, Yami looked at the man he just killed and said, I hope you are not the leader of the 3, as I won't have anyone to interrogate. Yami looked at the 2 who were ready with their weapons in hand and said, is any of you the leader? As he said that, the third one instantly looked at the second one, which made Yami also look at the second one. We will attack together. I don't know why the Mist Shinobi has chosen to betray his own, but he could be from the Bloodline faction, so don't hold back and kill him. The second one said, and he along with the third one activated the tattoos on their body. There were no tattoos on their face like the ones he had seen before. Yami could also tell that they were weaker than the cultists that he had fought before. He could see that the 2 were visibly scared, which meant they were completely dependent on the strength provided by the tattoos. You 2 aren't that good at fighting, are you? Yami smirked, to which the 2 looked visibly afraid and were about to say something, but this hesitation is what Yami wanted from them. He quickly lunged at the third one with Chidori in his left hand and successfully jabbed it in the man's chest. With his hand still in the man's chest, he looked at the second guy who was sweating bullets. Now don't kill me, I am just in charge of the ship. Yami pulled out his hand from the man's chest and body flickered right in front of the second cultist. This made him fall back on his ass in fear. So tell me, where are you from and what are you and this ship doing here? Yami asked. He knew that G arranged this ship to get him and his people out if they aren't able to win, but he always felt that he was missing something. The cultist gulped his saliva in fear and said, I am from the land of hot water, which is where we all came from. We were sent by the high priest here to take Priest G and the others back to our land in case the feast fails. Yami nodded as he heard that, but he frowned and looked back at the cultist and said, you didn't call it a sacrifice or ritual, you called it a feast. Why? I don't know, but that's what the high priest said to us when we were given this task. Yami's expression became extremely serious and he immediately pulled out his sword, which was now vibrating with purple electricity behind it. Horror welled up on the cultist's face as he saw that. He didn't know what he said was wrong, but he could see that Yami was angry. As the light of the purple lightning chakra shone on his face, that's the last thing he saw as Yami slashed his sword toward him. The next second the man's body split in half, but not just his body but the entire ship was cut in half. Yami jumped back onto land and looked at the cave in front of him. He took in a deep breath and sighed heavily. The purple lightning on his sword also disappeared with that. The ship had already sunk to the bottom of the ocean now. Yami planted paper bombs at key places in the old cave and the tunnel that the two most shinobis had dug. He went up from the hole and lit paper bombs one by one, making them collapse on themselves. The place where the digging was taking place was pretty remote, so the sound was also very muffled. Seeing that the explosions hadn't compelled anyone to come here and check, Yami set a few deadly traps near the tent and the hole just to make things difficult. The plan was to create a series of distractions that would put the whole base in disarray and create a big fire that would be the signal for the bloodline clans that it is time to attack. But I need to clear my doubts first. Why did that man call the ritual's sacrifice a feast? Yami thought. He dispersed into multiple bats that flew straight toward the bloodline clan's temporary HQ. He didn't care about the Mizukichi faction finding it suspicious that so many bats are traveling together. Yami's mind was occupied somewhere else. At the bloodline clan's HQ, Riko and Kakashi were looking at the enemy tents through one-eyed binoculars. I saw the first explosion almost 20 to 25 minutes ago. Where are the other ones? Riko asked, to which the old man said he must have used that explosion for some other reason. It would be impossible to create a chain of distractions so fast. Give that kid some time, Riko. You are being impatient as always. Riko closed the binoculars and looked back at the old man and the other three clan leaders and said, "All right, what is the status of our forces? Are they ready?" Asami nodded and said yes, they will march at a moment's notice. The injured are already been taken care of, so I'd say we are prepared for the fight. Something's wrong, Kakashi said while looking at the faraway sky through his binoculars. Hearing this, Asuma frowned and asked, "What's wrong, Kakashi? Did the enemy make some movement?" Kakashi looked back at Asuma and the others staring at him with curiosity and said, "Yami is coming back and he is coming straight toward us. He is too cautious of a person to make such a big blunder. You must be ready for anything. Prepare some medical nims in case he is injured or poisoned," Kakashi said. He couldn't think of a reason why Yami would come back like that. Mei nodded and instructed the two guards behind her to call a few medical nims. Within seconds, Yami materialized in front of them. Seeing the serious look on his face, told them that something was definitely wrong. "What happened, Yami?" Kakashi asked. "I will answer your questions later. For now, I need a tent where I can sit quietly for a few minutes," Yami said, which confused everyone. This was a very odd request and the timing was extremely wrong. What is the meaning of this? Do you think this is some kind of joke? Riko stepped forward and shouted in anger. According to him, Yami had chickened out of a mission and was now thinking of a way to escape from all this. Before Riko could say anything further, the old man raised his hand, indicating to him to stop talking. "Riko, mind your tone and realize who you are talking to. Do you think this kid would joke at this phase of our conflict? Yami, you can use this tent which is beside us. It is a small tent, but we will make sure that you are not disturbed." Yami nodded and quickly entered the small tent. It was just 10 to 15 feet away from where all the clan leaders and Leaf Jonans were standing. Seeing that there was no one around him and it wasn't noisy at all, Yami guessed that the old man had someone use a barrier kind of seal to keep the surroundings quiet. "Now, old man, it's time to have a talk again. You were able to chat through my heart once, let's see if it is possible to do it again," Yami muttered as he closed his eyes and focused his chakra in his heart. Chapter 291, Start of Destruction. The seals that were put on the tent were only to stop any kinds of sound from coming inside or going outside the tent. The moment Yami started focusing his chakra in his heart, everyone on the outside quickly noticed it. Yami had no idea the chakra that his chakra core stores is extremely pure and compressed as compared to the others, and that was the reason his jutsus and attacks had abnormal amounts of power. Yami, who was unaware of all this happening outside, kept pouring his chakra inside his heart. He knew that it could cause permanent damage and even lead to death if the heart just overloads, so he properly fortified the heart with chakra to make it so that his heart won't create a problem due to physical limitations. Yami could feel a chakra funnel forming inside his heart, and he was now getting the same feeling as he got the last time. "You got a death wish, kid?" he heard a voice reverberate through his entire body. Before Yami could even reply to him, the old angel said, "Pushing so much chakra in your heart is nothing short of suicide. The only reason you were able to connect to me is that I had reincarnated you. If your life was in any more danger, then you would have been connected to the one who has your contract now. Stop berating me and answer a question of mine." Yami said. "You brought me something so minuscule?" he asked with a hint of anger in his voice. "Yes, now tell me, what is the name of the one who is after my devouring law? The one you told me about last time that sucks the life force of others." The old angel didn't say anything for a few seconds, which made Yami think that the connection had broken. Yami was currently pushing the maximum amount of chakra his heart and mind could handle. It was really important for Yami to get the answer, so he was about to push more chakra into his heart when the old angel said, "Kid, every soul that comes to the table of reincarnation has already lost the name that it has received in his previous life. And even if I knew, I am not permitted to say that name. There are some rules that even those like us can't break." Yami thought for a few seconds and said, "You can't tell me the name, but what if I tell you the name? You just have to tell me yes or no. I don't think that breaks any rule. I can do it, but remember that such things don't go unnoticed and you will have to pay for it one way or the other," the old angel warned. "I will cross that bridge when it is time. For now, just tell me if his name after reincarnating was Jashin or not," Yami said. He was almost sure that he had hit the nail on the spot, but the next second he heard the old angel laughing, "Haha, so that's why you asked? No, that wasn't his name. Did you forget that the Jashin cult existed before the transmigration even set foot in this world? Then why do you think that it's him?" Yami was so sure that he was right that the answer no came as a shock to him. What? How is that possible? The Jashin cult never really created this big of a problem in the anime, so why now? Could it be an alliance of some sort? The fact that the sailor called the sacrifice a feast and the cultist used the word life force, things look way more than any kind of coincidence. That is your problem to solve, kid, but I will give you one hint. Monsters aren't as primal as you think. With the right kind of energy, they can be communicated with, especially if the energy has some similarities. Yami was a little confused at first when he heard the hint, but he was now sure what the feast was. He was about to bid goodbye to the old angel, but he saw that the funnel had disappeared and the chakra was now moving as it usually did. Outside the tent, everyone's eyes were set on it because they had never experienced this kind of chakra. "What is this? Is the kid radiating that chakra?" Yoshiro asked. Asuma, Kurenai, and Kakashi had already taken positions on three sides of the tent for the safety of Yami. "I have never heard anyone have such pure chakra and in this quantity. I think he must have gotten some kind of a relic emitting this kind of chakra," Riko said. Even though he said this, neither he nor anyone else showed any kind of greed toward the relic. Whatever it is, it belongs to the kid. But I am afraid this exposure to this much pure chakra can be dangerous and can literally melt a shinobi's body parts. I think one of you should go in and check. I have no idea what relic could emit such a thick and pure chakra," the old man said. "For him and the others, the priority is to win this war." Kakashi shook his head and said, "We don't need to because it's Yami's own chakra." Everyone, including the clan leaders and Asuma, were shocked when they heard this. "Yes, this is Yami's chakra for sure. I taught him Genjutsu, so I have interacted with this chakra quite a lot," Kurenai said. How is this even possible?" Asami asked, dumbfounded. She didn't think anyone could possess such chakra. But before she could ask more questions, everyone noticed that the chakra started going back to normal. Within a couple of seconds, the chakra completely vanished from the air around the tent as if it never existed in the first place. This made others believe a little that Yami had taken that chakra back into his body. As the flap of the tent opened, Yami saw everyone staring at him. Yami didn't know that his chakra had created such a big scene. He thought everyone was waiting for him to come out and tell them what he saw and what he did in the enemy's HQ. I know you all have a ton of questions, so I will start by telling you everything. Yami said and began to narrate everything that had happened since he went there. The only thing that he modified was that the sailor whom he killed last didn't just say feast, but feast for the monster. After the hint he got from the old angel, he was sure that the people from the Jashin cult had made contact with the monster. Since their energy was really similar, it was obvious that the monster would favor them. Kana, Santo, and the others had also gathered around the main tent by this time and were listening to Yami. After telling them everything, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were shocked, some confused, but the most different one was of Rico. Because he had started giggling and then it turned into big laughs. "Rico, have you totally lost your mind?" Asami asked in anger. She didn't know why this guy started laughing in such a serious situation. "What else should I even do, Asami? You expect me to believe all this? That this kid was able to do all this and come out without anyone chasing him? And now the monster, it all sounds like a made-up story to me," Rico said as he slapped his thigh and continued laughing. "Why is clan leader Rico behaving like this?" Santo whispered as he leaned toward Elder Wu. Elder Wu glanced at Rico and sighed as he said Rico was very much impressed when he heard the things the Genjutsu Demon had done. But now seeing that it was just a kid, he is in denial. He isn't ready to accept that Yami is as powerful as he claims to be. Even now, with the amount of information Yami has got and the way he cut off G and the others' escape route, do you think you are capable of it? Santo shook his head and said no. I don't think this would be possible for a single person, but since he is the Genjutsu Demon, we all believe that he can do it. By this time Rico had stopped laughing. He looked at Yami with a smirk and said, "Kid, I think you have done enough. Let the adults handle things now." He and the others expected Yami to say something in protest to make Rico believe the whole thing, but Yami chuckled and said, "I know what the truth is and I can ensure the safety of the least shinobis on this island if and when the monster comes. What about you? Are you willing to take the chance?" Rico became more agitated as he heard this. He stepped forward to say something, but the old man stopped him and said, "Yami, I want to believe you, but we can't." Not without a proof. At least Yami looked at the sea and said, "Will that be enough proof?" Chapter 292, The Lingering Death. As Yami looked toward the sea, everyone else did as well. At first, they didn't understand what Yami was indicating, but soon they noticed it. The water in the sea was moving abnormally as if something big was circling near the enemy's HQ. Rico, who was eager to prove Yami wrong, was about to refute Yami's claim to say that it must be just a big fish or a swarm of small fishes, but then he saw the tail with a stinger at the end come out from the water with something pierced at its end. What the hell?" Asami said as her jaws dropped to the ground. Everyone else had the same feeling, and for a few seconds, they felt immense fear just by knowing that the animal was just 3 to 4 kilometers away from them. "What is that on its tail?" Kakashi asked as he pointed toward the monster and looked at Yami. Others also looked at Yami as they were also curious. Yami just shrugged and said, "That must be one of the pieces of bait I set for the monster. The 2 most shinobis and the 3 cultist sailors that I killed, I made some scars on their bodies so that blood keeps seeping out of it and tied them at the shore where the water was turbulent. Why even try to attract that monster near the island? What if he wanted to just pass by the hidden mist and go somewhere else?" Rico asked. What he said did sound like he was accusing Yami of attracting danger to their homeland, but from his tone, Yami and the others understood that Rico was actually curious. "I didn't know where he could come from, so it would be better for him to at least appear from the direction where I can be prepared beforehand. The Jashin cult has stayed in the shadows for God knows how long. Then why would they suddenly reveal themselves here in this conflict only for a mere ritual?" Yami asked and looked around. The old man chuckled and said, "Unless they never plan to let this news ever go out of the hidden mist, and they plan to offer everyone here as food to that monster." Yami smiled and said, "Correct. There was no ritual but a deal, and the deal was to offer every living being here to the monster. The wait was for the monster to come here without any of the neighboring areas finding out. This is why no matter how many times we won in small conflicts against them, Priest G was confident about his victory. This is too risky not just for G but also Jiro. No matter how crude that Tsuchika Jinoki is, he would never take help from the unknown monster and never let his people do that either. Seems like Jiro is planning this victory as a power play and the monster as his ally to get a seat on the table. Yoshiro said. The old man shook his head and said, no, Yoshiro. I don't think you are completely right about this. Jiro sure is scheming, but he knows that he would never be truly accepted when others know that he won with the help of a monster and human sacrificing cultists. I think G must have kept him in the dark. The greed of getting powerful shinobis was enough to convince Jiro to join hands with G. I don't understand how Moji agreed to all this. Riko asked, to which Asami looked at him with an ugly face and said he didn't know all this, or else without anyone on this island, whose Mizukage will he become? I think we should now decide how we are going to respond to this. Should we prepare our defenses and wait for the monster to come to attack us? Mei asked. Asuma shook his head and said no. The cultists were able to crack a deal with the monster, so I wouldn't be naive enough to believe that Priest G doesn't have a way to communicate with it and then convince the monster to attack us with the Mizukage faction and Stone Shinobi army. Will the shinobis truly fight alongside a monster that kills and eats humans on a daily basis? Kurenai asked. They don't have any option. They will lose to us if they try to fight face to face. Their only way to win is to fight side by side with the thing that eats their kind. Asuma said. I think we should start the war. We shouldn't let that priest even hold talks with that monster. I hate to agree, but maybe the kid, no, the Genjutsu Demon, is right. Anyways, I have given my opinion. What do you guys think? Riko said as he looked at the others, including Yami and Kakashi. I'll look at you, finally accepting that a 10-year-old is superior to you. I agree with the meathead though. We need to attack now with all we have got. I am not going to let the civilian villages behind us become the monster's snack bowl. Asami said. Hey, I didn't say he was superior, and who are you calling a meathead? Riko protested in a low voice, but everyone ignored it and looked at the remaining two clan leaders. The two clan leaders looked at each other and said, we aren't fated to die of old age, are we? Yoshiro then looked at his daughter and said, tell our men to get ready, not for the fight for freedom but for existence. This sounded heroic to everyone except one guy. What will he say when he hears about the final battle of the Fourth Great Ninja War? Truly, ignorance is bliss. Yami thought and decided to stay silent. Kakashi looked at Hideki and who was standing beside him and said, tell our men to also prepare for battle and have them write a letter back to their loved ones back at the village. Kurenai, Asuma, I think you two should also go and write something. Kurenai nodded and said, don't you and Yami want to write to anyone if you can't escape from the animal? Kakashi looked at Yami, to which Yami chuckled and said, tell my brother I will come back with a bone of that monster. Kakashi also giggled as he heard Yami say that. I think it's time I keep my promise, the old man said and tossed a scroll case toward Yami. Yami caught the scroll case and looked at it. It was solid metal and there was very elegant carving made on it. The carving was silver in color while the rest of the scroll was black. Don't open it here. I don't want that cursed thing to ever appear on this island, the old man said. Yami nodded and said, you have gotten me more curious than I ever was for any jutsu. Guess I will have to wait for this to be over. The old man nodded and looked at the shinobi guard near him and said, sound the trumpets and get the entire force ready. We are starting the war this time on our terms and ending it on our terms as well. We had enough time to prepare, old man, now it's time. Riko smirked and created a small concentrated blast of air and water under his feet to propel himself forward, landing him on his legs just a few meters away from the borders of the Bloodline clan's HQ and straight facing toward the enemy HQ. The other clan leaders also rushed to where Riko was. Elder Wu looked at Inko and said, I am going with the clan leader to the front lines. Lady Mei will be with us as well. I want you and Santo to follow the orders of Advisor AO and lead our squads to victory. Kana, you go along with Nana and Toru to the medical camps and help however needed, like the Konoha Jinin squads are doing. Elder Wu didn't give anyone a chance to say anything about his orders and just rushed behind the clan leaders. Yami heard small whispers where Asuma tried to convince Kurenai to go and supervise the medical camps like she did after the initial conflicts, but Kurenai was adamant this time. In the end, Yami along with the 3 Leaf Jonins also joined the front lines as they all stood in a straight line in front of the entire HQ with the army amassing behind them. Asuma had instructed the Leaf Spies to spread out in the nearby wild forest and use guerrilla warfare if the mist or stone shinobis tried to stage an ambush from the side. They could see that the enemy's HQ had also started moving their forces, reacting to the Bloodline clan leader's actions. Yoshiro spread both of his hands to the side, releasing mist from it, and shouted, "We will no longer be hunted, attack." Chapter 293, Unending Enemies. As Yoshiro gave the order, everyone clenched their fists and looked at the enemies with anger burning in their eyes. They all had suffered at the hands of the Mizukage faction one way or the other. Without caring for their lives, they started running toward the army in front of them. The clan leaders were also not stopping and rushing fearlessly ahead. They were ready to lay their lives on this war, but Yami and Kakashi could see the current situation. Since they were on the extreme left at the front lines, they were rushing a little slower than the others. Yami, they seem to be way more in quantity as compared to the Bloodline clan's army. And I don't see Moji, Jiro, or Priest G anywhere. The Blood Squad and the Mist and Stone Shinobis with tattoos are the only ones at the forefront of their army. Yami nodded and said, "Yeah, I noticed. Those 3 must be at the back lines trying to wait for the clan leaders to wear themselves out. I have a bat keeping an eye on the monster. I have told him to give me the signal the moment the monster lands on the island and Priest G moves to make contact with it. We already are facing such a big army. Do you think the clan leaders have enough strength to even go face to face with the monster?" Kakashi said. Yami looked at him with a confused expression and asked, "Are you implying something, Kakashi?" "I don't think we need to do more than this to prove our alliance with the Hidden Leaf. But what use will it be if the Bloodline clans lose? I am just saying that even if they aren't our villagers, we can't let them die if there is a chance to save them. I don't usually make decisions based on emotions, and I know you never do, but is there a chance you could take off some load?" Yami didn't say anything for a few seconds and kept staring at the army heading toward them. Kakashi wasn't sure whether he had gotten through Yami or not, but he had been in this phase as well where Kakashi only cared about completing the mission no matter what the circumstances. Kakashi was about to convince Yami more when he saw that Yami had picked up speed and he was also moving closer to the center where the clan leaders along with Mei, Elder Wu, and others were. They also noticed that Yami had broken the formation and was moving toward them. "What is it, Yami?" Yoshiro asked in confusion. He and the others didn't know why Yami was running 2 steps ahead of them. Yami suddenly looked back with his activated Sharingan, which not only looked dangerous but also sent a chill down everyone's spine for a moment. "You better ask for a long vacation for me from Lady Tsunade," Yami said, and suddenly his entire body was covered in lightning and he disappeared in front of their eyes, leaving only some small blue sparks lingering around. For a few seconds, the speed of the front line became slower as they tried to understand what happened when they heard it. "Arg! Help!" They all looked in front of them toward the army coming at them and saw that the enemy army had halted and blue-colored explosions were occurring at different places. They couldn't even see what the blue blur whizzing between other groups was. Did he?" Rico stuttered, to which the old man said, "Yes, he is slaughtering them. Let's not slow our momentum and make a 10-year-old kid do all our work." The clan leaders nodded and rushed toward the enemy. At the enemy front line, Yami was cutting enemies left and right. He wasn't just using his sword but also the blue wings on his back. From time to time he would jump from one place to another and would land on top of an enemy shinobi while thrusting his hidden blade inside the person he jumped on. He knew that using Genjutsu on such people would be a waste of chakra, so he resorted to physical attacks. Yami didn't count the number of people he had killed, but he could guess that it was in its mid-50s. It's the Genjutsu Demon, kill him, corner him. Shinobis who wanted to get their hands on Yami but could only see him come near them and kill someone from around them shouted. They knew that their jutsus were very slow to catch them and they needed to be organized now or else when the clan leaders of the bloodline clans along with their army clashes within the next 10 to 15 seconds, they would be in a mess. At such a crucial time, the Demon Heart Shinobis from the Hidden Mist and Stone decided to step us and launch an organized attack on Yami. Spread your mist in the area and make it thick. Stone Shinobis create a wall to isolate him. I will create a mud swamp to slow him on land, the squad leader commanded, and the tattoos on his body started glowing. Just by touching both his hands on the land instantly became soft and sticky. It wasn't a normal swamp like Yami had faced before but something more powerful. Yami knew that if stepped in this mud, his speed would be slowed significantly and he might have to expend unnecessary energy to get out of this mess. Due to his Sharingan, he could see his enemies clearly. Even though they were stuck in the mud as well, they didn't panic and follow the orders given by their squad leader. At a distance, the clan leaders saw this happening. They have started attacking him in an organized way now. Let's go in or he might be in trouble. Asami said as she pulled out 2 metal fans from her utility belt and spread them ready to attack. Even though the fans weren't as big as Tamari's, they were made of metal and had pointed needles at every fold. Just as Asami and the others were about to make their move to go in and help Yami out, they saw a wave of purple energy originate from Yami and spread toward the squad leader. Yoshiro, a sword user, realized that it was a sword slash but with chakra imbued in it. It looked like a purple arc but got bigger as it went. As the purple arc disappeared after reaching a considerable distance, the entire front line became quiet for a moment. Everyone wanted to see what that sword slash did so that they could take their next step accordingly. With a blast of air, the entire thick mist which was focused in the area vanished, and what everyone saw horrified them. Yami was standing with his sword glowing purple and in front of him were numerous shinobis including the squad leader with the cultist tattoos. The only difference was that the shinobis and the squad leader didn't have an upper body. Their upper body was lying on the ground in blood while their lower body still stood firmly submerged in the sticky ground till the ankle. He cut them in half? Asami, who was about to reach Yami, stopped and asked. She asked in a low tone but due to the battlefield being silent, everyone could hear it. With the pure and dense chakra that he holds I don't think it would have been too difficult for him to do it. And that sword metal doesn't seem like the normal one, an old man said. I can't let you hog in all the fun Yami. Rico said and clashed with the mist and stone shinobis. Seeing Rico start fighting, the rest of the clan leaders also started engaging with the enemy army. The morale of the bloodline shinobis was at an all-time high right now because the enemy's front line was being decimated. They also started clashing with the enemy shinobis. Since Yami and the clan leaders were taking care of the Haichunin and Jonin that were in the front few rows, the ones that the bloodline shinobis were facing were weak Jinins and Chunins. They were just cannon fodder and normally in the war they are the ones that make up the majority of the forces and they are sent as cannon fodder but this time the clan leaders chose to leave the strategizing to their advisors like Ao and the others while they themselves jumped on the battlefield. After cutting the mist shinobis and the squad leader in half, Yami was searching for another place to create chaos but then he saw a few stone shinobis seem to be preparing a jutsu for a few seconds. Yami didn't know what kind of jutsu it was so he looked at them anticipating it and was ready to counter it once he saw it but then the old man jumped in front of Yami and said they are going to use big rock boulders to crush our people under it while rolling. You go ahead and let me deal with them. Yami was about to stop the old man but he saw water come out of the ground and form thick and long whips made of water on his hands. Just by seeing it, Yami knew that they could slice through the rocks so he decided to leave. Chapter 294, Experience Matters. As Yami left, he looked back to see if the old man was doing and boy was he cutting those big rocks with ease. Yami had never seen water being used as such a sharp tool before. He wanted to know how the old man did this but since he had a low affinity toward water and the whips were the result of the old man's many years of mastery, Yami decided to let it be. He looked around and saw that the other clan leaders had also gotten into their own fights against the groups led by the tattooed shinobis. If this keeps going on then the clan leaders will be tired like Kakashi told me. Zabuza and Chojuro were in charge of leading squads of their own into the battle. After a while, they will also get tired. The number of enemies is way more than we initially anticipated. Just as Yami was thinking this, a stone shinobi slammed beside him on the ground. Yami looked at it and saw a hole in the man's chest. He then looked to the other side and said, "Your efficiency with Chidori has really increased a lot from before." Kakashi gave a side-eye to Yami and said, "Are you seriously judging the man who taught you the jutsu?" "Whatever, I know that I wanted to lessen the load that the clan leaders were going to face, but the number of enemies is too much to handle. With just a handful of people on the front line, we can't hope to kill everyone and still have enough strength to face Jiro, G, Moji, and the monster in the end," Yami said as he looked around the vast hidden mist and stone army that kept pouring into the battlefield. Kakashi looked at Yami and thought no matter how smart he is, he still lacks experience in such large-scale battles. But it is good that he isn't chickening out and instead thinking of ways to bypass the issue and lead his side to victory. Kakashi patted Yami's shoulder and said, "Yami, all you need to do is decrease the quality and increase the quantity. Most of the people in their army are Genin and Chunin. You really need to lower your strength depending on your enemy, and not just to save your own strength, but to increase the area of effect." Yami remembered when in the anime Madara used the majestic flame destroyer against such a big army and tens of water jutsu users had to use their water-style jutsus to stop the fire from going any further. Yami looked at the enemies in front of him and instead of fighting them, he said, "I leave them for you, Kakashi," and he jumped ahead into the enemy territory. Seeing Yami jump in deeper, the enemy shinobis created some space so that no one is impacted when he lands. As Yami landed on the ground with a boom, he saw that everyone was looking at him. Yami just waved his hand behind him a couple of times, which sent invisible blades toward the enemy. 10 to 15 shinobis died from being cut by those blades. But they weren't as lucky as the ones who Yami had previously killed with the same attack, since Yami used less intensity in this attack, and this caused some parts of the body to be cut halfway and stop because of the bone. Loud screams were instantly heard on the battlefield due to this. The mist and stone shinobis had to watch their comrades die such a horrible and painful death, but this also created fear in their hearts about the 10-year-old kid standing in front of them. Fire release. Fireball wave. Yami quickly made some hand signs and released the jutsu from his mouth. The basis of this jutsu was the fireball jutsu taught by his own father, but the only different thing was instead of one big ball in the air, this fireball was stretched to cover more area in front of Yami. Yami also added some amount of wind chakra in it to fan the flames more so that it looks and moves like a wave of fire falling on the enemies. The only downside of this was that the temperature of the flames was lower than Yami's usual fireballs. The mist shinobis weren't ready for such a widespread jutsu to be released toward them, so they didn't manage to arrange a lot of mist jutsu users. But still, 3 to 4 mist shinobis used water jet jutsu, while the stone shinobis created walls at different distances to obstruct the wave and slow down its momentum. Yami knew that this would happen. He didn't expect his wave of fire to kill the enemies, but to only distract them. Now that everyone's focus was on the fireball wave, Yami unsheathed his sword, and by applying only wind chakra to it, he started moving around the stone walls and the mist created because of the water jets that evaporated after hitting the fire. This must give Yami a good amount of cover so that he can cut the enemies one by one without using much strength. By the time the shinobis who were focused on the fire wave realized that their numbers have been increasing, Yami had killed 30 to 40 of them. Just then Yami saw a bat circle above him and screech. Yami nodded at it and then continued to kill the ones in front of him. Yami was tempted to devour the corpses in front of him, but he knew that if Kakashi activates his Sharingan, then he will be able to see what Yami is doing. This wasn't a risk Yami was willing to take. Listening to the bat screeching, Yami and Kakashi both understood that the monster had made contact with Priest G, which means that either Yami has to hurry and stop the talks from happening, or else he might have to face the monster along with G. Something Yami wasn't so sure about winning. By this time, the clan leaders were also killing everyone in their path. This caused the front lines to become more chaotic, and the bloodline shinobis started to kill the panicked shinobis who were trying to run away. Some even managed to escape to the jungle that was on both sides of the battlefield, but Hideki and the other spies were already spread out there to take care of anyone that comes in the wild. Yami took a few leaps so as to stop Priest G, but very soon he faced another adversary. And it was not just one but two of them. Jiro and Moji. They both had their best men behind them ready to pounce on Yami. Yami didn't know their martial prowess, but he was sure enough that they are elite Jonin or Quasi-Kage rank shinobis. This is as far as you can go, Genjutsu Demon, Jiro said as he smirked at Yami. On the other hand, Moji looked extremely pissed. You shouldn't have messed with the matters of another village kid. Now you must pay with your own life. It was obvious that Moji and his faction, which had an overwhelming advantage at the start, were now in shambles thanks to Yami and his antics. Moji pulled out two short swords from his back after saying that and took a fighting stance while Jiro touched both his fists on the ground and the stones started to collect around his fists, creating stone gauntlets on both his fists. He slammed both his fists together and said, "Let's see how strong you are." "Kill him," Jiro ordered, and Moji did as well. The 5-5 people behind both of them leaped toward Yami instantly to cut him apart. Two of the stone and mist shinobis stopped at a distance to release a water and earth-style jutsu. Earth release, earth flow spears. Water release, great water drill. Both these jutsus were single-opponent targeted jutsus, and they were extremely powerful in terms of penetration ability and speed. The clan leaders had also reached close enough to see this happening, but they still had enemies in front of them, so they couldn't directly intervene. "Father, the jutsu seems so powerful that even I am not sure I can come out unscathed and fight the remaining 6 shinobis. We need to help out Yami in this," Mei shouted as she wiped her mouth after encasing some shinobis in lava. "I know, but we won't be able to reach on time. The only option the kid has is to dodge." "Riko, can you reach the kid and pull him out?" Yoshiro asked. Riko, who was now breaking walls with his fists, clicked his tongue and said, "I can't. These walls are restricting my movements. They are too organized for me to escape from here. I will need some time." The stone shinobis were using their jutsus to block Riko's path every few meters, and this caused him to become more frustrated. Chapter 295, a widespread jutsu to be released toward them, so they didn't manage to arrange a lot of mist jutsu users. But still, 3 to 4 mist shinobis used water jet jutsu while the stone shinobis created walls at different distances to obstruct the wave and slow down its momentum. Yami knew that this would happen. He didn't expect his wave of fire to kill the enemies, but to only distract them. Now that everyone's focus was on the fireball wave, Yami unsheathed his sword, and by applying only wind chakra to it, he started moving around the stone walls and the mist created because of the water jets that evaporated after hitting the fire. This must give Yami a good amount of cover so that he can cut the enemies one by one without using much strength. By the time the shinobis who were focused on the fire wave realized that their numbers have been increasingly, Yami had killed 30 to 40 of them. Just then Yami saw a bat circle above him and screech. Yami nodded at it and then continued to kill the ones in front of him. Yami was tempted to devour the corpses in front of him, but he knew that if Kakashi activates his Sharingan, then he will be able to see what Yami is doing. This wasn't a risk Yami was willing to take. Listening to the bat screeching, Yami and Kakashi both understood that the monster had made contact with Priest G, which means that either Yami has to hurry and stop the talks from happening, or else he might have to face the monster along with G. Something Yami wasn't so sure about winning. By this time, the clan leaders were also killing everyone in their path. This caused the front lines to become more chaotic, and the bloodline shinobis started to kill the panicked shinobis who were trying to run away. Some even managed to escape to the jungle that was on both sides of the battlefield, but Hideki and the other spies were already spread out there to take care of anyone that comes in the wild. Yami took a few leaps so as to stop Priest G, but very soon he faced another adversary. And it was not just one but two of them. Jiro and Moji. They both had their best men behind them ready to pounce on Yami. Yami didn't know their martial prowess, but he was sure enough that they are elite Jonin or Quasi-Kage rank shinobis. "This is as far as you can go, Genjutsu Demon," Jiro said as he smirked at Yami. On the other hand, Moji looked extremely pissed. "You shouldn't have messed with the matters of another village kid. Now you must pay with your own life." It was obvious that Moji and his faction, which had an overwhelming advantages at the start, were now in shambles thanks to Yami and his antics. Moji pulled out 2 short swords from his back after saying that and took a fighting stance while Jiro touched both his fists on the ground and the stones started to collect around his fist, creating stone gauntlets on both his fists. He slammed both his fists together and said, "Let's see how strong you are." "Kill him," Jiro ordered, and Moji did as well. The 5-5 people behind both of them leaped toward Yami and instantly cut him apart. 2 of the stone and mist shinobis stopped at a distance to release a water and earth-style jutsu. Earth release, earth flow spears. Water release, great water drill. Both these jutsus were single opponent targeted jutsus and they were extremely powerful in terms of penetration ability and speed. The clan leaders had also reached close enough to see this happening, but they still had enemies in front of them, so they couldn't directly intervene. "Father, the jutsu seems so powerful that even I am not sure I can come out unscathed and fight the other 6 shinobis. We need to help out Yami in this." Mei shouted as she wiped her mouth after encasing some shinobis in lava. "I know, but we won't be able to reach on time. The only option the kid has is to dodge." "Riko, can you reach the kid and pull him out?" Yoshiro asked. Riko, who was now breaking walls with his fists, clicked his tongue and said, "I can't. These walls are restricting my movements. They are too organized for me to escape from here. I will need some time." The stone shinobis were using their jutsus to block Riko's path every few meters, and this caused him to become more frustrated. Chapter 295, Deal with the Devil. Yami could have easily dodged the attack by dispersing into bats, but then he would have to get back and materialize back. This would not just slow down his momentum but give Moji and Jiro the time to organize their forces better and increase the gap between Ji and Yami. Seeing that there were so many downsides to using that option, Yami decided to take the head-on approach. He spreads his right hand to the side, shaping them like a claw, and then lightning starts accumulating inside his claw. Kakashi and the others were a little confused as they saw this. They had seen Yami use Chidori a few times, but this didn't look like it, nor did it have the sound of multiple birds chirping like the Chidori. The 2 jutsus casted by Jiro and Moji had already reached almost halfway by this time. They didn't know what Yami was trying to do, but they were sure that if Yami was trying to block the 2 jutsus with a melee defensive attack, then the least that would happen is his entire arm would be obliterated. Yami rotated his hand in front of him. A zigzag beam of lightning left his clawed palm and started moving toward the 2 enemy jutsus. Just when everyone thought that this jutsu couldn't get any weirder, Yami shouted, "Lightning release, lightning hound." The lightning beam became bigger and started to take some kind of shape. Slowly, the shape of an animal bigger than a dog was formed. It didn't have eyes of any color, just holes, but it had razor-sharp teeth and even sharper claws. Everyone on the battlefield could hear its growl. Seeing a jutsu like this, Jiro and Moji were both taken apart. No one had the time to react much to it, as the spears made of compressed earth had almost reached the hound. Everyone thought that the hound would neutralize the spear or weaken it, and then Yami would deal with Moji's water drill, but as the spear reached the hound lifted his claw and slammed it into the ground. Jiro didn't understand how that was even possible. Even the clan leaders and others from the bloodline clans were astounded seeing how such a strong jutsu was crushed. Did it just snap the earth spear jutsu, which is an A-rank jutsu, like a twig? Mei asked as she looked at her father for an answer. What kind of a jutsu was that? Elder Wu asked, to which Yoshiro said, "The power that the jutsu has just shown tells me that it is an S-rank jutsu." By this time Moji's water drill had reached the hound. It was a very strong jutsu as it devastated the land it passed close to. Moji was confident that the hound would be destroyed when it came in contact with his water drill. This time, instead of waiting for the water drill to make contact with him, the hound pounced on the drill and bit it head on. Immediately, a crater was formed around both the jutsus. Moji wanted to go ahead and release some other jutsu to aid his water drill, but the energy being released from the clash pushed him back. "Damn it, I am unable to interfere," Moji said. Boom! A big explosion occurred, releasing a shockwave on all sides. Everyone was curious to see what the aftermath of the clash was. The stone and mist shinobis that had surrounded Yami were also pushed back from the attack. As the dust settled, everyone saw that Yami was pushed back nearly 4 feet, but Moji was pushed back 7 feet. "This kid keeps giving surprise after surprise," Rico said with a big smile on his face. Due to the explosion, the walls meant to block him were also destroyed, which gave Rico the chance to regroup with the other clan leaders. "But we seem to be late," Elder Wu said as he pointed behind Moji and Jiro. As everyone looked in that direction, they saw a big animal walking toward the battlefield with a man standing on top of its head. Most of the forces on both sides were petrified in fear just by looking at such a large animal. They had never seen or even imagined something like this. Most of them had heard stories about how the monster looked, but they thought it was an exaggeration. But now seeing him in the flesh, they understood that they were not lying. In fact, the animal looked more dangerous than it was described. That wasn't the most shocking thing though. As they looked at the man standing on top of the animal, then they immediately recognized him to be Priest G, but something was wrong with him. He was missing one arm and his eyes had turned black completely. He had blood trickling down his mouth and eyes, and it was black in color. "G, what happened to you?" Jiro asked with a look of fear evident on his face. When G had told them to go and hold off the enemy until he communicated with the monster, G was totally fine, but now he looked like someone straight out of a nightmare. G glanced at his severed arm and then rubbed the blood trickling down his mouth between his fingers and said, "Haha, let's just say I had to make a deal with the devil." By this time the monster had walked exactly in front of Jiro and Moji. The mist and stone shinobis around them and backed away from the monster. "I hope with this new deal, I can finally get what I deserve, huh?" Moji smirked as he spread his hands and looked at the battlefield as if implying the entire Hidden Mist Island belonged to him. The Bloodline clan leaders and the others clenched their fists as they heard that. After performing so many atrocities against their Bloodline clans, Moji still had the audacity to say this. G chuckled and said, "Yes, you will get what you deserve." And immediately a scream spread throughout the battlefield. The spike on the monster's tail had pierced through Mom's stomach. The tail lifted up the entire body of Moji and brought him in front of G at eye level. Everyone was taken aback seeing the sudden attack on Moji. They didn't expect G to betray Moji at such a crucial moment. "What is the meaning of this, G?" Jiro shouted. G ignored Jiro's angry question and looked at the dying Moji with a smile on his face. "Why?" Moji asked. He didn't understand why G would do this. "Because you are fucking useless. The new deal doesn't include you, nor does it include the Hidden Mist being the Hidden Mist anymore." Moji didn't quite understand what G was implying, but he didn't have the strength to ask anything and just turned into a corpse. The monster flicked his tail, throwing away the limp body of Moji a few meters away on the battlefield. The shinobis from both sides looked at the corpse of Moji and gulped their saliva. They didn't expect such a strong shinobi would die so easily. Jiro also understood that he can't order G around like he used to, and now G had the upper hand. "G, what do you mean when you say that the Hidden Mist won't be the Hidden Mist anymore?" Jiro asked in a calm voice. G just nodded at Jiro and then looked at the shinobis on the battlefield and shouted, after killing each and every Bloodline clan shinobi and civilian, "The Hidden Mist will be turned into the base of the Jashin cult. All of you shinobis from the Mizukage faction, listen to me. Either become a member of the Jashin cult and enjoy unlimited power like me and my men, or end up as an appetizer for my ally over here." The shinobis of Bloodline clans were horrified to hear that G had casually said that they and everyone in their clan will be wiped out, while the shinobis of the Mizukage faction were confused as to what they should do. It didn't take time for a few squad leaders of the Mizukage faction and their clan leaders to come forward and accept G's offer. "We happily agree to become a part of the Jashin cult and serve you, Priest G." A squad leader stepped forward and said with a forced smile on his face. He removed his mist headband and threw it on the ground. Seeing him openly disrespect the headband like this, Rico shouted, "How dare you do that, you coward!" Even though they were from the enemy faction, they were still mist shinobis and everyone needed to respect the headband. The mist shinobis of the Mizukage faction hesitated for a second, but they didn't want to become food for the monster in front of them, so they undid their headband and threw it onto the ground as well. Seeing them obey so easily, a wide smile appeared on G's face, showing his teeth covered in black blood. "Welcome, my fellow cultists." He then looked at Yami and the clan leaders and said, "It's time for your meal. I apologize we couldn't present them to you in a more appetizing way." The monster roared as he heard that and stepped into the battlefield, staring at the Bloodline clan shinobis. Chapter 296, Not for Nothing. The Bloodline shinobis wanted to run as far away as possible from the monster. They had seen it kill quasi-kage shinobis like Moji so easily. Even the Bloodline clan leaders knew that their army wasn't even going to scratch the monster. Yoshiro looked at the old man and the others and said, "I think we should have our army retreat for now. Having them fight with this monster is just simply sacrificing them. They should go back and protect the civilian villages from the mist shinobis who have now become Jashin cult's members." "I agree with clan leader Yoshiro. But how are we going to have the monster not chase our army?" Asami asked. She knew that the moment the monster sees the army running away, then he will hunt them one by one as he did with those at the Land of Wind and Fire border. "Leave that to us. I think I can slow him down," Yoshiro said and looked at Mei, who also nodded. The next second, Yoshiro and Mei stepped forward and spewed hot lava from their mouths. They spelled it right in front of them to separate them from monsters. Download app. Seeing the puddles of lava forming, the Bloodline clan shinobis started regrouping. Jiro looked at the mist and stone shinobis and shouted, "What are you idiots gawking at? Go and find a way to cross the puddles of lava and stop them from escaping." By this time, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai stood beside Yami. They were thankful that G didn't react to seeing Yami there. "Yami, this is totally out of our scope now. I don't think there is any need to stay here anymore," Asuma said. Kakashi and Kurenai also nodded when they heard what Asuma said. Yami ignored it completely and asked, "Do you know a way to make the lava hotter and more unstable?" he asked while pointing at the lava puddles. Kakashi and Kurenai shook their head as they didn't have a jutsu that could do that, but Asuma nodded and said, "I do, but Yami, that will get us involved in the fight too, which I think is a bad idea." Even though all four of them were jonins, Yami was still junior to the other three, so there was a limit to which he could act alone. Yami looked at Asuma and said, "This monster isn't just here to fill its stomach. If that was the case, then he would have just landed near some of the civilian ports, eaten people from a couple of villages, and then left the island again. I believe it has some kind of aim when it is doing this. And the monster, along with this Jashin cult, will eventually become a big problem for the Land of Fire and the Hidden Leaf." Luckily for Yami, Kakashi decided to butt in and convince Asuma more. "I think Yami is right, and this is the only way I can think to gain a lot of information about this monster without having people from the Hidden Leaf lay down their lives every minute." Asuma thought for a few seconds and said, "All right, but let's not become the center of attention. As for the jutsu you mentioned, Yami, Burning Ash Jutsu is suitable for this situation." Asuma then spews a large amount of ash from his mouth onto the lava puddles in between the Bloodline clan leaders and the monster. G and Jiro thought that the leaf shinobis were trying to create a smokescreen between them and the retreating Bloodline army. Just as the monster was about to step forward, the entire ash suddenly caught on fire. The fire burned not just brightly but more violently. These leaf shinobis are planning to create a problem till the very end," Jiro muttered loud enough for G to hear. G then turned to Yami, who was looking at the wall of fire, and said, "You are the reason for things to go from bad to worse. It is good that you have decided to stay back." The monster just glanced at Yami and then looked back at the clan leaders. He was pissed that his food was able to create some distance between them due to the lava puddles at first, and then the burning ash jutsu also made the lava more unstable. G looked at the squad captains of his new cultists and said, "Go and chase those Bloodline bastards and kill them. Kill whoever comes in the middle, no matter if they are shinobis or civilians. I want you to pave the way through blood while you go hunting those Bloodline shinobis. Let's see how far they can run and hide when their families are being killed." This order was even brutal for the squad captains, but they had no other option. They nodded around the lava puddles to reach the Bloodline shinobis. Jiro, along with your shinobis, take care of all the leaf shinobis. Make sure that you bring that kid's eyes to me. I want the name of the Genjutsu Demon to never be said again. G commanded, pointing at Yami and the other leaf shinobis. Jiro nodded and signaled his men to follow him and face the leaf shinobis. Hideki, Shiro, and the other spies had left with the bloodline shinobis. Jiro stood in front of his people and looked at Kakashi and said, "You should not have interfered in this matter with the leaf shinobis. Even though I only have 80 people left with me now, they are more than enough to kill all of you. More than 30 of them already have the demon heart transplanted in them, and even I am not confident in defeating them together. Do you really think that you can defeat all of us and then fight Priest G and that monster?" Haha, Jiro said with a hearty laugh. Asuma, Kurenai, and the bloodline clan leaders were a little nervous since the chances of them coming out of this alive were pretty low. Asuma wanted to say something to encourage everyone to face these enemies, but Yami stepped forward and said, "You are the one who needs to think of Jiro." Seeing Yami talk like that confidently made Jiro hesitate a little. "What do you mean? Come on, Jiro, you just said that the ones with the demon heart can kill you. Then what is stopping them from doing that? Won't they get a good reward back at the hidden stone when they bring back the head of the man who colluded with the cultists? You must be pretty trusting to keep showing your back to them. They already have the demon heart in them. Does their loyalty truly lie with you?" The smile on Jiro's face lessened as he heard all this. He sneaked a look behind him and saw his people were standing obediently. "G won't let them go if he thinks that they will betray me." Yami smirked as he heard that and said, "Do you think he cares if people find out about him? Doing this may put a target on his back, but he will have those with the demon heart in the ranks of the hidden stone. You know how G thinks, first infect a target and then slowly corrupt it. Jiro, don't get fooled by the kid's words. Go and kill them. He seems to be buying time for something." G shouted, but it was already too late as the entire area had mist spread around. "How is this possible?" Jiro asked as he frowned. He knew that the clan leaders were being kept an eye on by the monster and Priest G, so it would be impossible for them to create the mist technique. "I am not called the copy ninja for nothing." A voice was heard from the mist. Jiro along with the clan leaders understood that the Kakashi had copied the hidden mist technique, and Yami bought him more than enough time to spread the mist thinly so that they can suddenly compress the mist and create the thick mist around. Rico looked at Yami and the Leaf Jonins and said, "Let's hope that Yami and the others get rid of Jiro as soon as possible so that they can come here and help us out. Attack everyone, tear them apart." Jiro shouted, and the people behind him rushed inside the mist. They were expecting one of the Leaf Jonins to come to them and fight in the mist, but they were met with plenty of traps in order to slow down the momentum. Kurenai cast a Genjutsu in the area, making them think that they were now in a thick forest. "These tricks won't work on us, woman," one of the stone shinobis said as he looked at the forest around him. He looked at a big tree nearby and kicked it. He knew that there wouldn't be a reaction since it was fake, but the next second a branch broke from the tree and started falling to the ground. Chapter 297. "Oh, so you really put in the effort to make this Genjutsu seem real, huh?" The stone shinobi smirked and raised his hand to catch the falling branch. Just as he was about to touch the branch, the speed of the branch increased tremendously, and instead of falling in his hand, it cut the shinobi's hand and fell onto the ground vertically. The stone shinobi was horrified to see that the branch had cut off his right hand, which was also his weapon-wielding arm. He looked at the branch which had pierced the ground, and it had splashes of blood on it. He kept staring at the branch, and the branch turned into a knife. The shinobi then looked up at the trees and saw that the leaves of the trees around him had turned into knives as well. He was utterly horrified at this sight as the knives were swaying with the wind, and he felt that any minute now hundreds of knives were going to fly at him. He tried to calm himself that the knives, the tree, and even the wind were all a Genjutsu, but it was already too late as the wind became faster and louder enough for the knives to detach from the tree and fly around the stone shinobi in a circular motion. The stone shinobi instantly tied a cloth around his severed arm and started running in a random direction. He couldn't even think straight right now, but after running for a few seconds, he noticed that the wind wasn't as turbulent as before. He thought that maybe Kurenai wasn't focused on him now, but after a few seconds, he he saw a few more stone shinobis lying on the ground with many knives stabbed into them. It was a bloody sight to see. No! No! This can't be that woman's doing. This isn't her Genjutsu, at least not the one with the knife and all. I should have woken up when my hand was cut by the knife, the shinobi muttered as he looked at his hand and then at his fallen comrades. That's when realization dawned on him as he said this is his doing, it's the Genjutsu Demon, as he said that the clouds turned red in color and the wind became turbulent again. He understood that by saying this, he had gained Yami's attention. Before he could run again, 2 knives pierced the back of his knees, making him kneel on the ground in front of a big tree's bark. Arg! The shinobi shouted in pain as he looked back at the 2 knives. He heard some ruffling ahead of him and turned his head toward the bark of the tree. The upper layer of the bark started to move aside as if a door was opening. The shinobi was confused as to what was happening, but things became clear when he saw red eyes looking at him from the inside of the bark. Please let me go," the man said helplessly, but deep inside he knew that the one standing in front of him was not someone who would show mercy, and just as he expected, a purple sword appeared from inside the bark and cut his head clean off. 40 down, 41 to go. A voice came from inside the bark, and the layer of bark also started covering the door that had opened. On another side of the fog, plenty of more stone shinobis were standing near the banks of a river. They weren't scared in the slightest, as they weren't alone but a group of 12 shinobis. Do these leaf shinobis think they can defeat us with such a primitive Genjutsu? One of the stone shinobis said. One of the other shinobis, who seemed like the leader of the group, looked back and said, "Don't let your guard down just because you know that this is a Genjutsu. We need to keep an eye on our surroundings and stay together. The leaf shinobis will do everything in their power to separate us and then kill us one by one." The other 11 stone shinobis nodded and continued to look around while following the leader. After walking for a few seconds, they saw that they had reached the edge of a mountain and there was a waterfall near them. They all walked toward the edge and looked down to see a pond that had formed below and was surrounded by thick forests. One of the shinobis from the group said, "Captain, the forest below looks ominous. I think we should find another direction." The captain shook his head and said, "This is all mind games. They are showing it just to make us stay away from it. Every Genjutsu has a flaw and you have to find it. Maybe the dark forest is the flaw or the end of their fog, which is why we can't see anything. 5 of you use the waterfall to go down. The distance isn't much, but it is better to be careful from here on out. The other 6 try to climb down the edge slowly. Since they didn't have any kind of rope or anything to tie to a tree and go down, they used their kunai and stabbed them in the soil to climb down. As soon as they entered the Genjutsu, they found out that they weren't able to harness or use chakra at all. Just as 6 were climbing down, the other 5 had reached the center of the river and were walking near the edge where the waterfall was. The captain decided to take the waterfall route as it seemed less dangerous than climbing down the mountain without any harness. Just as they were climbing down, they heard some kind of buzzing sound come from their left side. At first, they all stopped as it alerted them. But then they saw a swarm of fireflies coming toward them. "Be ready in case any of them attack you," one of the shinobis said. They all stepped on the kunai and held one in their hand to attack the fireflies, but to their surprise, the fireflies didn't attack them and seemed to be flying around very peacefully. "They don't seem aggressive at all. Maybe the captain was right that this is the end of the fog," one of them said as he looked at the fireflies flying near him and his comrades without harming them. Another shinobi who was standing beside him made an ugly expression and said, "Why the fuck are they here to annoy us then?" he said in a little anger, and caught one firefly and crushed it in his hand. The others didn't react much to it and just chuckled. The annoyed shinobi opened his fist to throw away the crushed firefly, but as he opened it, he saw the firefly had turned into ash. He became confused when he saw that and showed his open palm to the others. "How did the firefly turn into ash?" another shinobi asked. Just before anyone else could say anything, all the other fireflies turned into ash as well and spread around them. They were just floating around the whole group when suddenly the ash caught fire. A big explosion engulfed the 6 shinobis entirely without giving them any chance of escape. The one standing at the edge of the waterfall peeked to the side as they heard the loud sound. "Damn, that ash just caught on fire. I hope some of them jumped down and survived, a shinobi said, to which the captain said no. The ash burned them from the inside out. They didn't even realize that they had inhaled some ash when the fireflies were flying around them. None of them survived, and we wouldn't have either if we took that route. The captain was thankful that he had taken that route. He was now confident that the route of the waterfall was the right one. He instructed everyone to jump one by one into the pond. Just as they all jumped together, they felt different. What they were seeing was water flowing around them, but the consistency was thicker. This isn't water. This has so much resistance to it. I can't even pull out my hands and legs from the water, a shinobi said. The other shinobis also noticed this. The water looked peaceful and clear, but they weren't able to move in it at all. That's when the color of the water started to change, and slowly it showed what it truly was. The eyes of the captain widened as he realized what he and his team had stepped into. This is quicksand. How is this possible? This is a jutsu that only us the stone shinobis know, and not many can perform. Did someone in our midst betray us? A shinobi asked, who quickly got his answer. It wasn't as hard as you make it sound, a playful voice was heard by them on the side. They all looked in that direction and saw Kakashi waving his hand. The copy ninja, the captain said as his and his entire team's bodies submerged into the quicksand. Chapter 298, Good Riddance? While the stone shinobis were being toyed with Yami and the other leaf jonins, Jiro along with 28 of his men was trying his best to break the Genjutsu and clear the mist. And he was successful, but not before losing the rest of his 52 men. After a few minutes of the Genjutsu spreading, Jiro broke the Genjutsu and saw that the mist was dispersing. This also caught the attention of Ji and the bloodline leaders who were still on the battlefield. As the mist completely dispersed, they saw Jiro standing with 28 of his men on one side while the 4 leaf jonins were standing on the other side. That wasn't the most surprising part though. In the middle, to the extreme left, were nearly 40 stone shinobi corpses with holes in their bodies. In the middle were a few hands that were protruding from the ground trying to claw their way out, and on the right were corpses of burnt shinobis. Everyone could see the pain the burnt shinobis had gone through as they had become rock-hard like statues of charcoal. They were black inside out. You lot have been too brutal with my men. So don't expect any kind of mercy from me, Jiro said. Kakashi raised his hands showing his palms and said, Yami killed most of your people, so blame him, not me. Jiro was confused about whether Jiro was trying to throw Yami under the bus, but Yami and the rest of Leaf Jonins knew that it was Kakashi's way of giving Yami more practice. Before Jiro could look at Yami and spew a threat at him, Yami, whose sword was sheathed, started running at Jiro and his men. Jiro and his men pull out their weapons ready to attack as soon as Yami comes closer. Some of them were even ready to unleash their jutsu once Yami came in range. Surprisingly, instead of going straight at them, Yami turned left toward a few trees. It wasn't any kind of jungle, just a few isolated trees. Jiro and the others were confused when they saw that. Kakashi, what is Yami doing? Asuma asked, to which Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and said, beats me. I thought he would attack with his sword, but he seems to have some other plan in mind. The next second, Yami took a turn from the tree, but not after going around the tree twice. He bolted toward the back lines of the 28 shinobis. Jiro didn't waste any time and quickly instructed his men based on Yami's movements. He seems to be headed for the ones at the back. Protect the jutsu casters and don't let him attack them directly. Jiro's men nodded and placed themselves between the people who were ready to cast Earth-style jutsus. Just as Yami came in range, a few shinobis released their jutsus on him. Earth-style, Rock-thorn jutsu Earth-style, Boulder throw jutsu Earth-style, Earth-holding jutsu. The first jutsu launched close to 20 small pointed stones at Yami in the direction where he was coming from. This was so that he would lose his momentum and be forced to change the direction he was coming from. And the jutsu served its purpose as Yami quickly stopped and stepped a few meters to the side and again started running toward the stone shinobis. Like in the palm of my hand, Jiro laughed as Yami reacted just as Jiro wanted him to. Then the remaining 2 jutsus were activated together. Rock boulders started rolling toward Yami from both sides, leaving only a small amount of space for him to go. And that small amount of space was where the last jutsu was activated. The ground there felt alive somehow. What jutsu is that? Mei asked Asami, who was standing beside her. The earth-holding jutsu encroaches on the bodies of those who step on it. It doesn't just hold that person in place, but also compresses it to the point that a person's bones can break. This jutsu is not used unless it's necessary, and it's rare for someone to even practice it, so I won't be surprised if Yami doesn't know what jutsu is and steps on it. Jiro and his men were sure that Yami would have never heard of this jutsu, so he will step into the empty space thinking it's just a jutsu that slows his moment. But the next second, they saw Yami disperse into multiple bats. The surprising fact was that the bats didn't fly away like always, but just flew a little higher enough to let those rolling boulders pass under them. Why aren't those bats flying away? What does Yami gain from those bats still flying toward the stone shinobis? Kurenai asked, but Asuma and Kakashi had no answers. When everyone expected Yami to materialize back in his original body and continue his run toward Jiro and his men, the bats started flying around the group. Jiro's men continued to look around as the bats flew from their left and right without even touching them. Don't panic, hold your ground. He is trying to find an opening. Jiro shouted at his men. He was sure that Yami was just trying to find the weak link among them so that he can exploit it to kill the others as well. After flying among the stone shinobis for a few seconds, the bats flew to the opposite side of the tree with Jiro and the stone shinobis in the middle. The bats then materialized back into Yami. Looks like you weren't able to do anything, Genjutsu Demon. You may have escaped the boulders and earth-holding jutsu, but now you don't have cards to play. Jiro smirked. Everyone else thought the same. Yami had tried to find an opening but was unsuccessful, and that's why he came here to think of another plan. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you, Yami said with a smirk on his face. Everyone except Kakashi was confused by this statement. And the only reason he wasn't confused is that amid Yami's bats doing all that, Kakashi had activated his Sharingan. Just then Yami placed both of his hands in front of him near his chest in a claw position and pulled them down a little in a diagonal direction. Everyone looked at him with confused expressions until they heard a choking sound from the stone shinobis. All the heads turned toward Jiro's men, who had their eyes and mouths wide open and both their hands on the neck. What are they doing? Riko asked. I don't know. Are they choking themselves? Is it a Genjutsu? Asami asked. The old man shook his head and said no. Look closely, blood is seeping out and it looks like it's floating. They all stepped forward subconsciously and narrowed their eyes to look at the blood. That looks like a thread, Asami said in a low tone. That's when Yami moved his fingers a little more. This caused the choking shinobis to become more desperate. Now everyone could see the thin thread shining at different places among the 28 people. Jiro looked at Yami and Yami stared back at him and said good riddance. Yami then pulled both his hands down diagonally, making the heads of all 28 stone shinobis pop out from their body at the same time. The horrific death of so many of his men had shocked Jiro to his core. He wasn't able to react at all to all this. Asami looked the other way as she had never seen such a gruesome sight. How can a kid be capable of creating such bloodshed? Yoshiro asked in a daze loud enough for the old man to hear. I thought the new generation was weaker, but if that's the case then what is he? The old man sighed. Taking advantage of Jiro's carelessness, Yami pulled out his sword and body flickered toward Jiro. Jiro was caught off guard by this, and just as Yami was about to hit him, the monster's tail appeared to his side and blocked Yami's attack. The force of the tail was so much that not only was Yami's attack blocked, but he was pushed back several meters away. Even though it looked like a small flick, they could see that it was a powerful slap. Some thought that Yami would even get some injuries or broken bones due to it, and he would have if not for his mastery over the element of air. Yami quickly created air cushions to slow his momentum gradually and land back on his feet. Jiro, who had just been saved by the monster, looked up at the monster first and then at G. I won't let you die like this, Jiro. G smirked. Chapter 299, Too Much to Handle. Get behind us. These people have caused us more than enough problems now. I think it's time for me to take care of them, Ji said as the monster stepped forward staring at the Bloodline clan leaders. The 4 clan leaders along with Mei and Elder Wu immediately took a fighting stance when they saw the terrifying monster walk in their direction. They looked to the side and saw the Leaf Jonins along with Yami standing beside them. Asuma, I think you all have done more than enough for our village. You guys should now go back to safety as this may be too much to handle even for the lots of us, Yoshiro said. Asuma took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it leisurely and said, if we all aren't able to push back the monster here, then what hope would all the civilians and shinobis who have retreated would have? I am sure that even if I had told all the Leaf shinobis to start their return journey toward the Land of Fire, not one of them would have climbed onto that boat. So enough with the gratitude and let's kick some monster ass. Rico chuckled as he heard that and said, you said that right. This monster has terrified people enough. It's time to show him who's boss here. Rico then proceeded to touch both of his fists to the ground, which made the earth below him creep up on his hands, forming a gauntlet kind of thing and forcing his fists. Seeing that Rico along with the other clan leaders and the Leaf shinobis were ready to fight him, Ji clenched his fists. He wanted them to feel fear and helplessness after seeing the monster against them, but it looks like the clan leaders were ready to fight to the death. The monster jumped toward the group, especially toward Rico, who was staring at it for the past few seconds. Everyone else jumped to the side, but Rico decided to face the monster's head on, so he jumped back a little to dodge the monster's attack and then rushed at it and hit him on the nose with his fist. Since the nose is one of the sensitive parts of the body, Rico and the others expected the monster to go back up a little after taking the attack, but the monster didn't move one bit but kept staring at Rico. The monster then opened his mouth to chomp up Rico, but an attack came from the side. Water style, Waterfong bullet. This attack hit the monster's lower jaw, which made it stumble and miss the attack that it had planned for Rico. Taking advantage of the situation, Rico jumped to the side and reunited with the others. The monster was able to take my fist head-on and not even move an inch, but a Fong bullet from Asami made it stumble, Rico said. Before he and the rest could make a plan to attack the monster had turned toward them and launched an attack. This time he swiped his big sharp claws at them. The attack was so fast that Asami and Mei weren't able to dodge the attack completely. The others managed to swerve to the side, but the 2 women were caught in it. Asami used her fans to throw mist at the claws, which wouldn't hurt the monster but would definitely lessen the impact of his attack. The trick did work, but the impact was still too much for them as they were blasted away with a loud boom. Rico and Kakashi quickly bolted in their direction to intercept them before they suffer more damage. Luckily, they were able to get there in time and stop the 2 women from incurring more wounds. Kurenai quickly rushed to them and saw Rico supporting Asami while Kakashi had Mei in his arms. Are they all right? Kurenai asked as she reached them. The bones in her left shoulder are broken. The wounds on her body can be healed using the medicine we brought, but I don't think she can fight with us here, Kakashi said as he explained Mei's situation. Ugh, I can fight, I can't stay back when the monster is wreaking havoc like this, Mei said as she tried to get up, but even moving a little was painful for her. Things weren't much different for Asami, as Rico said she has broken bones and a few broken ribs as well. Any more pressure on it and it could penetrate her lungs. We can't let these 2 fight or else they might die from internal bleeding easily. I don't think that monster has any plans to let any of us go anywhere. If we try to split now, then he will hunt us one by one. Miss Kurenai, can you provide us enough healing for us to be able to move around a little? Asami asked. Kurenai nodded and said yes, I have medicine given by Lady Tsunade and I know a little of medical jutsu myself, so I can take care of things that prove an immediate threat to you, but if you overexert yourself, then the injuries could flare up and make things worse, Kurenai warned. Seeing that Rico and the others were busy tending to the 2 injured women, the monster tried to run toward them and take advantage of the situation, but luckily the others weren't going to let his plans go their way. Water style, water prison, water style, hydro claw. The old man made a prison made of water to trap the monster, which ended up only slowing them, but this was under the old man's calculation, so Yoshiro used the hydro claw but created claws made of water to pounce at the monster. The attack landed on the monster's side. And it also pushed the monster back. Growling "WWW," the monster snarled in pain as the claw had done damage to it. "Don't even think about going near my daughter, you ugly monster," Yoshiro said as he looked at the monster. As the monster balanced himself after the attack, everyone saw his side. There were clear signs of claw marks on the side of his stomach, and some of his blood was also visible, but everyone realized that this wound was nothing for him. The monster looked at a few missed shinobi corpses lying around him and quickly bit down into it. He threw one in the air and opened his mouth under it, making the bloody corpse fall right into his mouth. Rar the monster chewed the corpse for a few seconds with some human blood dripping from the side of his mouth. Why is he eating those missed shinobis?" Kurenai asked, and very soon her question was answered. The claw marks, they are healing," Rico shouted as he pointed at the monster. The others also noticed that the injury due to the old man's hydro claw was healing at an unimaginable speed. The entire battlefield is littered with corpses. I don't think he will ever be tired enough to eat them. How are we going to kill him? Asami asked, taking support from Rico's shoulder. Yami's eyes were set on the tail of the monster. He remembered what the Hyuga shinobi said about the monster stabbing the stinger of his tail into people trying to search for something. If Yami didn't want to be recognized by the monster and ultimately the one who sent it, then he will have to cut off the tail. But now what if the monster heals it back? The only option left was to kill the monster. Yami rushed close to Kakashi and the others and said, "Kakashi, we need to kill that monster together or else it will be a big problem for us." Kakashi looked at Yami for a second and thought, what's gotten into him? Yami has never reacted so desperately before, then why is he hellbent on killing the monster all of a sudden? What happened, Yami? I know that the monster is dangerous and not many are capable of taking care of it, but didn't you just see that he healed himself after just eating a few shinobis? Kakashi asked. Yami nodded and said yes, but we can't hide from it nor can we run. The only option we have for survival is to fight it together and kill it. Seeing G's current state, I don't think he will be able to do much, so we only have one opponent. Kakashi was still calculating how to take down the monster when Mei stood up and said, Yami is right. I don't know how long our forces will be able to hold out in front of the missed shinobis that have gone. We can't stay down at such a time. Let's go. After Kurenai's healing jutsu, Mei and Asami weren't at their peak strength, but at least they weren't burdened. The group ran and regrouped with Yoshiro and the old man. How are you, Mei? Yoshiro asked, to which Mei comforted her father. So what's the plan now? We need to find out the monster's weakness. Rico said. He had used a lot of his strength in that punch and nothing happened, so he didn't know what to do now. Chakra, Yami said, to which everyone looked at him. From all fronts, chakra is his weakness and his strength. He heals with the chakra present in the body of those shinobi corpses, and he is affected only when our attack contains chakra. Yami stated as he looked at the monster and G. It was loud enough for G to hear because the smile on his face lessened when he heard that, and that was enough proof for everyone to believe what Yami had just said. Chapter 300, From All Fronts. Yami, you may be right about this, but it doesn't mean that he is weak to chakra. It only means that an attack that has chakra imbued in it is the only one that is going to affect him. But we still can't stop him from healing, nor can we stop him from attacking us. Asuma said, and the others nodded as well. The old man looked at everyone and quickly devised a plan. We will split into groups of 2. Kurenai and Asuma, you have to keep the monster distracted so that he isn't able to focus on one of us at all times. The old man whispered. Yami and Kakashi, both of you will use your speed to stack injuries on his legs and underbelly. As far as I have heard about it, it tracks a person based on its chakra, so make sure that you two are agile. The rest of us will use our chakra to keep on attacking him or even cornering him so that he can't just escape to recover himself. The old man whispered the rest of the plan. Although the plan sounded simple, everyone knew that the monster contains some amount of sentience, so after a while it is going to get fixated on some and start chasing that person. When that happens, the others won't save that person but use him as bait. This was like an unsaid rule and everyone knew it. G and Jiro were a little curious as to what the group was discussing, but G was confident that even though they knew that attacks with chakra will affect the monster, the group that was in front of him didn't have that amount of chakra output to take care of the monster. The group immediately split into groups of two. As the old man said, Kurenai and Asuma became one group while Yami and Kakashi became the second group. As for the Bloodline clan members, Asami, Mei, and Riko became one group while Yoshiro and the old man became another. Yoshiro wanted to be on the same team as his daughter, but the old man convinced him otherwise, saying that they both can use lava release and that if spewed on opposite sides of the monster, it could limit its movements. As the groups moved swiftly around the monster was looking at them and switching between the groups. The monster didn't like that no matter whatever position he was taking, he had his back toward at least one group. This irritated the monster that he decided to pounce on one group. Luckily, the group that he chose was Yami and Kakashi. They took advantage of the situation and instead of dodging, they slid ahead, which made the monster land behind them. Yami pulled out his sword and with wind chakra applied to it, he slashed one of the joints of the leg. This took the monster by surprise. He looked at his leg where there was a small but deep wound and he was about to roar at Yami for doing this, but Kakashi targeted one of the monster's front legs and cast a Chidori on it. This didn't create a hole through the body as it does for shinobis, but it was good enough to make the animal cry in pain because of it. Rar rar eyes, look, they were able to hit it simultaneously on the first attempt. Riko said as he pointed at the injuries of the monster. To which Asami shook her head and said the wounds are too small and insignificant for the monster. They need to stack many more attacks like this for the plan to work. Asami then launched an attack that attracted the monster's attention toward her and her group. This gave Kakashi time to run away from the monster's leg and regroup with Yami. Yami looked at Kakashi, who had a few beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Using the Sharingan and then a jutsu like Chidori is taking a toll on you, Kakashi, Yami said. He knew that Kakashi's body was using a lot of chakra to keep the Sharingan active. I won't be able to dodge effectively if I deactivate the Sharingan, and you were the one who said that each attack of ours should have chakra imbued in it. The most concentrated and effective one is Chidori in my arsenal, Kakashi said as he wiped his forehead. Deactivate your Sharingan. I will attack the monster first, grabbing his attention, and then you attack the same place, making the wound hurt him more. The other groups will attack before the monster even focuses on you. As for your attack, why don't you use a short sword? I heard your father used to use it and he was pretty good at it, Yami said. The last line about his father caught Kakashi's attention and he turned toward Yami. Yami shrugged and said, does it really surprise you that I wouldn't know about your background? I am sure you have a sword tucked away, so use that now. Kakashi pulled out a scroll from his utility belt and stared at it for a few seconds. Never did I think that I would use this, and that too on the suggestion of a 10-year-old. Kakashi then made a few hand signs which materialized a short sword along with its scabbard wrapped tightly in a white cloth. This sword had been packed like this the day his father committed suicide. It was never opened since that day and was tucked away. I used a short sword many years even after his death, but it eventually broke and thereafter I didn't get a new one. This is my father's blade, Kakashi said as he unwrapped it and attached the scabbard horizontally to his utility belt on the back. Kakashi pulled out the sword and focused on it until he could see the sword covered in lightning chakra. He looked at Yami and said, this will help me increase the attack speed and penetration power. Then let's start. Yami smirked and rushed at another joint, the monster, to attack it. The monster was quite irritated by now as these people were bombarding attacks from all sides. This wasn't much of a free meal like Priest G had promised him. The monster growled as he shook his head in anger. G understood that if the monster gets angrier, then he might be the one who will get killed first. I will find a way to break their pattern. Just hold on for a few seconds. G quickly consoled the monster. He kept looking around to figure out the attack of everyone's pattern. Until now it looked randomized, but he knew that the groups weren't just randomly distracting the monster. After a few minutes, Yami and Kakashi had now made a number of attacks on the monster. Even though the plan was working, Yami could see that it was exhausting for the others, especially Mei and Asami, who were injured just half an hour ago. Yoshiro and Mei had covered many places with lava which did limit the monster's movements, but they were reaching their limit. Yami also saw Ji whisper something near the monster's ear. Yami had a bad premonition about this, but he knew that going astray from the plan at such a moment could have dire consequences. Just as Riko threw a water sword jutsu on the monster's neck, the monster took the attack directly on his neck instead of trying to dodge it. Just as Ji had predicted, the jutsu didn't cause any kind of critical damage to the monster. Usually, the monster would also jump toward the ones that attacked him, so the group would dodge the attack sideways or backward. The monster's jump would also extend the distance between him and the other group which is going to attack him. This time the monster did no such things, which meant that the monster didn't go away from the group which was supposed to attack him. When all this happened suddenly, the next group which was supposed to attack was Yoshiro and the old man. They didn't cast their jutsu because the monster was not too far from them. Due to their hesitation, for a few seconds, no one attacked the monster. The groups looked at each other in confusion because the pattern was now broken. Before anyone else could act, Ji pointed at the old man and Yoshiro and shouted. Now the two clan leaders immediately became alert when they heard this, but they didn't act on it because the monster's face was the other way and they were looking at his back and tail. They started to make hand signs to start the attack pattern again and launch a jutsu, but they heard Kakashi shout, "Run!" The old man didn't know why Kakashi said that, so he looked to the side where Kakashi was, and that's when he felt a push coming from his other side. The old man looked to the other side and saw Yoshiro pushing him to the side, and in front of them was the monster's stinger. Father. Chapter 301, Helpful or Insidious? Mei's shout reached everyone's ears as they saw the stinger splash Yoshiro's flesh from his shoulder to the side of his waist diagonally. The old man fell to the side and quickly got back to his senses. He looked at Yoshiro, who was lying just a few feet away from him with a big deep gash on his chest. Mei quickly rushed toward her father without caring about the monster who was about to pounce on him. "How dare you, monster!" Riko shouted and jumped at the monster, but not before creating two spears made of water. In the air, Riko threw one spear at the monster. At first, the monster wanted to ignore the attack and take the damage as he did for the water sword, but he sensed that the attack wasn't targeted at his enormous body but at his eyes. Due to this, the monster lifted up his head and stepped back. This wasted Riko's attack, but Mei was free of the threat that the monster would attack her. Mei quickly crouched beside her father and tried to touch the large wound on his chest, but she then heard Yoshiro cough up some blood. Father, please," Mei said with a shaky voice. She instantly turned her head toward Kurenai but said nothing, and she didn't need to. Kurenai could see that her watery eyes were begging to heal her father and give her assurance that he wouldn't leave her like this. Kurenai knew that the wound was too serious for her to do anything about it, but she still said, "Asuma covered me. I can't let him die like that." Asuma knew that there was no use trying to convince her, so he just nodded and gave her cover while she rushed to Mei and Yoshiro's side. The old man also sat to the other side of Yoshiro and said, "Yoshiro, you should have let my old bones break. You can't leave your daughter and clan like this. At least not in the middle of such a revolution." Yoshiro smiled as he heard that and said, I know my daughter is capable enough to handle the clan and the village if need be." Yoshiro didn't stutter or stop for a single second while talking. He didn't want to appear weak when he was just a step away from his death. By this time, Kurenai also reached his side and took out some medicine from her pocket. She started applying it before inspecting or doing anything. Seeing her get so busy without saying or inspecting anything, Mei asked Kurenai, "How is he?" "He is going to be all right, right?" Kurenai shook her head and said, "I am sorry, Mei, but the chances of him surviving this are slim to none. Many of his organs are badly damaged and he is losing a lot of blood. Only someone who has a jutsu which promotes healing or someone like Lady Tsunade can save him." "But what about the 5th Hokage's medicine? Isn't that going to work? You did tell me that it was a special medicine given by her. It can save him, right?" Mei said in a desperate voice while tears trickled down her cheek. Kurenai showed the empty medicine bottle to Mei and said, I am sorry, Mei. I used it all on your father B, but he isn't healing at the rate he should. His body isn't responding properly due to his mangled organs. Mei was going to request Kurenai more, but then her father held her hand. She looked at him and said, Father, don't worry. She then cleared her throat and wiped the tears on her cheeks and said, I'm not going to let you say any final words. No matter what I need to do, I will save you today. She instantly stood up as she said that. Everyone was confused as to what she was planning to do. She looked at Yami and said, you have done way more miracles in the past month than I can count. Is there anything you can do to save my father's life? I am ready to pay whatever price I have to for it. Yami didn't say anything, which the others took as a way of saying no, but Yami was looking down at a puddle of water which was beside him. You sure? He muttered as he looked at the puddle. Mei was also losing hope as she saw Yami silent. Asami came to console Mei, and Mei was about to turn around and sit back beside her father when Yami said, Mei Terumi, remember your promise. Even Lady Tsunade won't be able to save you if you break it. Everyone quickly looked at Yami when they heard that. Even Yoshiro and the old man couldn't believe what they just heard. Mei nodded a few times and said, no matter what happens, I will keep my promise. I assure you I will do whatever you say, but save my father. Yami looked at her for a few seconds as she was completely different from the aloof and laid-back Mei Terumi that he had seen in the anime. He nodded and said, step back from him, everyone. Kakashi walked close to Yami and asked, are you sure about this? He thought that Yami himself was going to heal him. Don't worry, I am not going to heal him. Yami said as he looked back at the puddle beside him and said, do what you have to do. Seeing Yami talk to a puddle, Rico said, is he alright? He seems to be talking to the ground. Just as Asami was about to say something, they saw 4 sheets of ice appear in midair and completely cover Yoshiro from all sides. What is this? Mei said as she looked back and forth at Yami and the ice sheets covering her father. The ice sheets were like mirrors. Everyone who was seeing them looked at their own reflection in it. Before anyone could ask any question or say anything, Jiro ran a few steps forward and shouted, this is impossible. Ji frowned as he heard that and said, what's the matter, Jiro? That's the mirror jutsu of the Yuki clan. Moji told me he and his men killed everyone from that clan, and that was what had caught our attention, and we decided to contact Moji. No one except a Yuki bloodline clan member can do that. That's when 3 of the 4 mirrors shattered, exposing a masked person holding Yoshiro in his arms. The good thing was that where the wound was, it was now covered in ice. Take him to your hideout and do the rest of the treatment, Yami said, and the masked person nodded and left. Kakashi immediately recognized the mask as it was the same one as the person who used the Senbon needles on Zabuza. If this person is the same one that Pakken saw in the jungle that day, then it means that this person is Zabuza's ally, and he would have saved Yoshiro even if Mei had denied a promise to Yami. Even in times like this, he wants to take advantage, truly insidious. You think it is so easy to take him away? Ji said and looked at Jiro. Jiro understood what it meant and quickly Earth-style, stone shuriken, just like its name, a shuriken made of stone appeared in front of Jiro, and with a wave of his hand was hurled at Haku and Yoshiro. But Yami knew he didn't need to do anything, as the rest of the clan leaders, Mei, and 2 Leaf Jonins were already present there. Don't you dare even look at him, Mei said with a burning anger in her eyes, and just with a stomp of her foot, a small wave of lava appeared from the ground and completely swallowed the shuriken. Haku didn't waste more time and stepped into the mirror that was behind her. A few more mirrors appeared at different distances, indicating that he was traveling from one mirror to another. There were also some other mirrors in different directions as a decoy in case Ji decides to send someone. Seeing all that, Ji and Jiro understood that they would never be able to catch Yoshiro and the masked man like this. Even though he is gone, I assure you that none of you will leave here alive. We will kill all of you first and then go and hunt down Yoshiro along with the Yuki clan bastard. Chapter 302, A Fateful Storm. Rico looked at the old man and said, Old man, Ji is right. Now that Yoshiro isn't here, our strength is even lower than before, and many of us don't have much chakra left. The monster does have plenty of injuries. From time to time he eats a corpse and heals the deeper wounds. Now there are most of the only superficial wounds. The old man nodded and said yes. Although Yami and Kakashi have been destroying the corpses whenever they make a move, the number of corpses here is too much. It already looks like a graveyard full of dug-up corpses. We need to end this fast and try to use our strongest jutsu now. Asami stepped closer to the old man and said, but if we do that then we won't have any other way to attack the monster and if even one of them survives. The fifth Hokage said in the letter that only nature chakra can be used to easily deal with someone like Priest G, but if we use all our strength on the monster then what about G? We won't have enough strength to contest with him. The old man nodded and said, I understand what you are saying, Asami, but if we hold back now then now only will we die, but the civilians who are relied on us to keep them safe and our army who are now protecting the hidden leaf from all sides against an army twice or even thrice their size. We can't let their sacrifice go to waste now. Riko goes and tells Kakashi and Yami the plan and has Yami leave the area while we are holding the monster. He is just a kid and has his entire life ahead of him. He shouldn't die here, in fact tell him to leave the hidden mist with the Jin in teams. We can't fight in groups anymore if we want to surround the monster completely. Remember, don't falter in your steps or else the monster will sprint toward the nearest civilian village. Even though eating them won't give him any healing or strength, he will do it just for fun. Asuma nodded and said, I agree with you, but I don't think it will be this easy to tell him to leave. It might tempt him more to stay here and even guard a front alone. Riko nodded and bolted toward Kakashi and Yami. He ran in a zigzag pattern just to be sure that he wouldn't become an easy target for the monster or G. Kakashi, Yami, the old man wants us to use our most powerful jutsu, and Yami, you should leave the area now. You are still a kid and have your entire life to live. Go with the Jinin squads of Kurenai and Asuma. Riko said as he put his hand on Yami's shoulder. Yami swatted Riko's hand away and said, I am a Leaf Jonin and so you cannot order me nor can the other Leaf Jonins. I have never lost a fight and I don't intend to lose one today either. Riko wanted to convince Yami but Kakashi shook his head indicating that no matter what Riko says, it would be in vain. Asami looked at Asuma and said, wow, you nailed it on this one, Asuma. How did you know that Yami would reply like this? Asuma chuckled and said, no matter how strong or smart he is still a kid. And when you tell him to not do something, then it's the first thing he will do. Within seconds, everyone spread out according to the old man's plan. G and the monster could interfere if they wanted to, but after Yoshiro being out of the equation, G had gotten fairly confident that the chances of him winning this battle were more than 99%. Make the last effort as much as you want, but I promise you that you won't be leading this battleground and will end up in this monster's stomach. G said as he looked at them spread all around him. Jiro also jumped on top of the monster as he knew that even if one of the spells hit him then he wouldn't survive. Roar! The monster roared loudly but not at Yami and the others but while looking at the sky above him. At first, everyone thought that he was doing that out of anger and frustration, but they saw changes happening in his body. The wounds on his body healed at a faster pace, his teeth became bigger with two large canines appearing on both sides, and the nails on his claws became bigger with thin black spoke appearing from them. The stinger on his tail, which looked like a crystal, also started to glow a little. Looks like the monster's powering up as well. Let's hope that everything we do now is worth it. Riko said as he started preparing his most powerful jutsu. Now the old man shouted and everyone cast their jutsu at the monster in the middle. The first jutsu that took effect was Asami's water style, Doma protection. This jutsu was made to protect a large area in case of an attack on the clan estate, but this will stop the monster from jumping outside to avoid the other jutsus. Asami said. Quite an innovative use of a protection jutsu. Riko said and cast his jutsu as well. Water style, Sword of Mist. A huge sword appeared just above the monster's head as he said that. The sword was covered in mist and had detailed carvings on it. Good one, Riko. Hold it there while mine takes effect. The old man said as he cast his jutsu. Water style, Poison Mist Cannon. The old man created a ball of mist in front of him with something green in the middle which everyone recognized as some kind of poison. Mei and the others also started casting their jutsus one after the other. Lava style, Lava Wave. Ash style, Fire Tomb. lightning style, Raikiri fire style, majestic destroyer. Seeing such powerful jutsus around him scared Jiro to no end. Will we really be able to come out of this alive, G? G, who had sweat trickling down his forehead, gave a nervous laugh and said, I didn't know these people still had it in them to cast such powerful jutsus. But as they say, where there is a will, there is a way. G gave an evil smile as he said that in the end. Jiro felt a chill run down his spine as he heard that. He understood that G must have devised a plan to get out of this mess somehow. That's when he saw G crouch and whisper something to the monster. Before Jiro could ask what he said, the jutsus were cast and were coming toward him and the monster. Tattoos started to appear on G's entire body as he spread his hand upwards, creating a kind of chakra shield to block the sword falling from above. Just as Mei and the others thought that the monster was going to stand in the middle and take all the attacks head-on, the monster turned to face Yami. Oh crap, Yami muttered. The old man's eyes widened as he saw this and shouted, the monster is going to lunge toward Yami. Save him. Kakashi, who was standing a few meters to Yami's left, and Asuma, who was standing a few meters to his right, both looked at Yami, who was now staring up at the monster. The explosions that were going to happen in the middle were supposed to happen only upon impact, but now that the monster was going to go close to Yami, the impact will be suffered by him as well. For a second Yami felt that the monster was smirking at him, and then he lunged at Yami. As Kakashi and Asuma were running to get Yami away, the jutsus collided with the monster and each other. Kakashi and Asuma were thrown back just by the shockwave all those jutsus had caused. Everyone knew that the epicenter of this explosion was the same spot where Yami was standing a few seconds ago, and Yami didn't run left or right, or else Kakashi or Asuma would have seen him. He didn't run forward as that's where the monster lunged from, and he couldn't jump back because of the dome that Asami had cast. Nui Yami Kurinai screamed and attempted to run toward the explosion. A terrible storm was created due to the explosion and no one could see anything. Seeing her attempting to rush inside the center of the explosion, Riko quickly stopped her. Let me go, he is in there," Kurinai said, trying to push Riko away. Kakashi and Asuma also got up and found themselves thrown quite far away. They were sure that they had even lost consciousness for a few seconds. "And no Yami, you see can't," Kakashi said in a shaky voice. A man who had lost each and every person he was close to. One who had learned how to live with a smile on his face no matter how turbulent the heart is. His hands shivered, and body froze. Chapter 303, He Looks Pissed. Priest G and Jiro looked around the monster and then at the faces of the Bloodline clan leaders and the others standing around him in a big circle. Until the end, he wasn't sure whether he would be able to survive so many jutsus simultaneously, but a last-minute power-up by the monster and him truly got them through the catastrophe. Haha, we survived. G laughed as he patted Jiro's shoulder, who was standing beside him. The nervousness from the entire thing was evident on his and Jiro's face, but now they knew that their enemies were out of chakra and were just normal shinobis waiting to die. Confidence started appearing on Jiro's face as he took a long sigh. "Now you all are just sitting ducks. I have to admit, you guys really made me believe for a moment that we were going to lose. But now you all have no chakra and the one who has been creating problems for us this long is dead. It is true the thing they say about prodigies, haha, prodigies die young." Jiro was now gloating in front of everyone and trying to press the Leaf Jonin's buttons by reminding them of Yami's death. And it was working way better than he expected, because not just the Leaf Shinobis but the Bloodline clan leaders were also angered as they heard that. Kakashi tried to create a Chidori in his hand to slam it on Jiro's chest, but sudden pain in his chest made him wince in pain and get on one knee. It was obvious that he was out of chakra as well, and the pain was caused due to him trying to draw more chakra. The others weren't in much of a good condition either. The only one who looked the least tired was Riko, and that was because he depended mostly on physical prowess rather than jutsus. The monster wasn't totally unharmed from the joint attack and had plenty of injuries all over his body. The canine teeth and the long nails reduced back to normal and some of the wounds started healing. Kakashi and the others noticed that the healing was very slow as compared to the below, and they weren't healing much either. No use looking at it now. No matter how many injuries he has, he can heal after eating you a lot. G smirked. He then turned toward Jiro and asked, "What do you think, Jiro? Who should we feed him first?" Jiro jumped down from the monster and said, "I wanted to kill Yoshiro and make his daughter watch, but now that he isn't here, killing her is the least fun, so I say let the monster taste Mei first." Hearing this, Mei stepped back subconsciously in fear. She knew that she didn't even have enough strength to run away from the monster. Even Jiro or any other jonin could catch up with her if she tried to run. The other clan leaders quickly looked at Mei and with much difficulty, they all gathered together. Jiro chuckled as he saw that and looked up at Jiro and said, "Oh, look at them. They all want to be eaten together. I guess they understand the monster really needs them and they have no way to run away now." G clicked his tongue and said, "TSK. I thought they would all run in different directions and we would hunt them down one by one and even kill every civilian and bloodline shinobi that gets in our way." G then crouched down close to the monster and whispered something while pointing toward Mei and the others standing around her. The monster looked at Mei and then started walking toward her. He also knew that the ones standing in front of him were not capable of running away, and since he came into this world, no one had managed to hurt him to this extent. As the monster was walking, he increased his speed and started running toward Mei and the others. Mei never thought that she would die this way, as food for some monster. She and the others didn't want to give G and Jiro the satisfaction of seeing the fear in their eyes, so they decided to stand together till the end. The monster opened his mouth wide as he was only a few meters away from Mei and the others. As he was about to eat, Mei, Asami, and Kurenai closed their eyes as they didn't want to see anything else. But then they heard a scream, and it was no human scream. The scream was the same that the monster had given when he was hit with all the jutsus, but this time the scream not only seemed louder but even more terrible. The three women opened their eyes and saw the monster's eyes had widened and it was right in front of them screaming. "What happened?" Asami asked, seeing the monster. She then saw Riko pointing towards something. Asami tilted her head to the side a little and saw a dark orange and red tentacle around the monster's neck. The monster wiggled a little, screaming, which made Priest G lose his balance from the monster's back and fall on the ground. Jiro quickly rushed forward and helped G stand up. "What is that thing?" G asked as he looked at the tentacle. He then followed where the tentacle came from and saw that it came from under the monster's belly. The monster wiggled his neck and the tentacle lost the hold it had on the monster's neck. Like a dog who had been kicked by someone, the dog fumbled back on its feet and took a few steps to the side in a hurry. The side coincidentally was the same side that Jiro and G were standing on, which caused the monster to hit them unknowingly, and they were thrown meters away by this. Due to the monster fumbling with his legs, a lot of dust was thrown in the air, making it hard for everyone to see the source of those tentacles. Just as the monster got a few meters away, another tentacle appeared from the dust cloud and grabbed the monster's one hind leg, while the tentacle which had gripped its neck now grabbed the monster's other hind leg as well, stopping it from running away. Everyone first looked at the monster's neck to see why it was screaming so badly when they saw some serious injuries. The skin on top had burned off and the flesh underneath was becoming visible. It looked like the wounds would heal and again rupture. "Look at the wound, they aren't healing. I wonder what those tentacles are and where they're coming from," Riko said as he held a hand in front of his face due to the dust clouds. Asami took out a fan from her sleeve and waved it once to clear the entire dust cloud away from them. That's when they saw it. Yami was standing with torn clothes and minor injuries. He had two tentacles coming from his back. Jiro and G, who were hit by the monster, stood up with much difficulty and looked at Yami. "Why, you are still alive?" How? "I am sure we crushed you," Jiro said. "What are these tentacles?" Asuma asked. Yami ignored both questions and looked at the monster. The tentacles that had grabbed the monster's legs pulled him closer and spread over more parts of his big body, making the monster struggle in pain. The old man stepped forward and said this wouldn't be possible unless those tentacles were made of chakra of an element. Since there are burns around him but no crackling, I can only assume that it is fire chakra. "No matter what, I am just happy that you are all right, Yami," Kurenai said. "She is right, kiddo. You scared us for a bit there. Though I am curious to know what kind of a jutsu is that." Something special of the Uchiha clan? Asuma chuckled, to which Kakashi replied, this looks like some kind of a Kekkai Genkai. But what I don't understand is that if you have a Sharingan which is a Kekkai Genkai, then how can you have another one? Mei decided to stop Kakashi right there and said, it is possible, Kakashi. I also possess two Kekkai Genkais, but one is clearly stronger than the other, but Yami's second Kekkai Genkai is stronger than his Sharingan. Everyone tried to figure out what Kekkai Genkai was, but no one could. The only one who possessed the Scorch Release Kekkai Genkai was Pakura, and she didn't get much time to explore it herself and find innovative ways to use it like Yami. The only way she could use it was floating balls, which would destroy everything that comes in contact with it. Yami looked at the monster, then at Ji and Jiro, and said, I must admit, you guys were able to push me into using this. Kakashi, why don't you guys leave and recuperate your injuries? I have already sent a message to Zabuza to come and get you all. Let me settle some things with this monster and his two sidekicks. Yami smirked as he looked at Jiro and Priest Ji. Oh boy, Yami's pissed, Kakashi muttered loud enough for the clan leaders to hear. Chapter 304, Mad Dog. You didn't know that Yami can use a Kekkai Genkai like Scorch Release? Asami asked as she looked sideways at Kakashi, to which he shook his head and said no. I don't think I have seen anyone push Yami to use all his cards. This is the first time, and that's why he is using it. The Scorch Release is really effective against the monster. Look at him trying to free himself. He can't even touch it or bite the tentacle with his mouth, as it will just burn more. Mei said as she looked at the struggling monster. Kurenai called out to Yami and said, even though we can see that you are handling yourself well, Yami, we can't just leave you here. Riko nodded and said she is right. I can't let a 10-year-old face such an enemy while I am running away with my back turned away. Yami didn't say anything and just waved his hand indicating him and the others to go away. Riko was about to say more when Kakashi patted his shoulder and said, right now he is the only one who is fighting the monster and we don't have enough strength to do it. We are a liability for him now, and let me tell you one thing, he isn't doing this for us or the people in the civilian villages. Then? Riko asked with a frown on his face. He just doesn't like losing, and that's why he is facing the monster alone. Because if we are in danger, then don't expect him to put his life on the line for us. He isn't someone like that, Kakashi said and turned back to leave. From a distance, he could see two people running toward them. Seeing the swords on their backs, he was sure that they were Zabuza and Chojuro. As they reached close, the first one to stop was Chojuro. He kept staring at the big monster convulsing in pain and then at the tentacles that were holding him. What is this happening? And how are those tentacles coming from Yami's back? Chojuro asked. Mei waved her hand to call him closer and said, I will tell you everything later. For now, help us reach safety. We need to get away from here right now. The old man nodded and said, Mei is right. We are holding the kid back. No matter how much chakra he has, and how pure it is, he will run out of it sooner or later. It's better we leave and let him do his thing. Zabuza, I want you to stay here and watch over the kid. If he starts getting tired, then pick him up and escape. Zabuza planned to do this anyway, so he just nodded. As everyone else was leaving, Kakashi walked to Zabuza and whispered, I am glad that I didn't kill you that day. Zabuza chuckled and said, you won't be able to defeat me when we fight next time. I promise you that. After the friendly banter with Zabuza, Kakashi glanced at Yami once and then left with the others. Priest Ji and Jiro looked at the clan leaders and Leaf Jonins left. They wanted to hop in front of them as they wouldn't get such a good chance again, but Zabuza slammed his sword on the ground, creating a loud boom, and then stared at the cultist and the stone shinobi. This worked as a warning for both of them, and they weren't even in their full health right now. Seeing that Kakashi and the others were safe now and it was only him and Zabuza left, Yami took back the tentacles. The tentacles didn't completely disappear but only became small in size, still waiting behind Yami. While torturing the monster, Yami also scorched and destroyed the corpses around him on the battlefield. The last thing he wanted was for the monster to feed on those corpses and regain his health like some health potion. What do you need me to do? Zabuza asked, waving his sword and resting it back on his shoulder. Yami pointed toward Jiro and Priest G and said, "Can I trust you to handle them?" Zabuza looked in the distance where the two of them were standing and said, "All right, leave them to me. They deserve to follow Moji to hell." Zabuza then bolted toward G and Jiro. Seeing him run towards them, both G and Jiro stopped walking toward the monster and changed their route toward the jungle. Zabuza followed them inside the jungle. Seeing them go, Yami looked at the monster and said, "Time to punish the mad dog." The eyes of the monster widened a little in anger as he heard that, as if he understood what Yami just said. He roared manically and bared his fangs at Yami. Yami noticed that the monster was limping a little, which means that he wouldn't be as agile and precise as he was before. Yami tucked the sheathed sword back in his waist belt and unsheathed his sword. He started running toward the monster, and the monster also began to anticipate where Yami was planning to attack and how. He was pretty cautious about not letting those scorch-release tentacles touch him anywhere, as they hurt like hell for him. Yami covered his sword with wind chakra and swung it from one side to another. The monster thought that some kind of attack would be released from it, like the wind blades Yami had thrown at him plenty of times, but none of that happened. In fact, the dust around Yami rose and was thrown toward the monster, which made it hard to track. But the monster wasn't just using his eyes to see Yami, he could also see the chakra in Yami's body. The monster decided to ignore the dust blanket in front of him and stood his ground while focusing on the chakra ball that represented Yami's location. He saw that behind the dust blanket, Yami jumped to the side. Just as the monster turned his head a little to the right and was about to pounce on Yami through the blanket, he saw something shiny from the side of his eye. Before he could turn his head back straight and access what that shiny thing was, he felt a sharp pain in his left eye. Grrrr! The monster swung his head left and right in pain and screamed. Yami waved his hand and blew away the entire dust blanket and smiled as he saw the monster in that state. Using himself and his chakra core as the decoy to divert the monster's attention, Yami threw his sword at the monster. He didn't use any kind of chakra on the sword, which made it only a piece of sharp meteorite metal. Just as he had predicted, the monster looked a little to the right when he saw Yami jump off to the side and the sword pierced into his left eye. Without wasting any time, he quickly jumped on the monster's head. The monster quickly realized this and started swinging his head around more frantically. It didn't want Yami to step on his head at all. The monster also lifted one of his front feet and tried to slap Yami away from his head, but Yami narrowly dodged it by swerving to the side. Yami had seen firsthand the damage that the monster's slap had done to Jiro and Priest G, so to stop something like this from happening again, Yami threw a paper bomb tied to a kunai at one of the monster's hind legs. He threw it exactly where the tentacles had burned. He knew that the monster wouldn't feel a small prick like the kunai, so he had attached a paper bomb to it. With a hand sign, Yami detonated the paper bomb. Even though the explosion wasn't very loud or destructive, it flared the injury on the monster's leg and also pushed the kunai further inside his wound, making him feel extreme pain and lose his footing. Due to this, the monster had to focus on keeping the remaining 3 legs on the ground firmly, or else he would fall down. Now the only option available to deal with Yami on top of his head was his tail, or his stinger to be more precise. Yami always made sure that the stinger was nowhere near him, as he had seen firsthand how deadly it can be. And not just that, but the stinger will also recognize the devouring law that Yami has inside him. I can't let the stinger be any longer. It is very unpredictable and could prove to be fatal at any minute, Yami thought. Yami had done all this only to get the monster to actively use the stinger. Just as the stinger rose up in the air, focusing on Yami, who was at the top of the monster's head, Yami's tentacles flattened a little like some long thick leaves. Due to Yami being in his blind spot, the monster had little to no vision of him. He had calmed down a little, but he was trying his best to look at Yami with the other eye, which wasn't damaged. Chapter 305, Cut Him Open. The only way the monster was able to pinpoint where Yami was by feeling him moving on his skin. That's how the monster knew that Yami was on his head, and that's how he aimed with the stinger. He still wasn't 100% sure and knew that Yami could dodge at the last moment, so he hadn't attacked with the stinger. Just when he thought that Yami would focus on the stinger and try his best to dodge it, he sensed Yami running on his back. He wasn't just running around to confuse the stinger but was running in a straight line on his back. The monster aimed the stinger where Yami would be a second later and attacked. As the stinger was moving toward the running Yami, the tentacles on his back extended. The monster could immediately feel the temperature rise in the surroundings since the scorch release was extremely hot and his skin was susceptible to such things. The monster thought that the tentacles would slam against the tip of the stinger. The monster didn't slow its speed as it was confident the stinger was not made of flesh but something else, and he was sure that it would handle the tentacles and even pierce through it. He readied himself to feel the hot sensation on the skin around the stinger so that at that very moment he could increase the stinger's speed, which would pierce through the tentacles faster, but the sensation never came. Instead, he felt the heat somewhere else. The monster tried his best to turn his head to the back. He also twisted his entire body, which could result in him falling on the ground and not landing on his legs. Within that millisecond, he became highly desperate because the place where he felt the heat was where the tail attached to his main body. No matter what he did, the sensation of heat on the very end of his back kept on increasing until suddenly he felt a very sharp pain there. He understood what had happened because he could no longer control the stinger, nor could he feel it. With his uninjured eye, the monster saw the stinger along with his tail fall on the ground beside him. He also didn't feel Yami standing on his head or back anymore. But there wasn't time to search for him now, since the monster was not falling on the ground with his back touching the ground first. He wanted to get up and stand back on his feet quickly, but he felt pain followed by relief. He understood what had happened. Yami had pulled out the sword that pierced his eye. The monster wanted to make Yami regret doing what he did in the past minute, so he was about to turn to one side and then stand back on his feet, but Yami had different plans. He landed on the monster's stomach and didn't land as lightly as he had on the head. In fact, the force with which Yami landed on the stomach made the monster's effort to get up futile. Bam! RRR! The monster was now lying on the ground with multiple injuries all over his body. A severed tail, a busted hind leg with a big injury, and an eye bleeding. Anyone who saw this scene would have understood that Yami had almost crippled the monster. The monster looked around desperately, searching for any corpse that he could feed on, even if it was burned a little. Seeing him do that, Yami laughed and said, "Haha, sorry doggy, I haven't left you any meat, not even half-roasted." The expression on Yami's face suddenly changed from a smile to a serious one, and he stabbed his sword directly into the monster's stomach. He covered his sword with lightning chakra so that the tough skin of the monster would not slow down the sword. The monster wanted to struggle, but the next second his eyes widened because he saw something he didn't expect. A tattoo started moving from Yami's wrist to his palm and fingers. The monster recognized that symbol. Yami looked at his hand and said, "I know, you were searching for me and you found it. Congrats." The monster quickly looked to the side. Yami also looked to the same side as he wanted to see where the monster was looking. Turned out the monster's eyes were fixed on the tail. To be more specific, they were fixed on the crystal-like shining stinger at the end of the tail. The tail seems to be more important than just a way to find the law in me. I need to take a look at it properly to know more about the one who is after me, Yami thought. As his hand from his wrist to his fingertips became black, the lightning chakra on his sword turned from blue to purple. Before the monster could do anything about this, Yami sprinted from one end to the other end of the monster's stomach while dragging the pierced sword along with him. The monster screamed so loudly when it happened that Yami felt it was trying to perform some kind of sound attack. The monster's scream spread not just all over the battlefield but even more than that. Zabuza, who was currently in pursuit of Jiro and Priest G, also heard it, and the birds and animals in the jungle also started running in panic. The clan leaders, along with Kakashi and the others, also heard this. They were far away in a tent getting medical attention. What just happened? Rico, who had medical tape tied on his arms, said. He tried to get up and leave the tent, but Asami stopped him. Rico doesn't do anything and sits back inside. We need to gather our energy as fast as possible and go help out our forces. Ao and Elder Wu are, along with our army heads, currently protecting the civilians from the bloodline shinobis and stone shinobis. Luckily, the two Jinin teams of Kurenai and Asuma decided to stay back and help out Kana and the others, which is why we even got to take a breath. Rico looked to the other side where the old man was taking some kind of medicine. Noticing Rico's look, the old man nodded and said, I understand your reason to be this impatient, but we need to put our faith in that kid. The ones who Zabuza freed from the Bloodline clan prisons are also preparing themselves to enter the war now. It is almost night and I don't think our enemies have any plans to honor the rules made for wars. We have to consider them all cultists now. In another tent, Kakashi was sitting with Kurenai and Asami. The three of them had only minor injuries, but Kakashi and Kurenai had exhausted their chakra more than they could handle, which made their healing a little slower. Kakashi, I don't feel right about leading Yami like that, Asuma said in a worried tone. I understand your reason to worry, Asuma, but what choice did we have? Staying there even one more minute would mean becoming a distraction and even providing the monster with some snack, Kakashi said. But Kakashi roared. What if Yami is in trouble? We have to go and get him back before it's not too late. He and Sasuke have already gone through enough, Kurenai said. I know, but this sound didn't seem like a roar but a cry. I think he can handle it. No need to worry, Yami said, and this assured Kurenai and Asuma to a certain extent. Kakashi then stepped out of the tent and looked around. Seeing that no one had seen him, his body flickered out. I can't let Yami take on all this alone. A sound lingered where Kakashi just stood. Back at the battlefield, the monster now had his stomach torn open by Yami's sword. Yami had expected the monster to die due to this, but surprisingly the monster was still struggling. Yami decided to land one more attack on the monster's stomach and specifically his vital organs, but just as Yami was about to attack, the monster turned to the side, forcing Yami to jump from his stomach to the ground. You still have some life left in you, mad dog. I am impressed, Yami said as he created some distance while the monster stood up, stumbling a little. Lots and lots of blood was flowing from his wounds. Yami could even see a few organs hanging from the monster's open stomach. The monster then started charging toward Yami. Yami didn't know why the monster even did that. He could sense that the speed was very low and Yami didn't even need to dodge it. Yami could easily counterattack. Just as the monster was running toward him, Yami noticed something. Black-colored light started coming from inside the monster's body. From his eyes, his wounds and even cracks started to appear on his skin through which the light was coming. It didn't take much time for Yami to realize what the monster was planning. Chapter 306. This doesn't look good. Ah, fuck, Yami cursed as he tried his best to create distance between himself and the monster. The monster had already reached close enough and the black light coming from his body got brighter and brighter. The next second a huge explosion occurred, one so big that the entire island rocked because of it. Everyone on the island thought that it was an earthquake because they didn't think something could shake the entire island except a natural disaster. Zabuza, who had the severed head of Priest G in one hand and an unconscious Jiro on his shoulder, almost lost his balance due to the tremor. Due to the explosion, many trees in the jungle were also uprooted. What the hell was that? Zabuza asked as he looked in the direction from where the sound came. With Jiro on his shoulder, he started running toward the battlefield where he had left Yami. Kakashi, who had also felt the tremors, increased his speed using lightning chakra, which was something he had copied after seeing Yami use it. Since Kakashi had left the camp when he heard the roar, he was able to reach the edge of the battlefield at the same time as Zabuza. As he reached, he saw Zabuza looking at the dust cloud covering the entire battlefield. Just as Zabuza was about to step forward, Kakashi called him. Zabuza, wait up. Zabuza quickly turned back with one hand on his unsheathed sword, but then he saw that it was Kakashi, so he relaxed a little and just nodded. He still wasn't comfortable with the fact that the man he was going to fight to the death is now his ally. Seeing Jiro on his shoulder, Kakashi looked around and asked, what about that cultist G? Zabuza patted his pocket and said, I have kept his head and some belongings in a storage scroll. For some reason, his body wasn't going inside the scroll. As for Jiro, I think he will be an important pawn if the hidden stone tries to spin things their way. That is right. Where is Yami? What was that roar a few minutes ago, and what was that explosion? Kakashi bombarded Zabuza with multiple questions. Hey, why are you asking me all that? I arrived here just like you. Zabuza said, to which Kakashi frowned and said, but you were with Yami when we left, right? Zabuza nodded and said yes, but he had me chasing Jiro and Priest G, who escaped inside the jungle. I also didn't argue since I don't think I could fight that ugly monster. Kakashi sighed as he expected Yami to go against the monster solo, but he would have never left Yami alone either. Alright, let's go inside the dust cloud now. I'll seal Jiro's chakra points so that we can tie him to a tree here and he won't be able to escape. Zabuza nodded and laid Jiro on the ground. Kakashi quickly stabbed some chakra points to seal Jiro's chakra. Now that he didn't have access to chakra for a few hours, Zabuza tied him to a nearby tree. They both looked at the cloud of dust which was clearing little by little. They had some level of visibility now, so they started to enter the battlefield. The first thing they noticed was that the plain battlefield that was present before had vanished and now they had stepped into a big crater. Kakashi used Wind Gale Jutsu to clear the way in the direction of the center of the crater. What could have caused such a big crater? Zabuza asked, to which Kakashi shrugged and said, don't ask me, I don't know the arsenal that the monster holds and not the arsenal that Yami holds. Even though Kakashi was in a hurry to find Yami and the reason for that loud roar and earthquake, he was cautious enough not to just dive in without judging the environment. Kakashi wasn't back at his peak, but he still activated his Sharingan. He didn't want to get ambushed by anyone in such a place. After walking for a few seconds, they reached close to the center of the crater. As they reached closer, they both heard a heavy breathing voice. They instantly knew that the voice didn't belong to the monster, as it would be much louder and heavier. They rushed toward the source of the voice and saw a bloody scene. The entire center of the crater was covered in splashes of blood and a bloodied figure lay in the middle of it. Seeing the size and the physique of the figure, Kakashi shouted "Yami!" He quickly went close and crouched down closer to the figure. Zabuza gulped down his saliva as he looked at the state Yami was in. "Why Yami, how did this?" Yami chuckled with his mouth filled with blood and said, "I didn't expect that monster to self-destruct himself and try to take me down with such a suicide-like move." Yami smiled and then looked at his left side where he saw only blood. His left arm and nearly most of his left shoulder was obliterated. Yami could feel that his chakra core was the only thing keeping him alive at this time, and his heart was also physically injured. "Yami, no. This can't be true, this must be an illusion," Kakashi said as he looked at Yami's body. He wasn't doubtful that an explosion that could shake the island would put Yami in such a state, but he wasn't ready to accept this. "We need to get you to the camp fast. Only Lord Fifth can heal you. I am sure that she can do something," Kakashi said in a hurry, trying to create a makeshift stretcher for Yami to lay on. "Kakashi, don't, even moving him could cause him to bleed more," Zabuza warned, and he was right. They could see a few of Yami's organs were already visible. Yami lay down still while looking up at the sky as he thought, that monster didn't even leave his corpse behind and I was dreaming of devouring it. Damn it, I didn't think he would have a core like I do and he would overload it and destroy himself. Hidden Leaf Village, same time, Hokage Building. Tsunade was sitting in her office with Shizune and Sakura by her side. Tuntun was resting on the sofa while Team Guy was standing in the middle of the office. "You guys did good, but why did two bandits escape when you first raided their hideout?" Tsunade asked as she looked at Niji. Guy stepped ahead to answer her question, but Tsunade signaled him to stop with her hand. Niji quickly glanced at Lee and Karen and said, "We prioritized saving and healing the captured villagers, which caused two of them to slip away. But we did find them the next day and capture them. It was a wrong decision on my part, Lord Fifth." Tsunade nodded and looked at Karen and asked, "Is that what happened, Karen?" Karen didn't even look up at her and just kept her eyes down and nodded subtly while saying, "Yes, Lady Hokage, what are you saying?" "Speak loudly," Tsunade said in a slightly raised voice while causing Karen's dam of emotions to immediately crumble. "I am sorry, Lady Hokage. I was too focused on the hostages that I let the bandits overpower me. Niji is not to blame, in fact he is the one who tracked them down," Karen said in a single breath. Tsunade looked at Guy's smiling face and said, "And you didn't say anything to her?" Guy gave a thumbs up and said, "Because I see her behavior as a good thing. When Yami was in my team he would only focus on the enemies. I don't want her to step into his shoes, but build her own. A subtle smile appeared on Tsunade's face, which made Niji and Karen sigh in relief. Tsunade was about to say more when there was a knock on the door. "What is it?" Tsunade said as she looked at the door. An Umbu opened the door and said someone attached a sealed scroll to a kunai and threw it at the Umbu headquarters. It could only be opened by the Hokage seal. Tsunade nodded and the Umbu came forward and placed the scroll in her hand. Seeing the scroll, a feeling of sadness passed over her face, but she then looked at Team Guy and said, "You guys can leave now. Your next mission will be assigned in a few days." Hidden Mist. Same time, the battlefield. Kakashi was thinking about ways to save Yami, but there were so many injuries that he didn't know where to start from. Just as he started taking out the medicine pills that he had, he and Zabuza felt a big shadow pass over them. Thinking that it was an enemy, they both sprung into action and looked up. Chapter 307, Trust It. "Oh no! Do we have to deal with one more monster now?" Zabuza said as he looked at the sky. He and Kakashi could sense the massive amount of chakra the one flying above them was holding. "That bird looks like a bat, and why didn't it attack us?" Kakashi asked when they both saw the big bat land in front of them a few feet away and stand upright. Before Kakashi could say anything, he saw Yami look at the big bird and say "You came." The bat narrowed his eyes while turning his head side to side and said, "I had to. You are the only one who holds the contract to our kind." Zabuza and Kakashi understood that the big bat wasn't an enemy, so they quickly sheathed their weapons. "We need to get him urgent medical assistance. Can you help us out?" Kakashi asked the big bat. He knew that taking Yami to the Hidden Leaf would be impossible, so at least he needed to be taken to the Bloodline Estate, which has more than enough medical supplies and doctors. They won't be able to help him. If it was Katsuyu's summoner, then I would have given them a chance to treat him, but just some normal doctor is not going to help him, the bat said. "Katsuyu's summoner?" Zabuza asked with a confused face and looked at the bat and then at Kakashi. Kakashi leaned toward him and said, "He is talking about Lady Tsunade." Kakashi then turned to the big bat and asked, "We don't have much time. I need to take him to a hospital. With or without your help." Kakashi knew that they had wasted more than enough time already, and now he can't stay here arguing with a big bat that he didn't even know existed. He had to stop Yami from bleeding out here on the battlefield. The big bat didn't say anything and just flipped his wings a little. For a second both the Jonins didn't understand what he did, but then they saw a ball of wind surround Yami. His body started rising in the air, and within seconds he was floating in the middle of a ball of wind. As the ball rose a few feet in the air, Kakashi asked, "What are you planning to do?" The bat spread its wings and said, "Don't worry, the kid won't die that easily even if you take him to the Hidden Leaf in this condition. His chakra is dense and potent enough to keep him alive, but he won't be able to remain a shinobi anymore, not until I help. He will need months to recuperate, so go back to your village. I will have the kid contact the village when he is stable." The bat didn't even wait for Kakashi to even reply, and with a single flap of his wing, he rose in the air and flew away with Yami's body trailing behind him. "Did we do right by letting the bat take Yami?" Kakashi asked as he looked in the direction of the big bat and Yami flew away. Zabuza chuckled and said, "Do you think we would be able to stop him if we wanted? And I don't think a summoning animal will harm its summoner." Kakashi looked around and said, "Let go. We have to take Jiro back to the camp and even stop the Hidden Mist and Stone clans from reaching the civilians." Zabuza nodded and said, "I don't think that would be much of a problem since AO and the others were making success in isolating many troops and targeting a few shinobis at a time." Zabuza and Kakashi didn't waste any more time and left the place with Jiro. 10 minutes later, as they reached the camp where Kakashi and the others had been recuperating, Kakashi noticed that many of the tents were empty and only a few were present in the camp. As they were looking around, Zabuza pointed in a direction and asked, "Aren't they your genin?" Kakashi turned his head and saw Choji and Shikamaru talking. The kid saw them at the same time and started walking toward them. "Shikamaru, what are you guys doing here and where is everyone?" "The Bloodline clan leaders and Asuma, Kurenai all are gone," Kakashi asked, to which Shikamaru replied, "Everyone went to help out AO and Elder Wu." The clan leaders knew that even their presence would boost the morale of the troops. Asuma-sensei told me to wait here for you. He guessed that you may have gone toward the battlefield after the loud voice that we heard. After the earthquake, things have been in chaos. Where is Yami? Shikamaru looked around searching for Yami, but his eyes landed on the man on Zabuza's shoulder. Who is he? Shikamaru asked. Zabuza smirked under his tape and said the head of the stone shinobis. The head of the cultists is also dead. They were weak. Shikamaru raised his eyebrows and said, then you guys should rush as well. Seeing that both their leaders are down, the enemy might surrender. This is a really good opportunity for us to end the war here. The kid's words make sense, Kakashi. I hate to carry this man farther on my shoulder like this, but this might put an end to everything that has been happening. Zabuza said. Kakashi also agreed with it and left the camp. Within the next few minutes, they saw Chojuro standing with Santo and Enko outside a tavern. Seeing Kakashi and Zabuza walking toward them, Chojuro quickly said, "Oh, Mr. Kakashi, you are here. I was told that 2 Genins were kept back at the camp for you." "Yeah, we met them," Kakashi said as he nodded. Zabuza then took off Jiro from his shoulder and handed him to Chojuro and said, "I have been carrying him from the battlefield and now my shoulder aches. Take them to the clan leaders and also take this scroll. It contains that cultist G's head and some of his belongings." Hearing that Jiro and G were both taken care of, the Mist Shinobi's faces brightened. "What? Did you take care of these two? And what about the monster?" Chojuro asked. "The monster's taken care of. He is dead," Zabuza said as he glanced at Kakashi. "And Yami? Kakashi is here means Yami came too, right? Or did he wait at the camp for treating his injuries? We should send some doctors there," Chojuro said as he looked around for Yami. Kakashi and Zabuza didn't say anything, which made Elder Wu step forward and say, "Chojuro, for now just take Jiro and this scroll Lady May and tell her that the monster has been killed." Chojuro immediately bowed and left with Jiro on his shoulder. Santo, who was quite up until now, pointed at the tavern beside them and said, "Miss Kurenai and Mr. Asuma are on the first floor. The clan leaders had them rest here." Kakashi understood that the clan leaders also wouldn't like if the Leaf Shinobis made too much of an impression. It could really create problems in the long run. The fact that the Genjutsu Demon was a Leaf Shinobi had already spread among the Shinobis and some civilians, which had already garnered a lot of praise. As they were about to enter the tavern, Zabuza remembered that Yoshiro was with Haku, so he stopped and said, "Kakashi, you go ahead. I have some things to take care of." Kakashi also didn't think much and just nodded. As he went to the first floor and knocked, the door immediately opened. "Why did you go without telling us? You were the one who told us not to worry about Yami and then you go by yourself?" Kurenai bombarded Kakashi with questions right at the door. "At least let him breathe, Kurenai. Come in, Kakashi," Asuma, who was sitting inside the room, voiced. Kurenai also stepped aside, letting Kakashi come inside the room. "Now tell me, Yami has killed the monster, but as a last resort to kill Yami, the monster self-destructed, which caused Yami to incur heavy injuries. When I saw him, I was shocked to see that he was even alive, as his left shoulder and arm are all gone. A big bat appeared and took Yami. He seemed to be called by Yami himself. The bat said that if we heal him here or take him to Lady Tsunade, Yami won't be able to stay as a shinobi anymore, but he can save Yami." "So, you let the bat take Yami away? In such a condition?" Kurenai asked. She looked at Asuma, hoping that he will take her side in this, but Asuma shook his head and said, "Kurenai, if Yami called the bat himself, then that means he trusts him. And Kakashi himself said that Yami was in a serious condition. Let's wrap up and go back to our village. I hope Yami contacts us soon. I will go and tell our Genins the good news that the monster has been killed." Chapter 308, Narrative. Kurenai looked at the 2 men beside her and shook her head as she said, "I can't believe that you guys aren't as worried about Yami as I am. We can't just leave him to his summoning animal, and it is not like the animal is a toad or slime like the Sanins who we trust. I don't remember anyone in the shinobi world having a bat as a summon." Asuma held her hand and made her sit in front of her and said, "Kurenai, we are worried for Yami, and I do agree that except Yami no one else has a bat as a summoning animal, but at this point in time there was no option that Kakashi had. Lady Tsunade will also try to find out on her end." Asuma convinced her for a few more minutes until both the Genin teams came. Ino and the others asked many questions about the monster and Yami, but the Leaf Jonins successfully deflected all the questions. For the next 2 days, the entire Hidden Mist was extremely chaotic as things slowly started to settle down. Kakashi and the others weren't informed anything officially, but they heard the civilians talking about a lot of things, like the one who proclaimed himself to be the Mizukage, Moji, was killed by one of the people he himself had brought to the village. The ones from the Mizukage download app faction who tried to go against the Bloodline clan leaders were either killed or imprisoned at the moment. Surprisingly, there was not much talk about Jiro and the stone shinobis that had taken part in the war. The Bloodline clans had announced that the official summary of what all conspired for the past few days would be announced before the weekend. Kakashi already had Hideki and the other spies leave the Hidden Mist. A letter explaining everything was already en route to Lady Tsunade. Since there was no one blocking the ocean between the Hidden Mist and the Land of Fire, Kakashi knew that the letter would have reached Tsunade by now. 2 days after the war finished, Santo and Shojuro came to invite them for dinner meeting the same night. Only the 3 Jonins were invited to the meeting. Asuma understood that this must mean that the clan leaders want to decide on the story that they are going to tell the Hidden Mist. Terumi Mansion, 8 p.m., all the clan leaders were sitting at the round table along with the 3 Leaf Jonins. The mood wasn't gloomy, but it wasn't too celebratory as well. Outside the mansion, the civilians were celebrating the end of the rule of the Mizukage faction. Mei, Santo, Kana, and the others were all standing to the side. It had been almost a minute, but none of the Bloodline clan leaders said anything and were just looking at each other. Yoshiro was also one of them. He had bandages on his forehead and shoulder. Other clan leaders also had some injuries, but nothing too serious. Seeing the awkward silence, Kakashi decided to break the ice. "You guys look somewhat stressed. Don't tell me we have to fight another war." Riko, who was drinking wine, almost choked on a cough. "We apologize for calling this meeting abruptly. You all have already done so much for our village and its people," Yoshiro said. Asuma nodded and said, "We know that we can't let everything that happened here get out. We understand if you must change a little of the narrative." A sigh of relief escaped everyone's mouth as they heard that. The tension in the atmosphere suddenly lowered quite a bit when Asuma said that. "So what are you all planning to tell everyone?" Kakashi asked, looking at the clan leaders. "Firstly, talking about the cultists, then we will publicize their acts of kidnapping and killing that they have done in the past few weeks, but we can't let the topic of those demon hearts leak out. The last thing we need is someone trying to replicate it or even try to find it in search of power," Yoshiro said. Asuma nodded and said, "I think that would be the right decision. We will also keep things quiet on our end and even try to find out their weakness or way to detect it. I am glad that you understand. As for Moji, we wanted his death to be done by our hands, but Priest G beat us to it and shinobis have seen Moji die, so there is no use thinking over it. Next would be Jiro. We know that he has done countless things, but he is still backed by the Hidden Stone. Since he had stone shinobis with him, the Hidden Stone didn't deny their involvement and has requested for Jiro and their shinobis to be sent back to the Hidden Stone alive," Yoshiro said, and then looked at the old man, who just nodded. "We have decided to agree to their request, but not without some compensation," Yoshiro said. "Humph. Compensation? We should have killed them as we did with those cultists," Riko muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. "I guess Riko isn't too fond of the Hidden Stone," Kakashi said in a joking tone. Asami put her hand on Riko's shoulder to calm him and said, "For what Jiro has done, we should have killed him and his shinobis, but we can't afford to go head-on with the Hidden Stone. We are already weakened due to this war and can only rely on the compensation we get from them. One thing that we had to accept for this was never to mention Jiro and Priest G in the same sentence." Kurenai didn't understand what she meant, so she asked, "Huh? What do you mean? Wasn't he who brought the cultist here in the first place?" Asami nodded and said yes, but if word gets out that the stone shinobis didn't just interfere in another village's politics but also joined hands with a cult, things could take a bad turn. So the entire cultist thing will be blamed onto Moji, which won't just let Jiro and his men go scot-free but also create hatred among the people of the Hidden Mist for the Mizukage faction cementing your hold more. Kakashi said. Everyone was shocked to hear the direct and precise conclusions that Kakashi drew. As expected from Kakashi of the Sharingan. You are right. To stabilize the village we will have to do it. We will also hide the fact that so many of the Hidden Leaf spies were in the Hidden Mist. We will only say that we requested help from the Leaf and they provided us with it by first sending the Genjutsu Demon and then 3 seasoned jonins, the old man said. So you have decided to reveal Yami's name as well? Even though it will attract everyone's attention, it could be a good foundation for both our villages' alliance. Kakashi said. But won't that put a target on Yami's back? I am sure that the Hidden Stone will try everything in its power to get Yami. After all, Yami has killed more stone shinobis than anyone in this war. He even destroyed their bases and stole supplies. Mei asked, pulling everyone's attention toward herself. Mei stepped back a little thinking that she had overstepped in the meeting, but then Rico spoke in her support. I agree with Mei. The kid has done more in the entire war than all of us combined. If that happens, I am sure that Suchikage will put him in the bingo book. What would Yami say of us when he finds this out? Kakashi chuckled as he heard that and said no need to worry Miss Mei and clan leader Rico, this was bound to happen one day or another. We were all ready for it. As for what Yami would say. Kakashi then looked around at everyone and said, come at me. That kid is really something else, haha, I am glad that the Hidden Mist isn't his enemy. I hope you will let us know when you hear back from him. We all are genuinely worried for him. As for the monster, we haven't come to a decision yet. We would like your advice in this matter. Yoshiro said. Kakashi and Asuma looked at each other and whispered something. After a few seconds, Asuma said, I would like you to spread the word that the Leaf Jonins along with the Bloodline clan leaders injured the monster and forced him to retreat. What? Rico said as he stood up. He had thought of many possible answers, but this was none of them. Yoshiro was confused by this and asked, can I ask you why? The monster used his last remaining chakra to blow itself up, so there is no evidence that he was killed on the battlefield. On the other hand, if word is spread that Yami killed him, then he would not only attract the Hidden Stones but the Hidden Cloud's attention as well. They have suffered from the monster, and the only reason they have been at bay this whole war is that they are busy investigating. Asuma said. Asami nodded and said, so you want to keep the monster threat looming over their head and also keep Yami's true power as secret? Yes, although I doubt anyone would believe that a 10-year-old dealt with the monster. Kakashi said as he smiled at Asami. Chapter 309, The Bingo Book. Even I wouldn't believe it if someone told me that a 10-year-old kid defeated a monster that not even all the clan leaders could. But I have seen it with my own eyes. As you said, we will keep Yami's name out of it, Rico said, and the other clan leaders nodded. The old man signaled Elder Wu, who brought a scroll and kept it on the table in front of Asuma. What is this? Asuma asked as he looked at it. While going through the search of the battlefield, we found a few things, and these are the ones that we believe belong to Yami. Elder Wu said. Kakashi looked at Wu and asked, and I assume that you guys went through it? The old man nodded and said yes, but not all of them. Some of them had the insignia of the Uchiha clan on them and were sealed with some seal that could only be opened by an Uchiha. As for the others, we did. They contain documents that we think Yami took while he raided the stone bases and some supplies of thin thread which we don't know why Yami has. I also found the scroll which I gave Yami and also its first part which I was tempted to take but I didn't. Can you tell me about that jutsu? I know you said that many have lost their lives because of it, and I wouldn't want Yami to meddle in something like it. Especially if it is forbidden. Kakashi said. He was a little worried as he knew Yami would definitely try to learn it even if he knew the dangers that it could bring. The old man shook his head and said, I cannot. If you were his sensei, then I would have thought about telling you about it. We have also kept Yami's sword in the scroll. Though it is damaged and the sheath has been destroyed, the material from which the sword was made really did raise many questions. Asami nodded and said yes. I wanted to repair it for Yami, so I handed the sword to my blacksmith, but didn't know how it was made and with what. I would like to ask you if you know? Kakashi shook his head and said, this is the first I am hearing about this. The Leaf Jonins and the clan leaders talked about a few more things and even promised to visit the Hidden Leaf when things are settled here. After dinner, Asuma and the others stood up to leave. Kakashi looked at the clan leaders and asked, I don't know if you guys have decided, but who will be the next Mizukage? We truly haven't decided on that yet, but I am opting out of it. I have seen things more than one should in a lifetime. I think it is time for the new generation to take the lead, the old man said as he looked at Asami and Riko. Riko lifted his arms and said, don't even look at me, old man. I am going to focus on increasing my strength. I am not losing to a 10-year-old again. Everyone burst into a chuckle as they heard it. Asuma and Kurenai, with your permission we would like to give some gifts to your geniuses. They have helped us immensely, whether it be finding those who tried to flee or even preparing strategies to manage everything. I must say you guys have good students, it would be their honor to receive it. We are planning to leave tomorrow. Kurenai said as she gave Asami a small bow. She knew that for the past few days her squad was working under Asami's men to find those who were fleeing the Hidden Mist, and Asuma's squad was working under AO to make efficient strategies. Hidden Leaf Village. 10 p.m., the Stone Faces. The entire village was covered in lights as it was already night. Two figures stood at the top of the Stone Faces looking at the village. What did you want to talk about? It has just been 2 days since I arrived, one of the figures asked. I don't have time to rest nowadays, so just stay quiet and let me look at the village in peace, another figure said in a complaining tone. After a few seconds, the two figures asked, have you convinced them of your death? I don't want a single thread tying you back here. Don't worry, Lord Fifth. I made my death look convincing. My partner also knew that I have this illness, so it wouldn't be a stretch to say that I had gotten weak, the figure said as he looked to the side. It is good that you are here, Itachi. I have some things to tell you and some to ask. We weren't able to talk much in that Genjutsu of yours, and you didn't say much in the scroll you sent me a few days ago. I have gotten a letter from Kakashi regarding the war in the Hidden Mist. I have news about your brother. Itachi just looked at Tsunade. Even though his eyes looked like a predator, she could see some kind of fear in it. Is he alright? Itachi asked. Their fight against the Mizukage faction and the Stone Shinobis didn't last long, but their fight was against the monster. Tsunade said. The monster? Do you mean the one that has terrorized the Cloud Shinobis? How did that monster reach the island? And did Yami face it? Itachi asked in a little desperate tone. Tsunade had seen Itachi a few times before, but he had always maintained his calm. Tsunade nodded and said yes, he not only fought it, but in the end he fought against the monster alone and even managed to defeat it. Itachi's eyes widened as he heard that and said, how is that possible? That monster is said to hold the strength equivalent to a tailed beast and has unknown origins. I knew that Yami was strong, but this is beyond my understanding. Even though Itachi was shocked by this news, he had no idea the true capability of the monster was more than that of a tailed beast. The Cloud Shinobis who had faced the monster weren't able to push it to the extreme as Yami had, and so the entire Shinobi world had no idea about its true power. The cult that wanted to make use of it had now lost it. Yes, it came as a surprise to me as well. Apparently, Yami can use Scorch Release Kekkei Genkai, and that too is way better than we have read Pakura using it. Since Pakura was the first and last person to be able to use it, I guess it isn't much about the bloodline, Tsunade said. None of these things seem to warrant me being here personally. Are you preparing to say something? Itachi said as he turned around to leave. You kids really don't have the patience anymore. Yami was hurt bad enough that half of his body was destroyed and even his organs were damaged. As Tsunade finished that sentence, she saw the Mangekyo Sharingan appear in Itachi's eyes and the chakra in the surroundings become turbulent. Don't get your chakra riled up, Yami called his summoning animal and had himself taken away. The animal did say that Yami won't die due to his pure chakra, but reconstructing his body will take time. Yami does know about your death, but Sasuke doesn't. We don't know how he will react to it when Yami isn't in front of him. I will try finding out about the bat summons. Maybe I can locate their cave. As for Sasuke, let's not wait much longer. Have his sensei tell him the news. I trust Kakashi to handle it properly. Yami is getting me worried. He might attract the wrong attention. Itachi said, and after a few seconds of silence, he disappeared. He wasn't wrong about attracting the wrong attention because the next day the news about the war spread like wildfire. And it didn't just spread in the hidden mist, but the shinobi world as well. Within 24 hours the feats of the Genjutsu Demon and his identity were known by all 5 villages. And just as Kakashi and the others expected, that Sachikage placed a bounty on Yami's head. After all, Yami not only destroyed their bases, killed their people, and stole their supplies, but also caused the Hidden Stone to face humiliation and also cost compensation that they would have to pay the Hidden Mist. Name, Yami Uchiha alias, Genjutsu Demon Age, 10 strengths, Genjutsu, Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu. Weakness, unknown reason for bounty, killed more than 200 stone shinobis and tortured many for village secrets. Destruction of hidden stone trading bases and looting supplies. Bounty, 6 million Ryo. Chapter 310, Reconstruction. The details of the war that occurred in the Hidden Mist spread along with the new addition to the bingo book. Shinobi villages all over the world were shocked to see such a bounty given to a 10-year-old. The crimes that the Hidden Stone had mentioned made most of the people believe that the Hidden Stone is blowing things out of proportion, but only a few knew that they had downplayed the whole thing and didn't send squads to hunt down Yami. Since he was from the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Stone didn't have any kind of alliance with the Leaf, there was no need to hold themselves back. The only reason that stopped the Sachikage was he himself was busy in the compensation and peace talks with the Hidden Mist, and now the threat of the monster was also looming over their heads. All the villages had found out that the monster can travel long distances through water, and that's how he came to the Hidden Mist and left, and this led to increased protection at the borders. Even the Hidden Mist got orders from the Fire Daimyo to secure the borders. Since Tsunade had already sent a few squads to the Land of Forests, she planned to make it a big port for trade with the Hidden Mist. This could bring prosperity to the local villagers who lived in the Land of Forests. In an unknown cave, where am I? A weakened Yami voiced as he opened his eyes. He couldn't see many things around. He didn't know how many days it's been since he had fallen unconscious. Yami tried to get up and sit upright, but he felt so weak that he could hardly move his body. He looked up and saw the moist ceiling with sounds of water dropping coming from around him. With much difficulty, he moved his head around to look at his surroundings. He was surprised to see that he was lying on a flat rock which was in the middle of a medium-sized pond. What caught his attention more was the liquid in the pond wasn't water but something silver in color. It had a reflective surface which made the surroundings look more beautiful. What is this silver liquid? I don't remember seeing something like this before, nor have I read it anywhere. Let's see, Yami thought as he tried to move his finger closer to the edge of the flat stone. He wanted to dip a finger in it. Just as his finger was reaching the edge, a voice echoed throughout the cave. I wouldn't do it if I were you. Yami couldn't just move his head due to the pain and soreness, so he only moved his eyes around. Where am I? Yami knew that he was brought here by the big bat, but he didn't know why his body hadn't healed up until now and why he was in the middle of a silver pond. You woke up earlier than I expected. The voice came again. The one thing that Yami noticed was that the first voice he heard didn't belong to the big bat. The voice has a flat undertone to it. When he heard the voice again, the voice didn't echo, and felt like it was coming from somewhere very near to him. Yami looked up at the ceiling and started to wander around his eyes. Where are you searching for me, kiddo? Are your senses gone numb, or are you that weak? The voice came again, and that's when Yami realized that there was a bat sitting on his chest. Yami was shocked to see that someone was sitting on his chest, and he didn't even know. Nothing like that has happened before. Even those umbus and spies sent by the higher-ups and Danzo couldn't escape my senses. Then how did I not notice a bat sitting on my chest? Did my senses seriously dwindle because of my injuries? Yami thought. Yami looked at the bat and saw that it was slightly bigger than a normal bat and had red fur around its neck. Who are you? Yami asked as he looked at the bat with a face filled with confusion. When he had visited the cave before, he hadn't seen this bat before, so it came as a surprise to him. I am the one who is in charge of healing you and reconstructing your entire body. You can call me Grandpa Bora, the bat said. You mean my body which was destroyed in the fight, right? Yami asked. He didn't understand why the bat used the word reconstructing the entire body. The bat shook his head and said, no, if I do that then half of your natural body will reject your other half, leading to many other problems, so I am going to destroy your remaining half body and create a whole new body. Wait, what? What do you mean destroy my body? I am sure that there must be some other way. Yami asked with somewhat of a panicked expression on his face. Kid, the only two ways I can think of doing it is either by this method or by using the cells of Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobis. Bora said. Hashirama Senju, will the arm that I stole from the root shinobis containing Hashirama cells do the trick? Yami thought. I can ask the Hokage for some. I am sure she wouldn't say no since they are researching it. Yami said. He didn't want to lie but wanted to see how the bat would react and if he would still suggest using the cells. In case he agrees, then Yami can have one of his clones bring the arm to him. The bat didn't look much surprised by that and thought for a few seconds before saying, we can create a body using the Hashirama cells, though I would still recommend against it as you will be stunting your own growth. Huh? Stunting my own growth, what do you mean? Yami asked. The Hashirama cells will give you a good arm and shoulder and even promote a little of your healing, but that is where the pros stop. They are just a piece of flesh and won't be able to evolve like your other body. When I first saw you I thought you were about to die, but now I see that your chakra is so pure and dense that it has formed a core, which is something that was only theoretically possible. The second Hokage, Tobirama, did make many such theories, but neither he nor his brother were capable of doing it practically. Seeing you now, I think you made it possible. Which is why I made such a preparation for you, or else I would have just boosted your healing to give you a mediocre body. What are the so-called cons you talked about with Hashirama cells, and wouldn't boosting my healing give me back a body like the original? Yami questioned. This is the longest I have spent convincing anyone. The Hashirama cells won't be able to handle a chakra as dense as yours, and it might act out becoming cancer for you. As for boosting your healing, the body would be very weak and will not be able to perform a change in chakra form. I am done convincing you now, so tell me what you want, the bat said in a little frustrated tone and turned around to fly away. Yami thought for a few seconds and weighed the pros and cons of each way. The mediocre body was out of the question since Yami won't be able to use Kekkei Genkai if he has it. As for Hashirama cells, Yami knew how dangerous it was to work with and he didn't want half of his body to become a kind of cancer, so he decided to go with Bora's suggestion and let him reconstruct his entire body. Alright, do it, but you sure right that this body will be perfect for me? Yami asked, to which the Bora looked back and said, no one has been able to come in a state where you needed this technique to be used, but if successful I assure you that your body will be perfect to learn some of our techniques. The old bat left and hung upside down on the ceiling and said, we will start the procedure within the next few hours. The process will take months to complete and then you might have to stay for a while to get used to it, so I suggest you send a letter to your village and let them know. I will record what you want to say and send a scroll to your village and family. Chapter 311, A Long Sleep. Within a few minutes, 2 bats came and landed on the stone where Yami was laying. As Yami was well versed in communicating with his summons, he decided to prepare 2 letters. One for Kakashi and the other one for Sasuke. After telling them the contents of the letter, the bat touched Yami's blood with one of his claws and then touched the scroll, which formed a seal. Yami understood that this is a kind of proof that the scroll is from Yami. In another part of the cave, Bora was standing in front of the big bat. What do you think about him? The big bat asked. His will is admirable, and he has also agreed to let me reconstruct his entire body. But are you sure you want me to do this? Bora asked. The bat nodded and said yes. he is our summoner and the best one we have seen so far. The silver toxin is something we have gathered for the past century or two, all of it will be used on him today. I do not know the reason for him to be this different from others, but I will follow your wishes. Bora said and left. The big bat looked at the red ferocious bats hanging from the ceiling and said, close the cave for the next year until his body is reconstructed. Spread your wings throughout the shinobi world to gather information. Keep a close ear to anything that mentions Yami. The ferocious bats squeak loudly and leave the cave. Back at Yami, the bats left with the scroll to deliver them to the intended people. Are you done? Bora's voice fell on Yami's ears. He was back on Yami's chest, and just like before, Yami wasn't able to sense him. How did you do that? Yami asked. He didn't like Bora doing this again. It hurt his pride to a certain extent. He didn't think anyone could come so close to him without him even noticing. It's a stealth technique. And no one has a mastery in it to a level where I do. Bora said with a proud expression as he pushed his little chest outward. I want to learn it. Can you teach me? Yami asked. He had never shown this side of him to anyone, but that's because he had never seen such a clean and seamless technique. It didn't look like a jutsu, but pure magic. There wasn't even a single ripple of chakra fluctuation while Bora used the skill. Well, that depends on the state you come out of this pond. I am starting the procedure now. Bora said, and in the next second tapped the flat stone loudly, which made cracks appear in it. The cracks increased and reached the edges, making the stone break into several parts. As the big flat stone started breaking away, Yami started getting submerged in the pond. The moment the silver liquid touched Yami's skin, it rapidly rushed inside his body. Before Yami could even say anything, the liquid was rushing inside his body through his mouth, ears, nose, eyes, and every other opening. Soon the entire Yami was submerged inside the silver pond, and Yami also seemed to have lost consciousness, or that's what Bora thought. But inside the pond, Yami opened his eyes. He could feel that his body was filled with the silver liquid. The pain that he felt due to his injuries had vanished. He felt that he didn't have to bear the pain and weight of his injured body anymore, and he was now floating, which was partially true. Yami opened his eyes and looked at his body. He expected to see his injuries heal, but then he saw his skin, flesh, and muscles separate from his body and flow away into the silver liquid. The only thing left was his white bones and the nerves surrounding them. At first, he thought they were nerves, but he soon realized that it was the chakra pathway that was spread across his entire body. The entire pathway was glowing blue, which confirmed his hypothesis. All the flesh from my body is gone except... Yami thought as he looked below at his beating heart. His chakra core was also present and was covered in chakra veins that spread throughout his body. Yami didn't know how much time he was floating like this, but slowly he could see that the color of his bones was changing. He felt a little bit of weight on his entire body. This wasn't due to him being tired, but the making of his entire skeletal structure had changed and he had become denser and heavier than before. After staring at them for a long time, Yami saw that they had completely mixed in with the color of the surrounding liquid, which meant that his bones had turned into silver color. After waiting for another unknown amount of time, the liquid around him started to thicken, and instead of becoming sluggish, it became as if made of an infinite number of thin threads. These threads then started to weave themselves around the bones of Yami. Even though it was a feeling that Yami had never had before, he started to feel that he was gaining some amount of control over his body. This was good for Yami, but then came the pain. At first, it was like someone had just held his body in place, but later the tightness with which it was held started to increase. It then felt like thousands of needles were poking into every part of his body. The pain kept increasing as the needles at first felt like poking the skin, now felt like scraping against the bone. Yami had clutched his jaw and tolerated the pain until now, but things seemed to be getting out of hand. He opened his mouth to scream, but his mouth and throat were full of the silver threads. He couldn't even scream. This pain continued. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month after that Yami had stopped even keeping track. The constant pain had stopped Yami from even feeling it now. Yami didn't know when he got used to the pain to the extent of forgetting it completely. Now he could feel the scraping and poking but no pain. Yami was so tired of this that he closed his eyes and just lay there, thinking nothing. Just staring at the empty darkness in his mind when he suddenly felt a jerk from his back. Before he could open his eyes and react, he took in a deep breath because he had come out of the pond. As he took a deep breath, he started to cough and got up to sit upright. As he got up, he coughed out some of the silver liquid. Splendid Bora voice fell on Yami's ears. He looked around him but didn't find Bora, and that's when he felt a tap on his head. Damn, that was hell. Yami said as he looked at Bora, who jumped from his head and landed in front of Yami. Bora ignored what Yami said and looked at Yami's body. He kept touching Yami's skin. Yami touched his head and noticed that he had become bald. Seeing him act like this, Bora chuckled and said, "Don't worry, that's because the toxin burnt away all the hair. You will grow back your hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes soon." Yami remembered that Jiraiya is able to protect himself with his hair and even use them as a projectile, so he asked, "Can I use my hair in combat?" Bora looked at Yami and asked, "Oh, you mean the way that Toad Summoner does?" "No. We have a better technique for protecting against attacks, but it will take a while for you to learn it." Yami looked at his body and didn't notice much difference. It still looked the same, and Yami even felt a little heavy than usual. The only thing was that his devouring law tattoo was gone. Yami didn't let Bora notice this and acted normally. "So how many days did this take?" It felt more like a month in there. "A month? Kid, you are saying this because you haven't looked at yourself properly. It's been more than a year," Bora said. "What? How is that possible?" Yami said and stood up. He immediately understood that he had grown up because his height had increased and he felt way more strength than before. Yami flexed his muscles and lean body a little only to get used to it when Bora said, "I don't mind you doing this, but there is someone here from the past 3 months to meet you, and you should put on some clothes first." Bora pointed toward a simple kimono kept aside. "Meet me? How can someone come here if I am the only summoner?" Yami asked as he started wearing the kimono. "You're Hokage's summon," Bora said as he started walking toward the exit. Even keeping track. The constant pain had stopped Yami from even feeling it now. Yami didn't know when he got used to the pain to the extent of forgetting it completely. Now he could feel the scraping and poking but no pain. Yami was so tired of this that he closed his eyes and just lay there, thinking nothing. Just staring at the empty darkness in his mind when he suddenly felt a jerk from his back. Before he could open his eyes and react, he took in a deep breath because he had come out of the pond. As he took a deep breath, he started to cough and got up to sit upright. As he got up, he coughed out some of the silver liquid. Splendid Bora voice fell on Yami's ears. He looked around him but didn't find Bora, and that's when he felt a tap on his head. "Damn, that was hell," Yami said as he looked at Bora, who jumped from his head and landed in front of Yami. Bora ignored what Yami said and looked at Yami's body. He kept touching Yami's skin. Yami touched his head and noticed that he had become bald. Seeing him act like this, Bora chuckled and said, "Don't worry, that's because the toxin burnt away all the hair. You will grow back your hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes soon." Yami remembered that Jiraiya is able to protect himself with his hair and even use them as a projectile, so he asked, "Can I use my hair in combat?" Bora looked at Yami and asked, "Oh, you mean the way that Toad Summoner does?" "No. We have a better technique for protecting against attacks, but it will take a while for you to learn it." Yami looked at his body and didn't notice much difference. It still looked the same, and Yami even felt a little heavy than usual. The only thing was that his devouring law tattoo was gone. Yami didn't let Bora notice this and acted normally. "So how many days did this take?" It felt more like a month in there. "A month? Kid, you are saying this because you haven't looked at yourself properly. It's been more than a year," Bora said. "What? How is that possible?" Yami said and stood up. He immediately understood that he had grown up because his height had increased and he felt way more strength than before. Yami flexed his muscles and lean body a little only to get used to it when Bora said, I don't mind you doing this, but there is someone here from the past 3 months to meet you and you should put on some clothes first. Bora pointed toward a simple kimono kept aside. Meet me? How can someone come here if I am the only summoner? Yami asked as he started wearing the kimono. You're Hokage's summon, Bora said as he started walking toward the exit. Chapter 312, In Due Time. Katsuyu? Yami asked, but Bora had already left. Yami followed him until he reached the familiar hall where he had been reverse summoned the first time. There he saw a mid-sized clone of Katsuyu standing by the side. See, I told you he is all right. You have been worrying for no reason, the big bat said, making Katsuyu nod and crawl toward Yami. In the anime, Yami had seen Katsuyu, but she was either small as a palm-sized snail or extremely big, but this mid-sized one was his first time. Yami, do you know me? Katsuyu asked in a pleasant and calm voice, to which Yami nodded and said, Yes, you are, Lady Tsunade summoned Katsuyu. That's right, Tsunade-sama got your letter back then, but she was worried since you haven't sent a letter after that, not to Kakashi or your brother. Would it be alright if I check your body? I need to make sure that you are healed properly. Yami nodded and a few small snails appeared on the skin of Katsuyu and started to crawl on Yami. Yami felt it was a little gross, but he didn't react to it. After a few seconds, the snails went back inside Katsuyu and she said, Your body is unusually healthy. The only thing I feel is 2 different sources of energy dormant in you. One is on your shoulder, which I guess is the curse seal given by Orochimaru. Kakashi informed me and Lady Tsunade about it. I don't understand the second one. A frown appeared on Yami's face as he asked, the second source that you speak of, where is it and what do you feel? Katsuyu looked at Yami's hand for a few seconds and said, it is on your arm near the wrist. For the curse seal, I feel ominous energy and also see its connection with Orochimaru, but regarding the other one, it feels like nothing. Like something totally empty and dark. But since it's dormant, I don't think you have anything to worry about. But Yami, why are you bald and without eyebrows? And as far as Lady Tsunade told me you were 10 years old last year, then why do you look like a 14-year-old? The kid has fast growth. Even last year when he came here, he looked like a 12-year-old. As per that, it is normal for him to grow up this much. And his hair got burnt badly while doing a new jutsus we were teaching him, so I had him remove it totally. Bora said. Katsuyu wasn't the doubting kind, so she said, alright, I am glad that you are okay, Yami. Lady Tsunade has said that you can take a break from missions for a year more. That's the amount of time Naruto and your elder brother Sasuke have been given. Sasuke has left for training? Yami asked. As this was completely different from the anime, Yami was worried that some kind of mess would be created, but he knew that things were out of his hands. Katsuyu nodded and said yes, after getting your letter and the news of Itachi's death had him do missions like crazy for a month or 2, but suddenly he and Kakashi came to Lady Tsunade and asked for a leave for a 2-year leave for training. Seeing the situation, Milady decided to grant them leave as Naruto had also gone for training and Sakura was training with Milady. I understand. I have decided to train here for a while as well. I will return a year later as well, Yami said. He didn't want to ask Katsuyu many questions as he knew that Katsuyu would tell Tsunade everything. How is Lord Third? Yami asked. He had almost forgotten that Hiruzen was still alive. His health hasn't shown much improvement. He can't walk or even move his body. He can listen to us and even understand it, but the only way to communicate is by blinking. My clone checks his condition a few times every week. Asuma doesn't want to use any kind of experimental procedure on him that could risk his father's life. That is unfortunate, but I am sure Lady Tsunade is doing everything in their power to heal him. Yami said, to which Katsuyu nodded and said yes, she is. I will take my leave now. I have been waiting for a long time now. I should go back and give Lady Tsunade the news of your well-being. Your sword and other belongings were handed to Sasuke. If you need them for training, then you can go to your house to take them. Katsuyu then glanced at Bora and left, crawling through the cave entrance. Yami looked at the big bat and said, I didn't know about the summons, and went to another summon plane. Bora stepped forward and said normally something like this is frowned upon, but Katsuyu is known to be the noblest of all summons due to her being so pure and adept in healing, which is why she was allowed to enter. If this was someone from the Ryuchi cave, then we would have skinned them alive. They are the worst. I didn't expect the curse seal to remain even after full body reconstruction. But it is good that it's become dormant. To make it of any use, Orochimaru will have to bite you again physically, the big bat said. Yami cracked his neck and said, if he ever comes close enough to bite me again, then I will make sure to kill him. So what are you planning on doing now? Bora did tell me that you wanted to learn his stealth skill, the big bat asked. Why do you all call it a skill and not a jutsu? Yami asked. A jutsu is something you perform by combining your chakra with the appropriate hand signs, but skill is something you imbue in yourself. We summons are more adept in moving chakra than shinobis, so anything we perform without the entire process, we call it skill. I do want to learn the stealth skill, but more importantly I want to work on my swordsmanship and also practice sage mode, Yami said, which immediately made the big bat look at Bora. Bora quickly stepped back and said, I didn't tell him anything about sage mode. What's wrong with learning sage mode? Yami asked, to which the big bat said, you are only 11 years old, you are too young and inexperienced to do it. If you make one misstep, then you will end up in an irreversible state. Yami knew that when Naruto was learning sage mode, the old toads who taught him did warn him that taking in too much natural chakra will turn him into a stone frog. But Yami decided to act innocent about this fact and questioned the big bat, what do you mean by that? Yami asked, to which the big bat looked at Bora, who gulped his saliva and said, taking in too much natural energy will cause you to turn into a bloodsucker. You will lose all sense of reason and logic and just act on instinct based on the smell of blood. It is an irreversible state once it happens. Yami quickly realized how serious it was. He looked at the big bat for confirmation of this fact, and he nodded as he said, Bora is right, and if that happens, then I won't be letting you leave this cave with a head on your shoulder. In fact, your head will be put on a nearby wall as an example for our future summoners. This is slightly worse than a stone frog, but these two aren't outright denying to teach me sage mode, which means that they must have a way to keep me from turning into a bloodsucker like the whip the old toad had to remove all the nature chakra from a person's body. Yami thought. I still think I am ready to learn it. I wouldn't be in such a bad state a year ago if I had known about sage mode. Lady Tsunade told us that the monster is weak to sage chakra and its skills. Yami said. For now, go and take a rest. For the next week, you should get used to this new body of yours. After that, we will talk about it. The old bat said, and Yami left the cave. Bora guided Yami to a withered garden and said, you rest here, I have some things to sort out, till then get yourself cleaned up at the waterfall nearby. Bora didn't wait for Yami to even answer and flew away. He didn't go anywhere else but to the main cave where the big bat was sitting. Any specific reason for sending me a sonar message to meet you alone after leaving escorting Yami? Bora asked as he looked at the big bat. The big bat narrowed his eyes and said, when Katsuyu talked about the second dormant energy in Yami, he didn't act surprised but relieved. I noticed that, Bora said as he looked up at the big bat with wide eyes. Chapter 313, Time to Train Part 1. Do you want me to find out what it is? Bora asked with an excited expression, and suddenly he squeaked and fell on the floor as if someone had pushed him down. The big bat looked down at him and said, I knew you would think something like that, which is why I called you here to warn you. Yami has proven himself to be worthy, so don't do anything behind his back. Teach him the stealth technique that he wants and prepare him for sage mode. I am planning on going to meet that old toad sage. I have a few things I need to ask him. Bora quickly got up and nodded his head and asked, are you sure you want him to learn sage mode? We can't back out then. Yes, I have taken this decision before Yami's body even completed reconstruction. Since he had just a close win with the monster, I knew that the first thing he would demand is sage mode training. Luckily the kid is smart enough not to hurry things. The big bat said. Okay, I will prepare him for it. But still, it will take 6 months for that to happen. I won't start teaching him Sage Mode until he has learned the skills I teach him to mastery," Bora said and left the cave in the direction where Yami was. As he reached the cave, he saw Yami had just come back from taking a bath. "The paleness your body had has lessened quite a bit." "Yes, it appeared when I signed the contract, but I wonder what happened for it to lessen now," Yami asked, to which Bora said at first, "It paled because your body wasn't used to it, but now your body is specifically made for it, so this is the healthiest situation. Firstly, come here and sit. I want you to focus on only your heart and tell me what do you think is different in you? Don't tell me I have 2 hearts now." Yami chuckled as he sat on the rock in front of Bora. He closed his eyes and continued breathing for a few seconds. He didn't even actively circulate his chakra and suddenly opened his eyes and said, "How is this possible?" Bora smirked and asked, "So what did you notice?" "My heart, it's only beating once every 10 seconds and that too the rhythm isn't changing," Yami said as he put one hand on his chest. Bora nodded and said, "Yes, remember when I told you that summons don't need to actively move chakra and it is imbued in blood? Now your chakra is also imbued in your blood, so only pumping it once every 10 seconds is more than enough. This increases your physical capabilities to a great extent and also bathes every cell of your body with chakra." "Can it be changed?" Yami asked. One of his best genjutsus was performed by changing the heart rate of his victims to a particular rhythm which would change the victim's mood. "No, it can't, because it will only accept your chakra," Bora said. "So like every other jutsu and genjutsu, even this technique has a weakness. It's good that I never tried to use the technique on any summoning animal," Yami thought. "For now, do your regular training for a few days and get adjusted to the body. After that I will teach you the stealth technique," Bora said and handed Yami a few supplies like a simple sword, a few weights for training, and a black piece of cloth. "What is this cloth for?" Yami asked, to which Bora said, "To stop you from using your eyes. The only way to increase your sense of one organ is to deprive the sense of another one. Don't worry about it now and do your regular training." Yami nodded and started exercising his body as he usually used to do in the village. He did feel pretty strange at the start because the new body was way more strong and more rigid as compared to his previous one. The sudden increase in height also took a while to get used to. For days later, Bora was hanging upside down from a branch of a tree looking at Yami training every day. Every morning he would just fly to the tree and hang from it. He wouldn't look or even say anything to Yami, and Yami was also busy getting used to his new body. The new sword wasn't too sturdy for him and felt like a cheap one. The ones that are kept at the village academy for fighting or the civilian villages keep for protection against small-time bandits. On the 4th day, Yami looked up at Bora and asked, "Can I have a better sword? I am sure this sword will break if I even put chakra into it. It already starts to vibrate when chakra even comes close to it." Bora, who had used his wings to cover his face, stretched one hand exposing half of his sleepy face, and asked, "Why do you need a sword right now?" "What do you mean? I am a Genjutsu user. How will I kill without a sword? Using taijutsu or ninjutsu among multiple people is just a waste of chakra," Yami answered as he picked up a nearby cloth and started wiping the sweat on his face and neck. Bora shook his head and said, "The sword isn't the weapon, you are. You don't need your sword to cut your enemies, you need intent." Yami was confused at Bora's words. He knew that it depends on the user how he utilizes his sword, but the rest Bora said felt confusing. Before he could ask Bora again, Bora said, "I take it that you have gotten used to this body of yours. Now let's start with training you in stealth techniques." Bora then flew down from the tree, but just as he was about to reach the ground, he disappeared. As soon as Yami saw this, he thought that Bora had used some kind of jutsu that boosts his speed, so as an obvious move, Yami looked back, but there was no one. He looked in the other direction as well, and before he could think more he heard a voice in his head. "What are you searching for?" Yami's eyes widened as he suddenly heard the sound. He had almost thought that Bora had used telepathy to connect with him, but he realized that the sound came from the top of his head. Yami sighed deeply and looked up to see Bora standing on Yami's head. You are having too much fun doing this, aren't you? Yami then noticed that Bora had a wooden stick in his hand the length of Yami's arm. Bora chuckled and said, I am going to have way more than this, and to do that you will wear that blindfold I brought for you with the training supplies. Bora waved the stick with his one hand. Bora had already told him days ago that the blindfold was to deprive Yami of his visual sense. Bora jumped down on the blindfolded Yami's shoulder and said, now I will change my position every 7 seconds and you have 5 seconds to guess where I am or else I am going to smack you with the stick. And yes, you can't use your enhanced senses of smell and hear as well. Use the usual senses that you got as a human. What the heck? How am I supposed to know where you are? Awa Yami was arguing when he was hit on the head with a stick. In the Hidden Leaves Academy and their shinobi standards, you must be a pretty talented individual to learn everything, but not for me, so don't think that you will breeze through this. Bora said, and this time the voice came from a different direction. Yami tried his best to guess the direction based on the voice, but he got it wrong every time. Bora didn't let the chance slip and smacked his head with the stick each and every time. How am I going to do that without using enhanced senses? Yami asked in an irritated tone. Bora quickly hit him with the stick and said, never let your face and your actions act like a window to your mind and your heart. You were pretty calm and calculated when you first came here, and now when one thing goes unexpectedly, you lose your composure? Yami breathed a few times and said, fine, I will stay calm, but at least give me a hint as to how I am supposed to achieve this? The enhanced senses aren't the only thing that you got after signing our summoning contract. Bora hinted. Oh, you mean... Chapter 314, Time to Train Part 2. Oh, you mean my control over the wind? Yami asked, to which Bora nodded and said, you control the wind with your bare hands, and that is really good progress for someone who has never been taught before, but I want you to feel the wind over your entire body. What good will that do to me? Yami asked, but before Bora could say anything, Yami waved his hand and said, fine, I'll do it. I think I know where you are going with this. Yami then spread out his hands and started to feel the wind touching his hands. He controlled it slightly to brush on his skin. He remembered how the wind felt and then tried to feel the same on his entire body. At first, Yami didn't feel anything, so he controlled some wind to hit the skin on his body. Bora was amused as he saw Yami doing this. Little by little, Yami started to familiarize himself with the feeling. I got it, Yami said as he opened his eyes only to see it being the middle of the night. Bora, who was hanging from the branch, peeked his head out and said, take some rest now. You still have a lot to do. The next day Yami started doing his regular exercise, but instead of watching it quietly like every day, Bora would remind Yami to feel the air around him. He would also switch his position from time to time, making Yami search for him by looking all around. Things kept going the same way for the next 2 days. Yami didn't know why Bora wasn't telling him the next step. Whenever he asked Bora about it, Bora would say, you aren't ready for it. On the 3rd day, as Yami was tired and changing his shirt, he looked back and was about to ask when Bora said, you are finally ready. An expression of confusion spread across Yami's face as he heard that. What happened to you all of a sudden? Every time I ask you, you say I ain't ready, but today you are saying it of your own accord. Bora smirked and said, it's because every time you would have to search for me and then talk, but today you looked directly at me. Yami raised his eyebrows as he heard that and realized that Bora was telling the truth. Every time he had to search for Bora around him, but this time it was as if he already knew that Bora was behind him. Whenever I change my position, the air present there doesn't get replaced but gets pushed in all directions, and this change in wind is easily noticed because of your wind mastery. Your skin has now learned to identify the specific amount of air dispersed to be a human and has narrowed it down to me based on my size and weight. Yami was ecstatic as he heard this. He thought that it was going to take a few more days just to find Bora's location. As a test of this step, Bora decided to use the method they used on the first day of training. Bora will change his position and Yami will find where he is. If Yami isn't able to find him more than 3 times out of 15, then he will fail the test. Remember, kid, you missed to sense my exact position more than 3 times, you lose. You will have a blindfold on you, so don't even think about using your Sharingan or enhanced senses to locate my voice. Bora warns him and starts the test. He changes his position after a fixed interval and asks Yami, "Where am I?" Yami, having sensed the air displacement occurring due to Bora's movement, quickly points out. Bora increases his speed little by little in the upcoming intervals, making the displacement harder and harder to spot. Then came a time when Yami couldn't spot the displacement at all. "Where am I?" "I don't know, I couldn't sense the displacement of air on my skin," Yami said. He knew that he had passed the test because this was the 15th interval and Yami had only missed this one. He was able to guess Bora's position every other time. Yami removed his blindfold and was confused for a minute. Seeing Yami's expression, Bora chuckled and said, "There was no displacement to sense as I didn't even change my position." "What the heck?" Yami muttered as he wanted to curse the red-furred bat. "Now that you know how to sense a person using this stealth technique, I will show you how to use it. It isn't anything much, but only displacing as less air as you can. This indirectly reduces the chakra ripples caused around you. Though your chakra core will shine brightly if someone like that monster or someone with a Byakugan tries to find you," Bora said. For the next month, Yami would do his regular exercises in the morning and then Bora would teach him the stealth skill in the afternoon. In the evening, Bora would make Yami do bizarre exercises like balancing something on your head while jumping on vertically installed stumps. Yami noticed that day by day the rigidness that his new body had was lowering at a steady pace. He also felt that he didn't need to pump chakra in his legs to get a boost in speed. Just doing it normally would increase his speed and every cell in his body would be nourished with chakra. This would reduce the fatigue he felt after going through some tough exercises. As the month ended, Yami had gained some level of mastery over the stealth skill. A day earlier Bora had told him to exercise without him that day as he had to go and meet with the big bat. "Big Bat's cave, so why are you here in just 2 months?" the big bat asked. Bora ran his claws through the red fur and said, "Hee, I didn't think the kid would be talented enough to master the stealth skill so fast." "I told you he is a prodigy, didn't I?" the big bat said with a proud expression. "Or maybe I am such a good teacher," Bora said, making the big bat chuckle at his statement. "So now how long do you wish to delay the inevitable?" the big bat asked. He meant to ask Bora that the time to hesitate is passing by swiftly and the time to teach Yami Sage Mode has arrived. "I still don't feel good about signing off my and everyone's life away to a kid, but I guess we don't have any solution now, do we? By the way, the news about the outside world, you got it, didn't you?" Bora asked, to which the big bat nodded and said, "Yes, I did. Take it, give it to the kid as well. Let him know what's going on. The threat doesn't seem to be looming over the hidden leaf in the short run, or else I would have personally given him the news." The big bat threw a scroll which looked extremely small in his hands toward Bora. Bora nodded and took the scroll. He left the big bat's cave and went to Yami. As he reached the tree he sleeps on, Bora saw Yami flickering from one place to another without making any noise or even making the leaves under his legs move. That's how much mastery Yami had achieved in the past few days. Now his task was to do the same thing on water without causing any ripples. But he knew that this wasn't going to be a simple thing, as normal shinobis create ripples even when they stand on water. At first, when Bora gave Yami this task, he thought that Bora was just pulling his leg, but Bora showed him the practicality which made Yami believe that it really was possible. Seeing the scroll in Bora's hands, Yami immediately recognized it to be the scroll used for sending letters. He immediately pointed at the scroll and asked, "Do you have a letter for me from the Hokage or my brother?" Bora threw the letter at Yami and said, "None, it's about the news that has been going on in the outside world." "Oh, so it's from the big bat. Guess he wants me to feel the pressure from what is happening outside. In this time of the time skip I don't know many things that happen, but the Akatsuki must have definitely made some moves. The hidden stone must have also done something to take revenge for the hidden mist and the hidden leaf. I hope I haven't messed up things to an extent where they cannot be reversed." Thoughts kept going on inside Yami's head as he was opening the scroll. 1. Mysterious organization, Akatsuki, priority, medium, known members, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Itachi Uchiha, dead, Orochimaru. Base, unknown aim, unknown 2, joint force, hidden mist and hidden cloud, priority, extremely high, aim, a team of 20 joining with 10 from mist and 10 from cloud have founded a joint force to track the movements of the monster. 3. Hidden Mist Village, Mei Terumi is chosen as the new Mizukage. The old man has stepped down from the clan leader's position and became her advisor. Priority, low, 4, Hidden Rain, all the spy bats sent inside the Hidden Rain village lost contact the moment rain touched their body. Priority, low. Chapter 315, Post-Time Skip. 28 months after the Hidden Mist War Gate of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kotetsu and Hei-8 were sitting at the front gate filling the daily ledger. "This must be too boring for you, Hei-8," Kotetsu remarked jokingly as he looked at the obviously bored expression of Hei-8. "I must admit that just sitting here the whole day is really boring. But what can I do? My health isn't good enough to be on active duty. Luckily, I can be a part-time instructor at the academy," Hei-8 said as he put the papers in front of him aside. "Yeah, I heard it's a good job, especially with you getting a new assistant," Kotetsu said as he raised his eyebrows. "He isn't my assistant but Yuruma's." Suddenly, after coming from the Hidden Mist, Shino once came home with Karen and asked me to take him to the academy with me. Since he is too young to do this, he does the chores around the academy on weekends and takes care of the kids in the park. The kid saw war at an age where he shouldn't have. His Kurenai and Iruma thought of this as a way of coping with the trauma, so they didn't object to it as well. Luckily, just 6 months after that, he only went to the academy when he was free and started doing missions again as well, Hei-8 said. Kotetsu nodded and said, "Seems like Kurenai was able to convince her student at last and bring him back to do missions." Hei-8 chuckled and said, "No. From what I have heard from Karen, it seems like Hinata went to Shino's house personally and said something behind closed doors. Karen even told me that Hinata was angry when she went in. I can't imagine the Hyuga princess displaying any kind of anger." Kotetsu shook his head and said, "Oh, don't underestimate those Hyugas. They can be aggressive when they want to be." "Oh look, Karen's here," Kotetsu said as he pointed in the direction of the village. Hei-8 also looked in that direction and saw the redhead Karen walking toward the gate with a stack of papers in her hand. "You are early today," Hei-8 said as he handed over the papers he had just set aside to Karen. "Yes, yesterday Lady Tsunade got a letter from Kakashi telling that he and Sasuke are coming back from their training. I wanted this to be a surprise for Sakura, so I had her sit at the reception outside Lady Tsunade's office and come here to receive them. Wow, it's been more than 2 years since they have been gone for training," Kotetsu said when Hei pointed out Naruto and Jiraiya-sama have been gone longer. "I wonder when they will turn up." Karen nodded her head and said, "I have to clean that idiot's house every week since he has been gone. Tsunade-sensei did say that he will come back from his training soon as well." "You don't have any missions lately?" Kotetsu asked Karen, to which she said Niji is busy training with Hinata because her father is teaching some crucial jutsus to her younger sister Hanabi. As for Lee, he is determined to beat Yami since he heard what Yami has done in the Hidden Mist. "Oh yes, any news about Yami?" Hei asked, to which Karen shook her head. Tsunade never told her or the others except for Sasuke and the 4 Jonins about Yami's condition. "It's good to see 3 familiar faces just as we come back." Kakashi's voice appeared to the group's side as they all looked toward the open gate, seeing Kakashi and a teenager standing with him. The teenager was wearing a gray kimono with a purple belt holding the katana on his waist. "Wow, Sasuke, you have really grown up, huh?" Kotetsu said as he looked at Sasuke up and down. He had almost reached the height of Kakashi. Hei then noticed something behind Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, when did you start using a short sword again? It's been a long time since I have seen you with one." Kakashi gave a small laugh and said, "Hee hee, training him really made me realize that I can add the short sword to my arsenal." "How is everything in the village?" "Peaceful, and seeing the things happening outside in the shinobi world, this is the best we could ask for," Kotetsu answered. He knew what was going on in the outside world. With the news that Orochimaru had joined the organization named Akatsuki, the wound that the Hidden Leaf Shinobis had was opened. Itachi did tell Tsunade that Orochimaru had left the organization in pain and the others were hunting him, but Tsunade didn't disclose this information to the others. Sasuke, how has training with Kakashi been? Hayate asked, not expecting him to answer. He knew how Sasuke was and liked to stay quiet, but surprisingly Sasuke replied it was good. I got to know the shinobi world outside and also learned a lot of things from Kakashi-sensei. Even Karen was shocked seeing Sasuke talk so casually. Kakashi looked at his student and said, Sasuke, go home. We will meet at Ichiraku Ramen in an hour and then go to meet Lady Tsunade. Sasuke nodded and body flickered away. Seeing him lead, Hayate asked, you really taught him a lot, huh? The kid talked more than a couple of words. Kotetsu and Karen laughed as they heard this. I didn't just teach him jutsus and skills, but also some things that only an Umbu should know. I taught him information gathering and infiltration between enemy lines. He had to get better in his communication skills to do that. Kakashi said. And the stubborn one agreed to do that? Kotetsu asked as he raised his eyebrows. Kakashi chuckled as he heard that and said, actually no. When I told him that his younger brother was able to change the course of war based on his infiltration skills, Sasuke was practically begging me to teach him. You are witty as always, Hayate said as he shook his head, knowing how good Kakashi was in turning things into his favor. Karen, from a small petite girl you look like a fiery girl, Kakashi said. In his mind the figure of his sensei's wife Kushina flashed, which made Kakashi smile genuinely under his mask. Tsunade-sensei and Gai-sensei have been teaching me constantly, Karen said with a tired expression, thinking about the exercises Gai made her do and how embarrassing they were. I will meet Gai later. I am sure he will challenge me to a race as soon as he finds out I am back in the village. I will go meet Lady Tsunade now, Kakashi said and bid his goodbyes to the three shinobis and rushed toward the Hokage Tower. He first wanted to meet Tsunade alone and then with Sasuke. Everyone must have been told that he came back after the training, but in reality it was Tsunade who had called him and even sent a letter to Jiraiya to come back to the village with Naruto. Kakashi decided to go directly from the window, and since the guards are all Umbus and know him already, they won't even stop him. Kakashi stood outside the window and knocked on it. Tsunade didn't even look at him and signaled Shizune, who opened the window. As Kakashi was entering the office through the window, Tsunade placed the pen in her hand aside and turned back. Huh? You came alone? Where is Sasuke? I sent him home and told him to meet me for lunch later. Seeing the letter that you sent me and the secrecy with which you sent me made me think that you might want to take to me alone first, Kakashi said in a serious tone. Tsunade nodded and said, yes, I want to talk about two things, one of which we will discuss now and the other one tonight. Tsunade said so because the other thing was introducing Itachi back to Kakashi. Although it will come as a shock to him and he may even react differently, Itachi insisted on telling Kakashi the truth first before letting anyone else know about it. Kakashi didn't see a reason to deny her statement and asked, alright Lady Tsunade, what is it that you want to talk about? First tell me about Sasuke. How is he now and how is he taking his brother's death? I didn't expect it, but he cried for a few days at first. Many times I thought that if Yami was here then maybe the situation could have been better. But now seeing Sasuke, it seems like he has given up on his revenge. He says his new aim is to establish the Uchiha clan and restore it to its former glory, Kakashi said with a small smile, but the last sentence just caused Tsunade a headache. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 2. Peace.